Chapter 1. Blood Meridians Reborn. The sky was aglow with the setting sun. On the emerald cloud summit outside of Fiery Wind City, there was a stone table and a stone bench, where a young couple were nestled together. The youth had a slim build. He was pale in complexion, but had good looks. Meanwhile, the maiden donned a pure white dress. Her skin was as smooth as jade. Her looks were stunningly beautiful. The maiden's head was resting on the shoulders of the youth. Bathed in the light of the setting sun, they looked like perfect lovers. "Yawer, how I wish we could continue on like this forever," said the youth gently, the smile on his face revealing his happiness. "Brother Ming, of course we can. We said that we would be together for all our lives." A happy smile formed on the maiden's face. The youth's name was Lu Ming, whereas the girl was called Lu Yao. Looking at the smile on Lu Yao's face, Lu Ming's gaze turned even more tender as he held her delicate hand and said, "Yawer, although I currently can't gather my essential qi due to my blocked meridians, if I can awaken my blood meridian, the Elder Council will buy me some elixirs and mediate my meridians for me. Then, I'll be able to cultivate. I'll definitely become a powerhouse and protect you for the rest of your life." "Thank you, Brother Ming." Lu Yao's eyes had a touched look as she said, "Brother Ming, did a meridian tester really find out that you inherited your father's blood meridians?" "That's right, Yawer. That's why in the future, your man will be a powerhouse." A confident smile formed on Lu Ming's face. Lu Yao tenderly smiled as she lifted a cup on the stone table. The cup was filled with well-known blood orchid wine, which was emitting a faint fragrance. She swiftly kissed Lu Ming on the cheeks and blushed as she raised the cup. "Come, Brother Ming, this one is on Yawer." Lu Ming took the cup and said, "Yawer, you've treated me to a glass of blood orchid wine every day. I'm really grateful to have you by my side." As he finished his sentence, he raised the cup and finished it in one go. The fragrance of the wine lingered on his tongue, and Lu Ming's heart felt as sweet as the wine tasted. But at the very next moment, he felt that the world was spinning. "Yawer, why do I feel so faint?" "Your wine." Lu Ming held onto the stone table as he looked towards Lu Yao. But then, he noticed that her expression seemed a little cold. "Ha ha, Lu Ming, Yawer only accompanied you for 3 years in order to cultivate your meridians. Now that we're at this stage, isn't it high time that you contribute with your blood meridians?" At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from a corner. It was Lu Yao's father. Rumble. The sound rang in Lu Ming's mind, as if it was a bolt from the blue. "Yawer!" Lu Ming looked at Lu Yao incredulously, but all that was in her eyes was cold indifference. "Why? I love you so much." Lu Yao's cold gaze was like a sharp knife, plunging into Lu Ming's heart. He let out a loud howl and pounced in the direction of Lu Yao. Sadly, all it took was for Lu Yao to take a small step back, and he landed on the floor. Duan Mulin from the Mystical Sword School started his cultivation at the age of 6. He opened up 2 divine meridians and stepped into Warrior Realm in half a year, and then Master Realm at the age of 9. He's 16 now, and one of the 4 great talents of the Mystical Sword School. What about you? A frail body with blocked meridians. To be blunt with you, you're just trash. Even if you awaken your blood meridians, you'll still be trash. Can you even be compared with Duan Mulin? Only a genius like him would be befitting of me. If I want to be married to him, I need to awaken a stronger blood meridian. Since you love me so much, why don't you fulfill my wish and offer up your blood meridian to help me awaken a stronger one?" A cold voice came from Lu Yao's lips. Bam! At that moment, the middle-aged man stepped on Lu Ming's back with a sharp knife gripped on his hands. He shouted, "Lu Ming, give us your blood meridian." Excruciating pain on Lu Ming's spine swallowed him whole. He let out a piercing howl, his voice filled with helplessness and despair. Slowly, Lu Ming fell into boundless darkness. "Lu Yao, I treated you like my beloved. Why did you harm me?" Lu Ming shouted and sat up from his bed so abruptly that the bed made of Phoebe Jinan made a crunching noise. His head was matted with sweat. It was just a dream. No, it was not a dream. How could it have been a dream? It was something that happened 3 days ago. Lu Ming was the main successor of the Lu family in Fiery Wind City. His father was the lord of the Lu family, while Lu Yao was the daughter of the first branch elder of the Lu family. The two of them were from different branches of the same family. Growing up with each other, they were childhood friends. One could say that they were inseparable, and they even made a pledge of their love in private, choosing each other to be their significant other. Lu Ming had not expected that Lu Yao and the first branch elder would make a move against him and snatch his blood meridians. Power. All of this is because I don't have enough power. If I was extraordinarily gifted and powerful, would they dare to treat me like that? Lu Ming clenched his fists. His whole body was shaking, and his eyes were bloodshot. Trash. This was what Lu Yao called him. Her words from 3 days ago still rang in his ear. Squeak. At that moment, his door was pushed open, and a delicate middle-aged woman walked in. Looking at Lu Ming on his bed, she asked concernedly, "Ming'er, did you have a nightmare again?" This beautiful lady was Lu Ming's mother, Li Ping. 3 days ago, it was Li Ping who had gone to search for Lu Ming out of concern for his safety and rescued him. He would be dead if not for that. Ever since word of Lu Ming's father being killed during his travels 6 years ago, Lu Ming and his mother had depended on each other. Lu Ming gazed at Li Ping, his eyes turning tender. "Mother, I'm fine. It was just a dream," he said. Gazing at Lu Ming's pale face, Li Ping sat down next to his bed. Touching Lu Ming's forehead, she broken-heartedly said, "It's been 3 days. You've shouted that Lu Yao harmed you every day. Ming'er, just what exactly happened? Could it be that Lu Yao is the reason behind your injuries?" "Mother, it's nothing. You misheard me," said Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not tell Li Ping that it was Lu Yao and the first branch elder who did it, as Li Ping did not cultivate martial arts. Telling her would only cause harm to her. Li Ping hesitated for a moment before she said, "Ming'er, you can't address Lu Yao by her name in front of other people anymore. 2 days ago, she awakened 5th-level blood meridians and even opened up a divine meridian. She's already gotten approval from the Elder Council. At the house meeting 2 months from now, she'll become the Lord of Lu family, taking control of the family. People might call you disrespectful if you address the family's lord by her name." "What? Lu Yao wants control of the Lu family? She could whistle for it." Lu Ming let out a low, angry howl. Blood rushed into his eyes. He grinded his jaw so hard that it was creaking. His teeth were cracking from the pressure as fresh blood started bleeding out. After word spread about Lu Ming's father being killed, the Lu family had been placed under the leadership of the first branch elder. For 6 years, no new lord had been appointed. Seeing Lu Ming like that frightened Li Ping out of her wits. She embraced Lu Ming's head, tears flowing out nonstop. "Ming'er, please don't scare me like that. I've already lost your father. I can't lose you too," she said. "Father, where are you?" "Ming'er believes that you won't die. Now, I'm powerless to the point where I can't even secure the position of the family's lord." Lu Ming was tightly gripping a pendant on his neck. As he used too much strength, his nails dug into his flesh and caused blood to seep out without stop. The pendant, which was the size of a broad bean, was made out of bronze. Before his passing, Lu Ming's father entrusted someone with delivering the pendant to Lu Ming. In these 6 years, Lu Ming had always kept it with him. The blood seeping from his palms flowed onto the bronze pendant. Buzz! Suddenly, the bronze pendant started vibrating and became scalding hot. Before Lu Ming was able to react, the bronze pendant turned into powder after vibrating. The powder went for the palm of his hand, disappearing as it entered his palm. Then Lu Ming felt a scalding burst of energy traveling from the palm of his hands to his arms, constantly moving up. After a while, it stopped at his glabella. "The 9th dragon never dies. The blood meridian shall be reborn." Suddenly, a deafening roar rang in Lu Ming's mind, shaking his head until it was buzzing. "The 9th dragon never dies. The blood meridian shall be reborn. The 9th dragon never dies. The blood meridian shall be reborn." The continuous roaring constantly rang in Lu Ming's head. Soon after, a scorching heat shot off from his glabella to his spine. At the very next moment, the roaring stopped, but an itchy sensation started to spread from his spine as his body started to heat up. What's happening? Lu Ming could not understand what was happening. At that moment, the itchiness on his spine increased in intensity. It was as if there was something slowly growing. Ming'er, are you okay? Please don't scare me. Sensing the abnormality on Lu Ming's body, Li Ping felt even more terrified and helpless. The blood meridian shall be reborn? Can my blood meridians really be reborn? Lu Ming felt puzzled. There were records in ancient books stating that, for some reason, a small number of people whose blood meridians had been stripped or damaged were able to have their blood meridian reborn, growing a new blood meridian. However, most blood meridians that were regrown were of low levels, which meant that they were not very useful. But there was an even scarcer amount of people who would be able to rebuild them slaviers and awaken the ultimate blood meridians, like a phoenix rising from the ashes. However, the chance of this happening was close to zero. Based on early records, there were only a few cases of this happening since ancient times. Lu Ming never even considered breaking through his past and awakening the ultimate blood meridian. After all, the chances of that happening was too slim. As long as he could awaken a blood meridian, he would be ecstatic. With a blood meridian, he would be able to cultivate martial arts and change his own fate. At that moment, the abnormality on his body slowly faded away. Mother, I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled. What are you doing? This is the Lord's residence. You can't just barge in. Suddenly, a delicate voice could be heard shouting from the outside. Lu Ming could identify that it was the voice of Li Ping's servant, Qiu Yu. Slap! Scram! There was an unfriendly shout, followed by the sound of slapping. A gloomy-looking youth promptly entered the room. My lady, young master. A girl around the age of 16 entered the room as well. Her face was flushed and swollen, with a pomp on top. She was Qiu Yu. It's you, Lu Chuan? What do you want? Lu Ming rose as he shouted coolly. The visitor was called Lu Chuan, Lu Yao's elder brother. He was 16, a year older than his sister. A flash of astonishment darted across Lu Chuan's eyes when he saw Lu Ming, as if he was surprised that Lu Ming was unexpectedly still alive. He then sneered, Great timing, Lu Ming. My sister, Lu Yao, will be leading the Lu family and moving into the Lord's residence. So, you guys are no longer entitled to live here anymore. Hurry and move. Li Ping's face paled. Although she knew that this day would eventually come, she did not expect it to happen so soon. Lu Chuan, Ming'er is injured. We'll move out after 2 days. When Ming'er recovers, Li Ping smiled sadly. After 2 days? You'll have to move out today. Do you think I don't know you're trying to drag out your stay here? Lu Chuan sneered. Today? But Ming'er is injured. It's already so late into the day. Let Ming'er rest for a night before moving. Li Ping pleaded. Rest? He can't even awaken a blood meridian. What good will resting do for trash with blocked meridians? He might as well just die. Anyways, you guys have to leave today, said Lu Chuan indifferently. Phoebe Jinan is a type of large tree, common in certain areas of China. Chapter 2. The True War Dragon Technique. Lu Chuan crossed his arms behind his back with an indifferent expression. He looked at Lu Ming, showing open disdain. But Li Ping was about to say something again, but was interrupted by Lu Ming. Mother, we don't need to beg him. If we have to move, so be it, said Lu Ming. But Ming'er, your injuries have yet to recover. It's already night time. What if you catch a cold? Said Li Ping concernedly. Lu Ming stubbornly shook his head. Mother, I'll be fine, let's move out. But there'll eventually be a day when we return. The Lord's residence is where you and Father got married. Nobody can take it away. All right then, Li Ping sighed and asked Qiu Yu to pack up their belongings. Lu Chuan folded his arms behind his back, sneering. He was scanning the surroundings when his eyes suddenly sparkled. One moment, you're not allowed to take that sword with you. Lu Chuan walked towards Li Ping, who was holding a sword in her hands. Li Ping's face turned white as she unconsciously tightened her grip on the sword. This sword is the only keepsake left by Ming'er's father. It's for Ming'er to use in the future. You can't take it away. If it's something that the previous lord left behind, that's all the more reason that you can't take it with you. It is the public property of the Lu family and must be confiscated. Moreover, Lu Ming can't even cultivate his essential qi. What's the point of keeping the sword? To waste it? Lu Chuan spoke coolly with a fervent look in his eyes. He could tell that the sword was nothing ordinary, that it was a spiritual weapon. You can't, Lu Chuan. I'm begging you. Li Ping hugged the sword, unwilling to let go of it. Lu Chuan's eyes turned cold. You just have to do things the hard way, he shouted. Lu Chuan. There was a loud roar. Lu Ming's eyes were bloodshot, and his fists clenched. Lu Chuan, you can take the sword. But remember this, one day, I will personally reclaim what belongs to me, and by then it'll be tenfold, or even hundredfold. Lu Ming's eyes were cooler than ice, his gaze locked onto Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan's felt cold from Lu Ming's gaze, but he mockingly laughed. Lu Ming, just you, some trash that can't even awaken a blood meridian? You want me to repay you by tenfold, or even hundredfold? Haha, I'll wait for you. Every day for the past 3 years, Lu Yao had spiked Lu Ming's drink with Yama's pollen, which could suppress blood meridians. 3 days ago, Lu Ming had failed to awaken a blood meridian in front of the eyes of the public. It was after his failure that Lu Yao and the first branch elder took the opportunity to make a move. Mother, give it to him, said Lu Ming. As if swayed by the firm look in Lu Ming's eyes, Li Ping reluctantly handed the sword over to Lu Chuan. After their belongings were packed, Li Ping supported Lu Ming as they walked out of the gates to the lord's residence of the Lu family. Lu Ming turned his head and glanced at the residence. One day, I'll be back. There was a small compound in the east residence which was supposed to be the living quarters for servants. The compound housed 3 rooms and a small courtyard. Currently, Lu Ming's trio had moved into the compound. It was the dead of night, cold enough to chill bones. Lu Ming was sitting in the courtyard, his fists clenched tightly. Power. In this world, power dictates everything. It's because I don't have power that Lu Yao and the first branch elder could strip me of my blood meridians. It's also because of my lack of power that I couldn't even hold onto the Lord's residence and the sword that my father left. In this world, you can only be humiliated without any way to resist if you don't have power. Now, I can feel my blood meridian slowly growing back. Even if the regrown blood meridians are of the lowest grade, as long as I put in 10 times the effort of other people, or even 100 times, I believe that I won't pale in comparison. One day, I will truly be able to control my own fate and defend my own people. The sound of footsteps echoed behind him. Li Ping was holding a robe, which she helped Lu Ming slip into. Ming'er, it's cold outside. The room has been tidied. You should come inside and get some rest. Mother, you should rest early too, Lu Ming smiled. He returned to his room and sat on the bed. Lu Ming still found it hard to sleep. When will my blood meridians finally be reborn and grow? Lu Ming pondered and shifted his mind to his spine. He wanted to understand the situation of his blood meridians, which had yet to grow. At that moment, there was an itchy sensation on his spine. There was a sudden flash of hazy red. In that red light, there was a silhouette of something resembling a worm around the size of a finger. However, it looked elusive. He could not get a clear view of it. My blood meridian has yet to fully grow, but it can already be manifested. Lu Ming was surprised. Normally, only a fully awakened blood meridian could be manifested. Since it can be manifested, then let's see if it can be cultivated like a normal blood meridian. At the thought of that, Lu Ming started to circulate the qi condensation art, which was a basic art that was common knowledge in the Lu family. The spirit energy in the air immediately gravitated towards the direction of Lu Ming's body. This rate of absorbing spirit energy can already be compared to a second-level blood meridian. Feeling the density of the spirit energy gathered around him, there were sparks of joy in Lu Ming's heart. In this land, martial artists were divided into ordinary martial artists and blood meridian martial artists. However, the two types of martial artists could not be compared. Blood meridians martial artists had awakened blood meridians. Not only did their power levels spike, but their rate of cultivation was also incomparable to normal martial artists. Despite that, blood meridians martial artists were few in number. There was a possibility of nobody awakening a blood meridian in a group of dozens. And now, Lu Ming's blood meridian, which had not completely finished growing, was able to absorb spirit energy at a rate akin to a second-level blood meridian. What would happen if it finished growing? What effects would there be? Lu Ming was looking forward to it very much. The spirit energy was continuously condensed and absorbed by Lu Ming, seeping into his body. 2 hours later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. After 2 hours of cultivating, he felt that his injuries had recovered slightly. His weak and frail body had also improved a little. At this rate, it'll only take a few days for my injuries to fully recover. My body will also improve, and when that happens, my rate of cultivation will also increase. As Lu Ming pondered, his hands involuntarily touched his neck. The bronze pendant had disappeared, leaving only a silk thread on his neck. That bronze pendant should have something to do with my ability to regrow my blood meridian. Now that it's gone into my glabella, I wonder if there are any effects. As he was thinking, he shifted his mind to his glabella and tried to sense the pendant. When his mind shifted to his glabella, a halo dispersed from the area, which turned into a vortex. The vortex was increasing in size, surrounding Lu Ming's entire body. In the next moment, the land shifted in space, and Lu Ming found himself in another place. Startled, Lu Ming promptly sized up his surroundings. At that moment, he was standing on a flat stone platform. The platform was 10 meters wide and long, surrounded by a field of chaos on 3 sides. There was only one side with stone steps leading up, with a total of 99 steps. After the 99 steps, there was another platform. In front of the platform was another set of stone steps. Level after level, it was unknown how many levels there were, and on the very top of all the platforms and stairs, there was a palace. As the distance was too far, Lu Ming was unable to get a clear look. He could only barely make out the open doors of the palace. In the haze, there seemed to be a silhouette sitting cross-legged. The sounds of chanting could be heard coming from the palace. As the sound of chanting entered his ears, Lu Ming felt refreshed, as if all his worries had dissipated into the air. As if his mind and body fell into a void, his head had never been so clear. What's happening? Why am I here? Where is this? There's a stone tablet there, and a black steel chest. On the side of the platform he was on, there was a stone tablet and a chest. There were 2 words written on the stone tablet: Supreme Shrine. There was nothing else apart from those 2 words. Then, Lu Ming shifted his gaze onto the black steel chest. The chest was not large. It was not even half a meter wide, nor a meter long. Lu Ming opened the chest and found 3 books inside, along with a jade bottle. 3 words were written on the jade bottle: Marrow Cleansing Pill. Marrow cleansing pills? These are actually marrow cleansing pills? Lu Ming was ecstatic and quickly popped the lid of the jade bottle. Suddenly, a strong fragrance of herbs invaded his nose. There was a fiery red pill in the jade bottle, its size no bigger than the tip of a finger, and its body clear as crystal. Legends told that the marrow cleansing pill was able to cleanse the spirit and renew one's marrow, allowing someone to be reborn anew and massively strengthening the body of a martial artist. It was a spiritual pill that not even money could buy. In the Fiery Wind City, it had only appeared a few times in the last 1,000 years. In the history of 1,000 years in the Fiery Wind City, it had only appeared a few times. With the marrow cleansing pull, the problems for my frail and weak body, as well as my blocked meridians, will see a huge improvement. Lu Ming felt extremely fervent and excited. He took a deep breath and shut the jade bottle. He carefully placed it aside and grabbed the 3 books to take a look. There were 3 books about martial arts techniques. the true war dragon technique, the flame dragon fist, and the dragon serpent steps. Lu Ming flipped open the true war dragon technique first. The true war dragon technique was a divine-level martial arts technique. Cultivating it to the highest level would grant you the might of a war dragon, allowing you to be unparalleled and dominate the land. The divine-level technique. Lu Ming's eyes widened as his breathing stiffened. Martial arts techniques were usually categorized in 5 levels: celestial, land, mystical, yellow, and unqualified. And for every level, there were also inferior and superior qualities. The celestial level was the highest level. The unqualified level, as the name suggested, was the lowest level. But there was actually another level above the celestial level, the divine level. But the divine level was merely a legend. Lu Ming had never heard of anyone who possessed a divine-level martial arts technique. To his knowledge, the highest level of technique that the Lu family owned was only of superior yellow level. Now, with a book containing a divine-level cultivation method in front of Lu Ming, how could he not be surprised? How could he not be excited? However, it was a pity that the true war dragon technique only had the first stage of the cultivation method, which would only allow him to get to the state of opening his meridian. The next realm of cultivation would require the second stage of the cultivation method. The second stage of the cultivation method was on a second platform, past the 99 steps. There was also another chest there. Lu Ming flipped through the pages. On the final page, he noticed a row of words. If one wishes to cultivate the second stage of the true war dragon technique, one must open up 3 divine meridians. Forcibly cultivating the second stage without doing so will unquestionably result in death by meridian explosion. Lu Ming took a sharp breath. Weren't the requirements for this cultivation a little too high? Martial artist cultivation were categorized in a novice realm, warrior realm, master realm, grandmaster realm, leader realm, and king realm. Novice realm was the basics of cultivation for martial artists. It was also the easiest. The human body had 9 meridians and 81 acupuncture points. The first 3 meridians were called the man meridians. The next 3 meridians were called the land meridians, while the last 3 meridians were called the sky meridians. When a martial artist opens up all 9 meridians of the man, sky, and land meridians, they will be able to step into the next realm, warrior realm, and become a true martial artist. But there were another 3 meridians above the 9 meridians, called the divine meridians. The number of people who could manage to open up all divine meridians was ridiculously low. Liu Yao, who had only opened up 1 divine meridian, had shaken the entire Fiery Wind City. The Elder Council immediately approved her to be the lord of the Liu family. This was evidence enough. I must open up all 3 divine meridians for the divine-level cultivation technique. Lu Ming clenched his fists for a moment and started to go through the other 2 manuals. For the other 2 books, one of them was a fist art, which was of inferior yellow level. The other book was a body art, which was also of inferior yellow level. Although they were just inferior yellow level martial arts techniques, it would still be hard to find something similar, even for the Liu family. Setting the manuals down, Lu Ming picked up the marrow-cleansing pills again. He popped the lid open and swallowed the marrow-cleansing pill in one go. The strong effects of the medicine disolevered in his body and seeped into Lu Ming's muscles, skeleton, and organs. It started to slowly improve Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming could hear even the slight vibrations emitting from his skeleton, as well as the squirming of his muscles. His body was heating up as black strands of impurities were expelled from his body. His body continuously grew stronger. His meridians that were once blocked and withered were now active and lively. Chapter 3. The Condensation and Refining of Essential Qi. It was almost noon of the second day by the time all medicinal properties of the marrow-cleansing pill were thoroughly refined. Lu Ming did not sleep a wink the entire night, but he was not sleepy at all. On the contrary, he felt refreshed and full of strength. One marrow-cleansing pill completely transformed him. Lu Ming's body was stronger than an ordinary young man. His meridians were also no longer blocked and was full of flexibility and vitality. It was just that there were layers of thick, sticky grime on his body from the impurities that were purged out of him, and it was very uncomfortable. A thought came to mind, and Lu Ming was back in his room. He carefully opened the door and walked out to find Li Ping and Xiaoyu gone, probably out to buy food. Lu Ming went towards the well in the yard, stood by it, and drew water to rinse the grime off his body. After a change of clean clothes, he immediately felt pleasantly refreshed in both body and mind. Soon after, Li Ping and Xiaoyu came back. They saw Lu Ming and stared at him in surprise. At that moment, Lu Ming looked robust, which was far from his usual sickly and feeble look. No wonder they were surprised. "Ming'er, are your injuries better?" Li Ping asked as she carefully inspected Lu Ming. "Yeah, young lord, you look a little different than usual," Xiaoyu remarked while she innocently blinked. "Mother, I don't know why, but after being injured this time, I was able to cultivate a bit of essential qi out of the blue after practicing the qi condensation art last night. I'm feeling a little better as a result of that." Lu Ming chuckled. "What? You were able to cultivate essential qi, Ming?" Upon hearing what Lu Ming had to say, Li Ping was ecstatic. Her eyes brimmed with happy tears. Lu Ming did not tell Li Ping anything about the Supreme Shrine since there were divine-level martial arts techniques in it, and if word got out, all three of them would be in big trouble. Changes happened to his body after he devoured the marrow-cleansing pill. If there was no explanation, Li Ping and Xiaoyu would definitely notice something amiss, so he revealed a small part of it. He managed to cultivate essential qi. "Ming'er, that's great, that's great." Tears of excitement welled up in Li Ping's eyes. Although it was just merely cultivating essential qi and was a far cry from competing against a blood meridian martial artist or even being associated with an ordinary martial artist, she was still so glad for Lu Ming. "Young master, you're going to have to protect my lady and me next time then," Xiaoyu chirped while beaming with joy. Li Ping and Xiaoyu got to cooking, and in no time, delicious aromas filled the air around them. The three of them sat down together gleefully for a simple meal of a meat dish with 2 vegetable dishes. "Ming'er, you're still not well. Have more meat to help repair your body," Li Ping said as she vigorously filled Lu Ming's bowl with meat. "Mother, Xiaoyu, you two eat too," Lu Ming replied. Ever since news went out 6 years ago about Lu Ming's father, Lu Yuntian's murder, both Li Ping and Lu Ming's living conditions deteriorated over the years. Since the allowances given by the Lu tribe decreased over time, it was a rarity to have a meat dish. Even so, Li Ping and Xiaoyu would give up their portions for Lu Ming, especially Xiaoyu, who was going through puberty without sufficient nutrients, resulting in her looking more frail than she would have been. For martial artists to practice their art, they would require a large amount of strength and energy, and therefore would be more particular with what they ate. Lu family's martial artists with awakened blood meridians were not just eating the meat of the ordinary beasts. Instead, they ate the meat of demonic beasts. Other than that, the highly talented ones consumed a daily dosage of dragon tiger pills, a type of pill refined from adding the blood and powdered bones of demonic beasts to countless valuable herbs. The dragon tiger pill contained a tremendous amount of refined qi that could strengthen not only martial artists' muscles, bones, meridians, and organs, but also be converted to essential qi to aid and improve one's cultivation. Nutrients obtained from the way Lu Ming was eating was far from sufficient. "Ming'er, you've already cultivated essential qi, and these dishes are far from enough. I have 8 dragon tiger pills here with me. Take them with you. Use them for your cultivation." Li Ping took out a bottle meticulously and handed it to Lu Ming. Dumbfounded, Lu Ming did not expect Li Ping to possess 8 dragon tiger pills. "Mother, dragon tiger pills cost 100 silver taels each. Where did you get so much money?" Lu Ming asked doubtfully. "I have my ways, of course. Initially, I bought it for you to improve your health and physique. It came at just the right time, since you're able to cultivate essential qi now." Li Ping smiled. Young lord, my lady sold her dragon of phoenix bangles for 8 of these dragon tiger pills, Qiu added, as if she could not take it any longer. Qiu, Li Ping chided, as though to rebuke Qiu for revealing too much. Ming'er, she continued, don't worry about it. Go ahead with your cultivation. As long as you can cultivate essential qi and be strong and healthy, what is a pair of dragon and phoenix bangles compared to that? Mother. Lu Ming felt a lump in his throat as he clenched the bottle of dragon tiger pills tightly in his hands. The dragon and phoenix bangles were a token of love from Lu Yuntian to Li Ping all those years ago. Lu Ming knew how much those bangles meant to Li Ping, and she sold it for the sake of his health. Mother, take my word for it. I'll be a powerhouse, and I'll protect you with my strength. I won't let anyone upset you. Lu Ming silently vowed in his heart, his gaze determined and unwavering. After the meal, Lu Ming went back to his room with the dragon tiger pills clutched in his hand and headed toward the Supreme Shrine. Upon entering the Supreme Shrine, Lu Ming fixed his eyes on the second platform beyond the 99 steps, and there was a dark bronze box, similar to the one he saw on the first platform. If the first black steel box held the first stage of the true war dragon technique, the flame dragon fist, the dragon serpent steps, and the marrow cleansing pill, what could be in the second box? Fueled by immense curiosity, Lu Ming made his way towards the stairs. As he was about to ascend to the second platform from the 99th step, he realized he could not, no matter how much he tried to. There was an invisible force preventing him from doing so. Could it be from my lack of a certain level of cultivation? Lu Ming retreated dejectedly. He sat in a lotus position, took out a dragon tiger pill, popped it into his mouth, and started cultivating. As he swallowed the dragon tiger pill, he felt a burning sensation along his spine, which swiftly became a vortex, absorbing the medicinal properties of the dragon tiger pill as a whole. Then, he felt waves after waves of pure energy coming from his spine. So fast, Lu Ming was first astonished, but euphoria quickly came after. It usually took a day or two for ordinary people to completely refine the medicinal properties of a dragon tiger pill, but he refined it completely almost instantly. All thanks to that growing blood meridian. What a phenomenal sight! This growing blood meridian not only had a second-level blood meridian-like rate of absorbing spiritual energy, but it could also refine pills at an alarmingly fast rate. All right, let's start the opening up of meridians. Right away, Lu Ming calmed his state of mind and started operating the true war dragon technique toward opening up the first of 3-man meridians. Surges of energy controlled by Lu Ming hammered towards the first meridian. Boom, boom. It sounded like deafening roars were emitting from within his body, and one by one, the acupuncture points opened up. When he needed more energy, Lu Ming would swallow another dragon tiger pill. Just like that, he managed to refine all 8 of the dragon tiger pills completely when evening came, and from it, he opened up all 3-man meridians. The opening up of one's meridians was separated into different parts, beginner, mid, and top. Opening up the first 3-man meridians were known as the beginner-novice realm. The next 3-man meridians were mid-novice realm. The state of open meridians were known as the foundation of martial artists, and it was also the easiest. Undoubtedly, the level of difficulty was different for everyone. For a normal blood meridian martial artist, it could take up from a month to a year for all 9 meridians to be opened up for sure. However, it was not the same for ordinary martial artists. Some took a lifetime to open all 9 meridians. Some probably died knowing they could never achieve it. For the likes of Lu Ming, who opened up 3 meridians within an afternoon, were few and far between. If news got out, it would certainly blow their minds away. This true war dragon technique and the growing blood meridian with phenomenal characteristics were tightly entwined. The true war dragon technique, a divine level martial arts technique partnered with a growing blood meridian that could refine pills, instantly contributed to such a miracle. Lu Ming felt the true war dragon qi coursing in all 3 meridians, and he was filled with delight and enthusiasm. After dinner, Lu Ming quickly entered the Supreme Shrine again and started his cultivation. He was currently cultivating Flame Dragon Fist. A martial arts technique was an attacking technique derived from the combination of essential qi flowing in and through one's muscles and bones. Different martial arts techniques required a different flow of essential qi in and through one's muscles and bones, hence why different martial art techniques had different effects, ways of forming, and wielded drastically different power. All these required one to have an intense level of control over the usage of essential qi in one's body that could not be achieved in a short span of time. Without years and years of practice and honing such techniques, it was nearly impossible to perfect any type of martial art technique. As the martial art technique and the powers it wielded increased in levels, it demanded a higher control of one's body and the essential qi in it. Lu Ming positioned himself and began cultivating. There was chanting coming from the palace above him, and it cleared his mind immensely. Some insights for Flame Dragon Fist flashed continually across his mind. He willed the flow of essential qi towards his feet and allowed it to control the muscles and bones of his feet. Lu Ming emitted a soft cry and stepped forward. Strength surged from his feet into his lower back and spine. With a twist of the spine, like a humongous dragon, a bigger surge of strength gushed from his waist towards his hands. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch, and the amount of energy that exploded shook the air around with its roar. First glance of the pathway. Exhilaration flashed before Lu Ming's eyes. The cultivation of martial art techniques, depending on its level of comprehension and practice, was divided into 6 stages. First glance of the pathway. Modest achievement, outstanding dexterity, mastery of technique, perfect divine-like usage, and one with a martial art. 6 different stages that were necessary to take one step at a time, and it was almost impossible to accomplish in just a mere stroke. The higher the grade of the martial art technique, the harder it was to go up to another stage. Lu Ming never would have thought that he could achieve first stage in his first time cultivating the Flame Dragon Fist. This was an inferior yellow-level martial arts technique, and for the ordinary, it would take at least a few months to grasp its basic concepts and principles. The chanting from the palace was a huge aid in my cultivation of martial arts technique, Lu Ming thought as he looked at the palace that was beyond all those steps. He deduced that the most important factor of his exponential speed and cultivation was the chanting and his power of understanding, which he did not think was weak. Now that there were such amazing results, Lu Ming naturally worked harder in his cultivation. His process of opening up meridians slowed down drastically without the Dragon Tiger pill. Lu Ming was still able to open up the 4th meridian, entering into mid-novice realm. He was also able to unlock the 2nd stage of comprehension and cultivation of the Flame Dragon Fist technique, modest achievement. However, the blood meridian had yet to be fully grown. It was still in an almost stagnant growth phase. Lu Ming retreated from the Supreme Shrine and walked out his front door with a smile, only to see a red-eyed Xiao coming back from the outside. "Young lord, could you ask my lady to come back, please? She's been kneeling at the lees for a few hours now," Xiao pleaded, almost in tears. What's going on? Let's go." Lu Ming and Xiao rushed out the door. On their way, Xiao filled Lu Ming in on what happened. Ever since Li Ping knew that Lu Ming could cultivate essential qi, she was very happy. To cultivate and learn martial arts, its methods and cultivation techniques were needed, so Li Ping thought of borrowing a few types of martial art cultivation techniques from the Lu family library for Lu Ming, but the guardian of the Lu family library was the first branch elder's man, and shun Li Ping with a mere Lu Ming is trash. With no way around it, Li Ping paid Lu Chuan and the first branch elder a visit, and kneeled to beg them, but to no avail. They did not even spare Li Ping a martial arts technique of unqualified level. Out of wits, Li Ping went back to the Li family, hoping to obtain a martial arts technique from them. The Li family, a small tribe in Fiery Wind City, Li Ping's maiden home, which was under the leadership of Li Ping's eldest brother, Lu Ming's uncle. Lu Ming's uncle denied Li Ping's request with the excuse of Lu Ming being a Lu family descendant. Therefore, it was not appropriate for the Li family to lend an outsider their martial arts technique. Li Ping did not know what to do next, but to kneel pleading at the main hall of the Li family home in hopes of getting just one martial arts technique. Damn it! Lu Ming roared in his heart as the flames of anger engulfed him. Chapter 4. Mountain of Beasts. In Fiery Wind City, the Lu family was true to its reputation of being a leviathan amongst families. No other family was able to come close. The Li family was originally a small, unknown family. Soon after, as Li Ping was married to Lu Yuntian, the Lu family's lord at the time, the Li family took advantage of the Lu family's influence to rise to the top, their power ever increasing. Lu Ming remembered that back then, the Li family had treated Li Ping and him benevolently. But after the incident involving Lu Yuntian, the Li family's attitude towards the mother and her son changed, especially after Lu Ming's grandfather passed away. His uncle was now the lord of the family, who further estranged the duo to the point where they turned a blind eye on them. Such was the fickleness of human nature and the reality of the world. In the main courtyard of the Li family, Li Ping was kneeling on the floor, her body shivering ever so slightly. There were many juniors from the Li family gesturing, surrounding her on all sides. Above the courtyard, a pot-bellied middle-aged man said as he coolly gazed at Li Ping, "Little sister, how long do you plan on kneeling? Aren't you embarrassed?" He was Li Ping's brother, Li Fu. "I'm begging you, brother. It was not easy for Ming'er to cultivate essential qi. He's your blood-related nephew. Please give him a few martial art manuals." Li Ping was pleading with tears swirling in her eyes. "Little sister, allow me to say something that you might dislike. Lu Ming has had a frail and weak body ever since he was born. He's also unable to awaken a blood meridian. Even if he's lucky enough to cultivate a strand of essential qi, what use is there? He won't be making any significant accomplishments in the future. Why not just let him peacefully live out his life as a normal person? Furthermore, let me tell you that the Lu family's first branch elder has already talked to me and put me in my place. Little sister, it's hard on me too. Helping you means that I'll offend the first branch elder." Li Fu murmured, "I'm begging you, brother. I don't hope that Ming'er will have any great achievements. I'm content as long as he can become a martial artist and have a strong, healthy body. Brother, I swear this is my last request to you. I'll never make things difficult for you again in the future," Li Ping continued pleading. Li Fu furrowed his brows and pondered for a moment. He took a book out and tossed it before Li Ping. "For the sake of our relationship as siblings for so many years, take this 3-sword slash. Although it's unqualified level, it's enough for Lu Ming. Never come back to trouble me again," he said. "Mother." At that moment, Lu Ming and Xiao Yu made it to the scene. Lu Ming lifted Li Ping from the ground. He could feel that her body was vibrating, clearly because she had been kneeling for so long. "Ming'er, aren't you going to say thank you to your uncle?" Li Ping told Lu Ming as she gazed at Li Fu. "Thank him. We don't need their handouts. Mother, let's go back." Lu Ming was filled with anger. Lu Ming did not even glance at the martial arts manual. He carried his mother and left the Li family residence. So ungrateful. He was only lucky enough to cultivate the slightest bit of essential qi, but he thinks himself a genius. He's just trash. The Li family's juniors did not stop sneering. Lu Ming did not pay attention to them. He was powerless. There was nothing for him to say. If he said too much, it would instead earn him their disdain. However, Lu Ming swore that he would one day shut everyone's mouths with facts. After leaving the Li family residence, Li Ping sighed. "Ming'er, you're too impulsive. That was a martial arts manual. As long as you're able to become a martial artist, it would be worth it for me to suffer through any amount of grievance." Lu Ming stood up straight like a sword. He said with firm conviction in his eyes, "Mother, even without handouts from the Li family, I'll still be able to become a martial artist, and a powerhouse at that." After returning to their residence, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine and placed even more effort into cultivating. He finished cultivating the Flame Dragon Fist first, then continued cultivating the Dragon Serpent Step. The Dragon Serpent Step was a mysterious body art. After cultivating it, his movements were similar to dragons and serpents, nimble and as fast as lightning. With the help of the chanting from the palace, Lu Ming was progressing with astounding speed. He could already get a taste of its power after cultivating it twice. Whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming's twisting movements were like dragons and serpents. With a twist of his hips and a single step, he had traveled over 3 meters. The distance of 3 meters was equal to 1 foot. Reaching the first stage of the Dragon Serpent Step, I could get a taste of its power. I can travel 1 foot in a single step. On the second stage, I will be able to reach 2 feet in 1 step. And on every new stage after that, I'll be able to add another foot to the distance traveled. I still have far to go. I must continue. Then, under Lu Ming's ascetic training, 10 days had passed. In these 10 days, Lu Ming opened up 2 meridians successively, placing him on the peak of mid-novice realm. His greatest acquisitions were the martial skills. He had fully comprehended the Flame Dragon Fist and Dragon Serpent Steps, and had cultivated them both to the 3rd stage. The cultivation of essential chi is still too slow. At this rate, it'll be a long time before I can open up 3 divine meridians. Lu Ming started to ponder. If he wanted to speedily open up his meridians and proceed to step into warrior realm through condensing a chi cyclone, he would require a large amount of Dragon Tiger pills. However, a single Dragon Tiger pill would cost 100 taels of Esilavir, and one could say that Lu Ming had nothing to his name. I'm now at the peak of mid-novice realm. I've also fully comprehended 2 martial skills through cultivation. I've gained some means of defending myself, so it's time for me to head to the Mountain of Beasts to test my luck. The Mountain of Beasts was a massive mountain range that was 25 kilometers away from Fiery Wind City. Its boundary expanded over 50 kilometers, with ancient trees growing as tall as the skies. There were a multitude of spiritual herbs growing in the mountain range, attracting a large number of martial artists from Fiery Wind City to enter the mountain in search of herbs. Of course, with opportunity came risks. There were many beasts in the mountain, even demonic beasts that were much stronger than the usual beasts. Every year, many martial artists would die at the jaws of these demonic beasts. Lu Ming was not thinking of exploring the depths of the Mountain of Beasts. He only wanted to test his luck on the outskirts of the mountain, while honing on his martial skills at the same time. He came up with an excuse, and bidly pinged goodbye, heading for the Mountain of Beasts. 2 hours later, Lu Ming reached the foot of the Mountain of Beasts. The Mountain of Beasts was, itself, like a giant beast. It gave off a powerful oppressive force to any who looked at it. Lu Ming rushed into the Mountain of Beasts without hesitation. Roar! It was only a few kilometers into the area when a beast charged towards Lu Ming. It was a white-fronted tiger. It was 1 meter tall and over 3 meters long. Even before it arrived, a fierce aura was already surging towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. Swaying to one side, he flashed to a corner. Then he circulated essential chi, starting from his legs all the way to his spine, and threw a punch with his entire body's strength behind it. Flame Dragon Punch. Bam! The punch landed solidly on the tiger's neck. Its power was explosive. The tiger was struck aside. Roar! The tiger was in pain, making it even more ferocious. It roared and pounced towards Lu Ming again. Lu Ming used Dragon Serpent Step and evaded the tiger's pounce by twisting his body. He followed up with a Flame Dragon Fist, landing the punch on the tiger's waist, causing it to be flung away once more. Lu Ming was cultivating the divine level technique, the true war dragon technique. The essential chi that he cultivated was swimming in his meridians like an actual dragon, with an extreme explosive force. Although Lu Ming's cultivation level was only at the peak of mid-novice realm, his explosive force was not something that someone from the same level could match. Together with the Flame Dragon Fist, Lu Ming's fists packed at least 500 kilograms behind them. The tiger had already sustained heavy injuries after suffering 2 successive hits from Lu Ming. Blood was dripping out of its mouth. At that moment, it roared and attempted to turn and escape. Lu Ming did not let up and followed closely. A few minutes later, the tiger fled into a hole in the mountain. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment and followed in pursuit. Entering the cave, he found that the tiger was lying on the floor. It was already on its last breath, its blood constantly spilling from its jaws. That's a Xianxia bellflower, an inferior, first-level spiritual herb. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. In between the cracks of rocks in the cave, he noticed a stump of spiritual grass. There were 9 leaves, and each leaf was shaped like a bell. Spiritual grass was categorized into 9 levels, and there was inferior, mediocre, and superior for each level. An inferior first-level Xianxia bellflower harbored a massive amount of spiritual energy inside it. It was worth 300 taels of Xianxia, comparable to 3 dragon tiger pills. Lu Ming did not expect that he would be able to reap such rewards after entering the Mountain of Beasts for such a short amount of time. This trip was definitely worth it. He finished off the tiger with his next punch and took out a rucksack which he had prepared earlier. After harvesting the Xianxia bellflowers, he kept them in a rucksack. "Brother Feng, do you really know a side route that leads into the Samophis pirates' den?" At that moment, a voice came from outside the cave. Chapter 5. Decisive Kill. Lu Ming was instantly alert. He held his breath and listened carefully. Of course. I spent an exorbitant amount of effort to convince one of the mistresses of the Samophis pirates' leader. Then, I found out about this side route through the SL*T. If I weren't on such good terms with you, I wouldn't even bring you here. Another voice rang out. Lu Ming could tell that they were 2 young men. I knew it. Brother Feng is so handsome and suave. Which lady in this world could possibly resist your charms? A slew of bootlicking words came from the first voice. Brother Feng seemed to be satisfied. There's a cave here. Let's go in and take a break. We'll wait for the Lord to go against the Samophis pirates later, and take the opportunity to sneak our slaviers into their den. Their leader's treasure will be ripe for us to reap, he said. With that said, 2 youths around the ages of 17 and 18 entered the cave. They spotted Lu Ming the moment they walked into the cave. "Lu Ming, is that you? What are you doing here?" One of the youths with a mole on his face exclaimed. "People from the Li family." Lu Ming was stunned too. He recognized these 2 youths from Li Ping's old home. They were juniors from the Li family. One of them was Li Feng, who wore handsome features. The one with the black mole was called Li Fei. "Lu Ming, our conversation just now, you heard it?" Li Feng's face dimmed as he glared at Lu Ming. "I guess you could say so," said Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, since you heard it, then you can only blame yourself for being unlucky." Killing intent flashed across Li Feng's eyes. "You want to kill me?" Lu Ming's face dimmed. "Lu Ming, remember to be smarter in your next life. Trash like you shouldn't be running around, or it'll be easy to find yourself on death's door." Li Feng's voice was as cool as ice, his disdain visibly present in his tone. "Brother Feng, there's no need for you to make a move. I'll kill him." Li Fei took a step forward, seemingly looking down on Lu Ming. Although the 2 of them saw the tiger's corpse in the cave, they did not think that it was Lu Ming that killed it, but rather other beasts, or even a demonic beast. Did they not know what standard Lu Ming was at? "Make it quick. Deal with this trash, and we'll take a quick break." Li Feng nodded. "Brother Feng, rest assured, it'll be over in a flash." Li Fei smiled savagely as his hand formed a claw that was aiming for Lu Ming's throat. Li Fei was in mid-novice realm and had opened up 5 meridians. His claw had at least 250 kilograms behind it. If it hits the mark, even if it did not die, Lu Ming would sustain heavy injuries. "Since you want to kill me, I'll have to kill you first." Lu Ming murmured, murderous intent flashing across his eyes. His body moved, and a fist came flying out. Flame Dragon Fist. He waited for the opportunity to throw a punch, and it landed directly on Li Fei's chest. Bam! Li Fei flew up like a cloth sack. He hit the walls of the cave hard, spurting blood out of his mouth before he stopped breathing. Li Fei was killed by Lu Ming in one hit. You killed Li Fei? How is that possible? From his sides, Li Feng was wide-eyed. Aren't you supposed to be trash? But you managed to kill Li Fei? He yelled incredulously. Trash? Then please allow this trash to send you to your death. Lu Ming sneered. Send me to my death? Hilarious. I've already opened up 8 meridians. You think you can kill me? Do you think that I'm Li Fei? It's time to die. Li Fei quickly calmed down. He unsheathed his sword and swung it at Lu Ming. However, Li Feng was just a normal martial artist. His martial skills were inferior, and his level of attainment was even worse. How could he be a match for Lu Ming? Using the dragon serpent step, Li Feng's sword was dodged with a single step. A fist flew out and landed on Li Feng's stomach. Li Feng cried out in pain as he was lifted off the ground. He fell onto the floor as blood spewed from his mouth. However, Li Feng had a higher cultivation. Instead of dying, he merely sustained heavy injuries. You're so bad, but you're still calling me trash. Lu Ming walked towards Li Feng, his terrifying killing intent emanating from him. No, don't kill me, Li Feng shouted, scared out of his wits. He would have never expected that Lu Ming had grown so strong. How do I get to the side route, to the Samophis pirate's den? Spit it out, Lu Ming asked. Lu Ming was actually able to kill Li Feng in a single hit. The Samophis pirate's den was the reason why he had not done so. The Samophis pirates were a band of robbers that were active around the vicinity of the Mountain of Beasts. They robbed and killed, committing all sorts of heinous acts. As a result of the complicated terrain in the mountain forest, they were never wiped out. Over the years, the Samophis pirates had plundered countless swords and treasures. If Lu Ming could get his hands on them, then he would have the money to acquire dragon tiger pills. I can tell you where the side route to the Samophis pirate's den is, but you'll have to let me off, Li Feng said with a glint in his eyes. At the same time, he was furiously yelling in his mind. Once this was over, he would be sure to exact revenge on Lu Ming. Not only him, but his mother as well. She would have to suffer too. You're in no position to ask for conditions now. I'll immediately kill you if you don't tell me. Lu Ming's eyes were like ice, filled with murderous intent as he glared at Li Feng. Li Feng's heart turned cold. All right, I'll speak. At that moment, Li Feng revealed the side route to the Samophis pirate's den. I can go now, right? Li Feng asked as he finished speaking. Go. Let you go so that you can seek revenge on me? Lu Ming sneered. After saying that, he struck Li Feng's chest with his fist, killing him. Over the highs and lows of these recent years, Lu Ming had learned to understand the world. In the world of martial arts, the strong preyed on the weak. Sometimes, even if you spared someone's life, they would still take yours. As such, Lu Ming could not be soft-hearted when facing his enemies. The moment he did that, the person who would die would be him. After then, Lu Ming started searching through Li Feng and Li Fei's bodies. These two guys were really poor. Their total money didn't add up to 50 taels. But a martial arts manual was found on Li Feng's body. The single-stroke lightning sword was an unqualified level sword technique. Although its grade was not high, it was suitable for Lu Ming. Lu Ming had no other methods of attack apart from the flame dragon fist. It just so happened that he could learn sword art. Lu Ming placed the martial arts manual, money, and Esiliver bellflowers into the supreme shrine. Then, he exited the cave and followed Li Feng's directions to the Samophis pirate's den. The Samophis pirate's den was on the peak of a mountain that was 15 kilometers away. The peak was surrounded by sheer cliffs on 3 sides. Even demon apes would have a hard time crossing. There was only a narrow path in one direction that ascended the mountain. Lu Ming spent up to 2 hours before he got close to the peak. On the way there were a few times when he was close to encountering demonic beasts. It was a precarious journey. Demonic beasts were strong and ruthless. They were categorized into 9 levels, with each level being divided into 9 grades. As for martial artists, each realm was also divided into 9 grades, starting from warrior realm. Even if a demonic beast was the lowest grade of the lowest level, it would still be at the same level as a first-grade warrior realm martial artist. It was something that Lu Ming could not handle right now. Lu Ming was waiting nearby. From what Li Feng said, the Li family's lord, Li Fu, would lead the Li family's masters to eliminate the Samophis pirates today. Of course, it was natural that Li Fu was not so kind-hearted as to eliminate dangers for the people. His goal was the loot plundered by the Samophis pirates over the years. As expected, over 100 silhouettes appeared in the mountain forest, charging towards the Samophis pirates' den at a rapid speed. Enemy attack. A loud yell rang from the peak of the mountain. What followed was the intense shouts of conflict. It's time. Lu Ming started to move. He traversed through the mountain forest using the dragon serpent steps. He swiftly arrived at the rear end of the Samophic pirates' den. There was a hidden route that allowed him to ascend to the peak of the mountain. It was the escape route that the Samophic pirates left for them Slaviers. If there was ever a day that they could not halt their enemy's advance, they could retreat from there. Chapter 6. Jackpot. Lu Ming carefully scanned the area and found the road to the peak as expected. Although the path was steep, Lu Ming's cultivation was enough for him to ascend. Lu Ming followed the path and climbed towards the top with joy. After 10 minutes or so, Lu Ming reached the mountain peak. It seemed as if the Samophis pirates did not expect anyone to know of this route, so they were at ease. There was nobody guarding the area. It was quiet on the mountain peak. Everyone had probably gone to stop the Li family. Following Li Feng's description, Lu Ming headed towards the chambers of the Samophis pirates' leader. According to Li Feng, the leader hid all the loot he had gathered over the years under the bed in his chambers. If it were not because the Samophis pirates' leader's mistress needed to pretend to be a normal person to purchase goods in Fiery Wind City, which resulted in her being charmed by Li Feng, there would actually be nobody who knew where the leader hid his treasure. After some time, Lu Ming reached the Samophis pirates' leader's chambers. As expected, he found 2 large chests and a smaller one after removing the floorboards under the bed. The large chests were filled with shining Esilavirer, while the smaller chest was filled with Esilavirer notes. Lu Ming was overjoyed. There was no time for him to count, so he gathered all the loot into the Supreme Shrine and dashed away, retracing the route he had taken. Lu Ming did not stop after descending the mountain. He continued on and returned to Fiery Wind City. It did not matter whether the Li family won or lost this time. It was already fated to be a vain attempt. A few hours later, Lu Ming returned to the Lu family. The moment he returned, he briskly greeted Li Ping and returned to his room. He entered the Supreme Shrine and frantically started counting. The total amount shocked Lu Ming. There were 100,000 taels worth of Esilavirer notes in the small chest, and 30,000 taels worth of Esilavirer in the large chest combined. It was a total of 130,000 taels. Evidently, the Samophis pirates had stolen a lot of treasure from all their years of plundering. It all belonged to Lu Ming now. With all this Esilavirer, I'll be able to purchase large amounts of dragon tiger pills for cultivation. Lu Yao, don't you even think about gaining control of the Lu family during the house meeting that is a month from now. Also, I'll be retaking what belongs to me. Lu Ming clenched his fists together. His eyes were filled with unyielding determination. After that, Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine and headed for Fiery Wind City's market. Fiery Wind City's market was the busiest part of the city. There were various types of shops there. Examples of such were medicine shops, weapon shops, material shops, and more. Merchants from different lands came and went. There was an endless stream of people. On the way, Lu Ming purchased a black robe as well as a black bamboo hat. He wrapped himself in the robe and hat. He was looking to purchase a large amount of dragon tiger pills. He could not let anyone discover his identity. The Elixir Hall was the Fiery Wind City's largest shop for trading medicine pills. It was comfortably wide as it spanned nearly 7,000 square meters and was 4 stories high. Apparently, the Elixir Hall had a strong background, as the mystical sword sectal was backing them up. The moment he stepped into the Elixir Hall, he was immediately approached by a young lady. "Dear esteemed guest, is there something that you're looking for?" She had seen many weird customers before, so she did not find Lu Ming's black robe and hat weird. More than that, transactions were usually bigger when it came from weird customers like him. "I want to buy Dragon Tiger pills. What's the price over here?" Lu Ming purposely lowered his pitch so that it would sound deeper, making him seem like a middle-aged man around the age of 30. "Esteemed guest, an inferior first-level Dragon Tiger pill costs 100 Iselivir taels for each pill. A mediocre first-level Dragon Tiger pill costs 300 Iselivir taels for each pill. A superior first-level Dragon Tiger pill costs 1,000 Iselivir taels for each pill. May I know what grade you're purchasing, and how much of it?" the female assistant asked. Medicine pills were also categorized into 9 levels, with 3 different qualities for each level. 30 inferior first levels and 30 mediocre first levels, Lu Ming said. "Tea that many?" The female assistant was shocked, followed by a surge of happiness. Her attitude became more respectful. "Esteemed guest, the price of your purchase is over 10,000 Iselivir taels. I can't make the decision on this, so the hall master will have to take over. Please wait a moment as I report this to the hall master." After saying that, the female assistant ran into the back room. After a moment, the female assistant returned. "Esteemed guest, our hall master has invited you to the back room for a talk," she said. Lu Ming nodded and followed the girl into the back room. The female assistant poured a cup of tea for Lu Ming and left. The back room was elegantly decorated. Lu Ming took a few casual glances as he lifted his cup to take a few sips. At that moment, a fragrant scent drifted in. A maiden around the age of 20 walked in. The maiden was wearing a red dress. She had a slender figure and looked extremely beautiful. "Dear esteemed guest, I am the hall owner of the Elixir Hall, Mulan. I heard that you wish to purchase 30 inferior first-level Dragon Tiger pills and 30 mediocre first-level Dragon Tiger pills." Her voice was pleasant to the ears. Lu Ming took a deep breath and lowered his voice. "That's right. We usually give a 10% discount to customers who spend more than 10,000 taels in a single transaction. The total for your pills is 12,000 Iselivir taels. After the discount, it would be 10,800 taels." Mulan said in a delicate voice as her stunning eyes scanned Lu Ming's body. "Then thank you, Hall Master Mu," Lu Ming said with clasped hands. After that, Mulan clapped her hands. A young girl who seemed like a maid entered the room with 2 boxes. There were 30 Dragon Tiger pills in each box. Lu Ming took out 10,800 Iselivir notes and passed it to Mulan. "Hall Master Mu, I shall be taking my leave now." Lu Ming received the Dragon Tiger pills and bid Mulan goodbye. "Dear esteemed guest, if you still need to purchase medicine pills, do come to Elixir Hall. Everything will be discounted by 10%. Mulan smiled as she approached Lu Ming. She was stunningly beautiful. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He frantically clasped his hands and hurriedly left, as if he was escaping. Gazing in the direction that Lu Ming was heading, the edges of Mulan's lips raised ever so slightly. "Interesting," she said. "My lady, from how I see it, although he was wearing a bamboo hat, he seemed pretty normal." "What's so interesting?" a maid asked curiously. "Xiaoyi, can't you tell?" He deliberately lowered his pitch to pretend to be a middle-aged man. He was merely a youth, and in Fiery Wind City, there aren't many youths who can produce 10,000 Iselivir taels so easily, Mulan smiled. "Furthermore, my blood meridian gifted me with extraordinary perception. I could feel that his blood meridian was rather peculiar. It seemed like it possesses formidable power, but is incomplete, as if it was still growing. Is that not interesting?" "My lady, from what you said, it really does seem quite interesting," the maid blinked. "Xiaoyi, if this person returns, you must tell me." Mulan's eyes glinted with curiosity. Chapter 7. Exponential Growth. After returning home from the market, Lu Ming could not wait to enter the Supreme Shrine and open one of the sandalwood boxes. 30 Dragon Tiger pills lay neatly inside it. These were the inferior first-level Dragon Tiger pills. Inferior first-level Dragon Tiger pills were enough to open up the 7th to 9th meridians. As for the mediocre first-level Dragon Tiger pills, Lu Ming intended to use them to open up the 3 divine meridians. He took a Dragon Tiger pill and swallowed it. As he swallowed the Dragon Tiger pill, a faint red light flashed out. He felt a burning sensation along his spine, which swiftly became a vortex, completely absorbing the Dragon Tiger pill. Then, he felt continuous waves of pure energy coming from his spine. What's with my blood meridians? It can refine pills at such a frightening speed. Using his mind, Lu Ming controlled the energy pulsing within him, guiding it along his opened-up meridians. He formed it into streams of dragon-like, essential qi and gushed it towards the 7th meridian. The dragon-like, essential qi were acutely edged and extremely strong. Instantly, a big acupuncture point on the 7th meridian was unlocked. One by one, the unimpeded force unlocked the big acupuncture points. When his essential qi ran low, Lu Ming would swallow a Dragon Tiger pill, convert its energy to essential qi, and continue the unlocking. The 7th to the 9th meridians were known as the Sky Meridians, and unlocking them was certainly not as easy as the meridians before them. In the next 2 days, it took Lu Ming's continuous refining of 24 more Dragon Tiger pills to finally open up all 3 Sky Meridians. It immediately brought Lu Ming's cultivation to the peak of top novice realm. At this stage, the gathering and cowling of qi in the dantian was common practice for breaking through the novice realm. Lu Ming most certainly would not do so yet. He aimed to unlock all 3 divine meridians. Then he would break through the novice realm. The divine meridians were not easy to unlock after all. It could also be said to be nearly impossible. Lu Ming did not rush the opening up of the divine meridians, but consumed the remaining 6 Dragon Tiger pills and converted them into essential qi. As the essential qi within Lu Ming condensed and thickened after a day, Lu Ming initiated the unlocking of his divine meridians. Lu Ming popped a mediocre first-level Dragon Tiger pill into his mouth, and in the same manner as the previous pills, it was absorbed and refined by the blood meridians near the spine. A gush of energy a few times stronger than the inferior first-level Dragon Tiger pills poured into Lu Ming's body. The mediocre first-level pill lived up to its name. Lu Ming set the true War Dragon technique in motion, stimulating essential qi to begin the opening up of the first divine meridian. Boom! Lu Ming felt his entire body rattle, his senses numbed with shock, but the first big acupuncture point in the first divine meridian did not budge at all. Not giving up, Lu Ming gathered his energy to continue his quest. Boom! Boom! After 7 tries, the first acupuncture point in the first divine meridian was finally unlocked. A swell of essential qi gushed in. One at a time, light spots began to appear on Lu Ming's body until there were 81 light spots. These were his unlocked acupuncture points. Right after, the 82nd light spot was illuminated, shining brighter than the rest. Only one big acupuncture point unlocked, but the essential qi within me is significantly more abundant. Let's continue. Lu Ming carried on with his unlocking. However, divine meridians were divine meridians. The energy they demanded was extremely high. It took 3 consecutive days for 9 big acupuncture points in the first divine meridian to be unlocked, and it used up all 36 mediocre first-level Dragon Tiger pills. Such enormous strength. The power I possess from using my essential qi alone should pack at least 750 kilograms, I suppose. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. Formerly, when his cultivation was only at the peak of mid-novice realm, He merely packed 500 kilograms in his punch if he included the power that came from the flame dragon fist. Without it, the power he possessed from using essential chi alone should only be around 300 or 400 kilograms. It had doubled in amount. For an ordinary martial artist who was at the peak of top novice realm, the explosive power from their essential chi alone should be around 500 kilograms. If they gathered and coiled their essential chi and broke through novice realm, the explosive power from their essential chi would have increased to 1,000 kilograms. 1,000 kilograms could be likened to the strength of a bull. The current way to calculate power did not include the martial arts techniques and the blood meridians. Should they be included, it would total up to a larger amount. I finished up all the Dragon Tiger pills, but I don't think I'll rush to buy more for now. I've been leveling up my cultivation too quickly these past few days. I think I need time to strengthen and consolidate it while I practice my martial arts techniques. The cultivation of martial arts was not to be rushed. If the level up happened too quickly, it would result in a shaky foundation with a tainted essential chi base, and that was why Lu Ming decided to first spend some time to reinforce his foundation and all that he had built, instead of getting more Dragon Tiger pills to continue unlocking the remaining 2 divine meridians. Lu Ming proceeded to cultivate the Flame Dragon Fist and the Dragon Serpent Steps. In the blink of an eye, 7 days have passed. Today, Lu Ming took the chance to cultivate the Flame Dragon Fist in the yard, while Li Ping and Xiaoyu were not around. Whoosh! Whoosh! The force of the punches howled like the wind. Lu Ming's body writhed like a gigantic dragon, and with every punch, its roars exploded in the air. Huh! To conclude, Lu Ming punched a skull-sized rock in the yard as he exhaled and emitted a yell. Bam! The rock burst into several pieces. The cultivation of the martial art technique's 4th stage, mastery of technique. Lu Ming completed his stance with joy etched on his face. After practicing and cultivating for 7 consecutive days, he was finally at the 4th stage of the martial arts technique cultivation for the Flame Dragon Fist. Why, young lord? Why you've gotten so strong? A crisp, clear voice rang unannounced from the door in disbelief. Xiaoyu. Lu Ming was stunned. He did not expect his rare occasion of cultivating martial arts techniques in his yard to be witnessed by Xiaoyu. At the same time, Xiaoyu looked at the rock splintered by Lu Ming and turned her gaze towards Lu Ming. With tears in her eyes, she rushed to Lu Ming's side, clutched his hand tightly, and exclaimed, "That was amazing, young lord. You've become so strong. You're finally a powerhouse in the martial arts. If my lady knew about this, I can't imagine how happy she'd be." Tears rolled down her cheeks as she spoke. Even though Xiaoyu was frail, she was still a beauty, a weeping beauty at this moment, if that was the case. Lu Ming's heart couldn't help but soften as he reached out to wipe the tears away from Xiaoyu's face and said, "Xiaoyu, my cultivation paid off. Shouldn't you be happy? Why are you crying?" "Young lord, I am happy for you." Xiaoyu feigned anger, only to realize how both her hands were still holding tightly onto Lu Ming's hand. She felt the warmth emitted from the palm of his hand as her heart skipped a beat. She immediately hopped a few steps back with a blush on her face, much like a frightened deer caught in the headlights. Seeing Xiaoyu's blushing, bashful face with her eyes still sparkling with tears, Lu Ming blurted, "Xiaoyu, you're so beautiful." Upon hearing it, the blush on Xiaoyu's face deepened into a bright apple-like red. With her head held down, she murmured, What is this you're saying, young lord?" "Ha ha ha, Xiaoyu. I've had some supernatural encounters recently, and that's how I've gotten these skills, but I can't exactly tell you what happened yet." Lu Ming coughed dryly and changed the topic. Xiaoyu blinked her tearful doe eyes, cast a deep glance towards Lu Ming, and asked, "Young lord, can we tell my lady about this then?" "Not for now," replied Lu Ming. "All right then. You have my word." As Xiaoyu finished, she pondered for a while and seemed to have decided on something. "Young lord, I want to ask you a favor of you," she said. "What is it?" asked Lu Ming. Xiaoyu bit her lip and uttered, "Young lord, see can you teach Xiaoyu how to cultivate martial arts?" Shocked, Lu Ming confirmed, "Xiaoyu, you want to cultivate martial arts?" "Yes, young lord. Xiaoyu wants to learn to cultivate martial arts, so I can repay father and mother's kindness. And also, Xiaoyu wishes to assist young lord and her lady however she can," answered Xiaoyu. Lu Ming nodded. He was quite informed of Xiaoyu's background. Xiaoyu's parents adopted her even when they lived poorly on the outskirts of Fiery Wind City. Due to poverty, Xiaoyu was sold to the Lu family when she was 8 and became Li Ping's maidservant. Xiaoyu, being a year older, grew up together with Lu Ming, and they were as close as siblings. "Okay then, Xiaoyu, but your body is too weak, so you will need health-replenishing pills to restore your health. Then I'll give awakening your meridians a try," Lu Ming promised Xiaoyu with a smile. "You've agreed, young lord? Great." Xiaoyu was elated, and while she nearly jumped for joy right into Lu Ming's arms, she held it in with a blush on her face. "Xiaoyu, I was about to head out to buy some things. Let's head out together so we can get you some health-replenishing pills too." Lu Ming chuckled. Chapter 8. This is too low grade. The Celestial Army Pavilion, a place in Fiery Wind City Market where weapons were sold. They had both weapons for ordinary citizens and spiritual weapons for martial artists. Spiritual weapons, forged from precious materials, were as sharp as razors, so strong they could easily slice through metal like mud. They were the perfect weapons for martial artists since they could also enhance their wielders' fighting abilities. Spiritual weapons, just like Lu Ming's father's sword, the same one that had been taken by Lu Chuan. Spiritual weapons were categorized into 9 different levels, and within each level, they were broken down into inferior, mediocre, and superior quality. This round, Lu Ming intended to purchase a spiritual weapon to practice his sword technique with. Lu Ming and Xiaoyu entered the Celestial Army Pavilion together. They were greeted by the sight of lovely young maidens in 2 rows, salesgirls tasked to serve guests. However, when Lu Ming and Xiaoyu entered the store, these salesgirls frowned. No one would step out to serve them. Lu Ming and Xiaoyu were not dressed expensively. Lu Ming wore simple, coarse-clothed clothes while Xiaoyu donned maidservant clothes. As experienced as these salesgirls were, they could already tell that the two that just walked in were not wealthy. No one wanted to serve these two. Lu Ming frowned slightly, then went on to check out the items sold, unaffected. Most of the items sold at the Celestial Army Pavilion were ordinary weapons. First-level spiritual weapons sold were scarce, and they were mostly of the inferior quality. There were only a few mediocre quality ones. After looking through the entire shop, Lu Ming only found 3 mediocre quality spiritual weapons. Lu Ming did not fancy any of them. If he were to make a purchase, he wanted something a little better. "How may I help you, young lord? I could recommend something for you." A timid voice rang. Lu Ming turned to see a young, round-faced, rosy-cheeked but slightly flustered salesgirl facing him. She was new to her job as a salesgirl at the store. She was timid by nature and had a poor sales performance. She had mustered her courage to step up since she saw that no one wanted to serve Lu Ming. The girls had no sales this month. To be serving these types of people, she must be desperate. From my years of experience, it would be a surprise if that lad can even afford a metal sword worth 10 taels of Asilaverer. Isn't that so? I'd rather stand and rest here than serve country bumpkins like him. Not too far away, a few salesgirls looked in Lu Ming's direction and whispered amongst themselves ears. It was not very loud, but did not escape Lu Ming and Xiaoyu's ears. "Young lord," Xiaoyu tugged Lu Ming's sleeves. "It's fine." Lu Ming flashed Xiaoyu a smile. These were just ordinary people, and he did not want to stoop to their level. As he was about to ask the round-faced salesgirl if there were any higher quality spiritual weapons, he was interrupted by an unharmonious voice. "Yo, yo, yo, isn't that Lu Ming, eldest young Lord Lu? When the world brings you here?" The voice was followed by a guy and a girl as they walked in. The guy had a pockmarked face, was not very tall in height, but sported a glamorous Asilaverer robe. The girl looked above average, but had an air of arrogance around her as she walked in with her nostrils in the air. Lu Bing, Lu Mei. Lu Ming's expressions changed. The Lu family consisted of 8 branches, which are the main branch and the 7 other sub-branches. Lu Ming knew these 2 people. One of them was the son of the 5th sub-branch, and the other was the daughter of the 6th sub-branch. The one that spoke was Lu Bing. Lu Bing sized up Lu Ming and said with disdain, "Why, Lu Ming, I heard that you failed to awaken your blood meridian, and you can't even cultivate essential qi, but here you are wanting to buy a weapon like the others? Are you looking for a kitchen knife to slaughter some chickens with? Ha ha ha. Move aside, pockmarked Lu. You're blocking the way." Lu Ming replied indifferently. What did you say, Lu Ming? Being called pockmarked was Lu Bing's biggest pet peeve, and being addressed by Lu Ming in such a way in front of so many young and beautiful maidens, especially in front of Lu Mei, had immediately enraged him. "Pockmarked face, I said move aside." Lu Ming exclaimed coldly. "You looking to die, Lu Ming? Do you still think that you're the young lord of the main branch? Once the house meeting is over, Miss Yower would be the lord of the family. You are nothing, you understand me? You dare offend me? Come on, suck up to me right now, kowtow, and apologize. I might still bestow upon you a bowl of rice then." Lu Bing barked like a distressed wild dog. Lu Ming stared at him coldly, as if he was looking at an idiot. "Just you wait, Lu Ming." Lu Bing's eyes flashed with sinister cold rage. He took a deep breath in an attempt to calm himself down. "Right after, Lu Ming, I was right about you wanting to buy a kitchen knife to slaughter chickens, wasn't I? If that's true, what quality items can someone like you afford?" Lu Bing sneered. "Young Master Lu Bing, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Please let me be of assistance too, for absolutely anything at all." Lu Bing was already surrounded by several salesgirls, cajoling smiles on all their faces. Looking at the only round-faced salesgirl by Lu Ming's side, Lu Bing scoffed proudly and said in an intentionally loud voice, "Today is my sister Lu Mei's birthday, and I'd like to buy her a spiritual weapon as a gift. Tell me, what spiritual weapons do you have to recommend?" He placed extra emphasis on the words spiritual weapon. "Young Master Lu Bing wants to buy spiritual weapons." Instantly, the eyes of the salesgirls sparkled and pitched their recommendations to Lu Bing with all that they could. "Young Master Lu Bing, what do you think of this pine sword? An inferior first-level spiritual weapon with pine marks inside. This Sealiver eye sword is fairly well made too." Upon looking at these spiritual weapons, Lu Mei shook her head in distaste, indicating that she did not fancy any of them. Lu Bing gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Don't hoodwink me with these inferior first-level spiritual weapons. Bring out your mediocre first-level spiritual weapons." Young Master Lu Bing wants to purchase mediocre first-level spiritual weapons. The salesgirls shook with excitement, and their eyes shone as brightly as the sun. They circled Lu Bing and promoted crazily, as if their lives depended on it. A mediocre quality spiritual weapon was worth at least 800 taels of Silavur, and the commission would not be small. How could they not be excited? On Lu Ming's side, the round-faced salesgirl looked over enviously. She was naturally timid and shy. She could never compete with those salesgirls. After rounds of intense promotion, Lu Bing chose the Light Breeze Sword, a mediocre first-level spiritual weapon that was worth 1,000 taels of Silavur. Lu Bing waved 2 Silavur notes of 500 taels in the air intentionally as he glanced at Lu Ming with a look of disdain on his face and paid the amount in full with a dull ache in his heart. "Why, aren't you picking the weapons you want to buy yet, Lu Ming? Or are these weapons too low-grade for you?" "Ha ha ha," laughed Lu Bing haughtily. "Of course, brother Lu Bing. He's the young lord of the main branch. How could mediocre first-level spiritual weapons be to his liking?" giggled Lu Mei as she inspected her Light Breeze Sword with immense fondness. "How did you two know? I'd sincerely thought that the weapons here are too low-grade," said Lu Ming out of the blue, feigning surprise. He turned to the round-faced salesgirl and said, "Miss, do you have any superior first-level spiritual weapons? Let me have a look at them." "What? Pin-drop silence swept across the store. Everyone, including the round-faced salesgirl, Chiu Yu, the other salesgirls, Lu Bing and Lu Mei gawked at Lu Ming. What? Lu Ming, you want to buy a superior first-level spiritual weapon? Don't you know how much it costs? Don't just talk empty. Can you afford it? Lu Bing's eyes flashed as he yelled at Lu Ming. A superior first-level spiritual weapon was easily worth a few times the amount of a mediocre first-level spiritual weapon. He refused to believe, even if his life depended on it, that Lu Ming could afford such a thing. Young lord, did you say that you want to buy a superior first-level spiritual weapon? Asked the round-faced salesgirl incredulously. Why, don't you have any superior first-level spiritual weapons here? Or are you afraid that I haven't got enough money? Lu Ming grinned and took out a stack of silver notes. Each silver note worth 500 taels, and there were at least 10 or more silver notes. Where did you get so much money? Staring at the stack of silver notes in Lu Ming's hand, Lu Bing's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Lu Mei and the few other salesgirls, too, almost had their eyes popped out of their sockets. Chiu Yu gaped and gawked at Lu Ming. It seems like young master did have a supernatural encounter, thought Chiu Yu. Author wrote, which is Tang Fong, but from context the author should be referring to Lu Ming. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Mulan once again. The round-faced salesgirl flushed in excitement as she stuttered, "Yes, we have superior first-level spiritual weapons. Please give me a moment, and I will retrieve them for you." The round-faced salesgirl dashed off to the back of the store right after she finished her sentence. She returned after a while with a few burly men, bringing with them 4 to 5 spiritual weapons. "Young lord, these are the superior first-level spiritual weapons. Please take a look. This one is the Aqua Fall Sword." The round-faced salesgirl took a long sword and unsheathed it. The length of the sword was 1.5 meters, a fairly thin blade, with its body like a clear spring, emitting continuous puffs of water vapor. "Good sword." Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. Should there be a comparison between the Aqua Fall Sword and Lu Mei's Light Breeze Sword, the latter would have felt like trash. Despite that, Lu Ming shook his head since the properties of this sword did not fit his martial art techniques, and went on looking. He browsed through a few more. Clang! The last one was named the Onyx Blade Sword. The body of the sword was a gleaming black, like it was made out of black jade, and there was a glimmer on both sides of the sword indicating its sharpness. "This is it." There was a gleam in Lu Ming's eyes as he asked, "Shopkeeper, how much for this?" "You have a good eye, young lord. This Onyx Blade Sword is a gem even within this collection of superior first-level spiritual weapons, so I won't give you an unreasonable price. Just 3,000 taels will do," answered the round-faced salesgirl. "Deal." Lu Ming took out 6 silver notes worth 500 taels each without hesitating and passed it to the round-faced salesgirl. It was the money taken from the Samophic pirates anyway, so Lu Ming did not mind at all. At the side, Lu Bing's face darkened. Lu Mei looked at the light breeze sword she held in her hand, then glanced enviously at Lu Ming's Onyx Blade Sword. The round-faced salesgirl flushed with excitement. A deal worth 3,000 taels of silver. How much commission would she earn? The other salesgirls eyed the round-faced salesgirl wishfully with extreme regret in their hearts. If only they knew how loaded Lu Ming was, the round-faced salesgirl would have never stood a chance. Wishful thinking remained wishful since it was too late. All they could do was to note to them slaviers to never judge a book by its cover again. Lu Ming took his Onyx Blade Sword in one hand and grabbed Chiu Yu's hand in another. As he was passing by Lu Bing, Lu Ming looked at Lu Mei's Light Breeze Sword and uttered, "This kind of trash is to your liking?" When he was done, he walked out the door, guffawing as he went. Lu Bing gritted his teeth so tightly his complexion became extremely distorted. "Young master, that was so satisfying. Lu Bing and that Lu Mei have always looked down on us, and now they have a taste of their own medicine." Outside of Celestial Army Pavilion, Chiu Yu chirped with excitement, waving her little fists in the air. Lu Ming smiled. Truth to be told, he did not care about Lu Bing at all. His target was Lu Yao. Walking along in the market, Xiaoyu took it all in with her eyes wide open. Things sold in the market were on the expensive side, and since, throughout the years, Xiaoyu had not visited it often, it was only natural that she was very intrigued. Lu Ming accompanied Xiaoyu for a while. Then he passed Xiaoyu 200 taels worth of his silver notes, saying, Xiaoyu, use these to get some groceries and necessities. I have something I've got to do, so wait for me here when you're done. Young master, what do I say if my lady asks me where I got the money from? Asked Xiaoyu. Just tell mother that I found some spiritual grass outside the perimeters of the Mountain of Beasts and sold it for some money, replied Lu Ming after giving it some thought. Xiaoyu nodded and said, All right then, young master, I'll be on my way. Xiaoyu held on to the money and ran off joyfully to do some shopping. Right after, Lu Ming found a secluded spot, changed into the black robe and bamboo hat, and went once more to the elixir hall. He wanted to buy another batch of Dragon Tiger pills and some health-replenishing pills for Xiaoyu. The one to serve him was, again, Mulan. Esteemed guest, you're here again, said Mulan as she chuckled coyly upon the sight of Lu Ming. How did you know it was me? I haven't even spoken yet, said Lu Ming with his voice intentionally lowered. Giggling, Mulan sashayed over toward Lu Ming and teased, That's because of your scent. I can always tell it was you by your scent. As she spoke, her delicate button nose sniffed the air around Lu Ming. Heart pounding, Lu Ming was barely able to remain calm as he replied, Hall Master Mu, I'm here today to buy Dragon Tiger pills. Mulan gave Lu Ming a side-eye and said, Esteemed guest, what's the rush, or don't you want to see me? No, you've misunderstood, Hall Master Mu. I have something else I have to attend to. Lu Ming hastily waved his hands. He really wanted to get out of here as soon as he could, since he cannot handle people like Mulan. All right then, how much are you looking to buy? Mulan asked as she smiled alluringly. 120 mediocre first-level Dragon Tiger pills and 30 health-replenishing pills, answered Lu Ming. What? That many? This time, both Mulan and her maidservant had the shock of their lives. Why, Hall Master Mu, does Elixir Hall not have that many? Lu Ming frowned. He needed to get more for the remaining 2 divine meridians, which were going to be a lot harder to unlock. Mulan cast a deep glance at Lu Ming. Her smile reappeared and said, We do, of course we do. Xiaoyi, prepare the pills. Xiaoyi nodded and went out, and in a moment, she came back with a few boxes with her. 120 mediocre first-level Dragon Tiger pills and 30 health-replenishing pills. Esteemed guest, 120 mediocre first-level Dragon Tiger pills will cost 32,400 taels after a 10% discount. We'll just take 32,000 then. Additionally, the 30 health-replenishing pills are on the house. Take them as a gift from me, said Mulan. Thank you, Hall Master Mu. Lu Ming took the pills, paid, and after a cupped fist as a sign of courtesy and gratefulness, left Elixir Hall in a rush. My lady, this person is so interesting. It's only been a little more than 10 days, and he's already done with the Dragon Tiger pills he bought the previous time? Or did he buy it for many people to use them together? After Lu Ming left, maidservant Xiaoyi asked curiously. I can't say for sure, but I feel like his aura has gotten a lot stronger since the last time he came here. Very interesting indeed. You stay here. I want to find out for myself which of Fiery City's family's handsome young lads that was. After the arrangement, Mulan whooshed out and was gone like the wind. A distance from Elixir Hall, Lu Ming took off his black hat and robes in a secluded place, and kept it together with the Dragon Tiger pills within the Supreme Shrine. He then headed to the place where he had agreed with Xiaoyu, found her, and went back together with her. Unfortunately, they were stopped by Lu Bing and his 2 men in an empty alley. Li Bing's face was dark with emotions. He stared at Lu Ming and snarled. You finally decided to return, Lu Ming. I've been waiting for you. What do you want? Xiaoyu subconsciously hid Lu Ming behind her. Lu Ming, you trash, sneered Lu Bing. You dare humiliate me in front of so many people? You obviously don't know what's good for you. I'll give you a chance. Give me all the money you have on you. Kneel in front of the Liu family gate and scream, 'I am trash' 3 times, and I'll let you go." Lu Ming, with a faint smile, agreed with him. "You are a piece of trash." What did you just say? You dare insult me? I will change my name if I let you go without destroying your mouth, roared Lu Bing. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Unlocking 2 Divine Meridians. In the face of Lu Bing's threats, Lu Ming calmly ordered, "Piss off. A good dog doesn't block the way. You have a death wish. Shatter his mouth." Lu Bing howled furiously. "Yes, young Master Bing." The 2 men behind Lu Bing were young and fit, around 16 years of age, and like Lu Bing, were from the 5th branch. As they draw nearer to Lu Ming, one of them jeered, "Lu Ming, do you still think that you're the heir of the blood meridian of the Liu family? The young master of the Lius? You're nothing but a piece of trash that's not even fit enough to be considered a servant. We'll help wake you up so you can see yourself clearly. You cannot afford to bark up the wrong tree." "Young master," Qiu Yu's petite face whitened with fear, holding Lu Ming's sleeves tightly in her hands. "Fear not. Nothing but 2 dogs, and you think your young master wouldn't be able to handle it?" answered Lu Ming with a smile as he nuzzled Qiu Yu's head. Without a doubt, the 2 young men heard these words too. There and then, "Trash! You want to die?" The 2 of them roared and leaped towards Lu Ming, with their punches aimed towards Lu Ming's face with such force it carried a whistle like the wind. They may be ordinary martial artists, but one of them had unlocked 7 meridians and the other 8. As they joined forces, it was enough to be a force to be reckoned with. The 2 men, along with Lu Bing, had a smirk on their faces, as though they could already see Lu Ming's face bruised and swollen like a pig's head. "Piss back to where you came from." Right before the punches landed, Lu Ming bellowed, and he delivered slap. That slap was as fast as lightning, and before they knew it, "Pa pa," 2 cries were heard as 2 silhouettes, along with a bunch of teeth and blood, flew at distance and crashed heavily on the ground. "My face, my teeth." The 2 men wailed as they were on the ground, with cheeks that swelled as high as a building, teeth from their mouth half missing, and blood flowing out nonstop. Lu Bing was stunned and looked at Lu Ming, flabbergasted. Lu Ming, that trash, defeated his mighty men with a slap? How is that possible? "Lu Bing, you would not stop calling me trash, and you threatened to destroy my mouth. Now, 2 of your dogs are done with their mouth redecoration. You're up next," said Lu Ming icily as he stared at Lu Bing. "Lu Ming, I don't know what type of blind luck you have in obtaining some treasures and gifts, enabling you to cultivate with such progress. But surely you don't think that since you've defeated these 2 pieces of trash, you'll have a chance against me? How naive. I am a blood meridian martial artist." Lu Bing took a deep breath to calm himself down. So what if Lu Ming was able to cultivate? Lu Ming was nothing but an ordinary martial artist who cannot awaken their blood meridians, while he was a blood meridian martial artist with an awakened 2nd-level blood meridian. "Lu Ming, now I shall show you what it means to be a blood meridian martial artist." Lu Bing let out a roar, and behind him, red lights flashed, and instantly a majestic, gigantic wolf, as red as fire, appeared above his head. Flaming Wolf Fist. Lu Bing took a step forward as he howled, and pounced towards Lu Ming like a wolf. Peak of top novice realm, 2nd-level blood meridian. I like to see how strong it is. Lu Ming's eyes flashed brightly. On his toes, Lu Ming twisted his torso and used the flaming dragon fist. Bam! Lu Ming's and Lu Bing's fists collided. Snap! After the commotion, the sound of bones snapping could be heard clearly. Right after, Lu Bing flew backward at a speed faster than he came and fell heavily to the ground, clutching his right arm and yelling in pain. Is this all a blood meridian martial artist is capable of? Lu Ming smirked in disdain and inched towards Lu Bing with an icy gaze. Lu Bing was horrified. As he was squirming backward, he yelled, "What do you want, Lu Ming? Don't fool around, I warn you." "Nothing much, just robbing you. Now, give me all the valuable things you have on you." Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he said it. Don't even think about it, howled Lu Bing. Oh, if that's the case, I have no choice but to ruin your mouth then, taunted Lu Ming as he raised his foot, about to stomp on Lu Bing's face. Seeing how Lu Ming was not joking, Lu Bing was finally afraid. He yelled, "Wait, I'll give you all my valuables." Honestly, Lu Bing had quite a lot of money on him. He totaled up about 3,000 taels and painfully gave it up to Lu Ming. That's it. Lu Ming sulked and kept the money with a look of distaste. Lu Bing nearly vomited blood upon hearing it. 3,000 taels, and Lu Ming thought it was little? As a descendant of the Lu family, it was quite an achievement to have 3,000 taels with him. I'll let you go this time, but if there's a next time, it's not something a few taels of a Salavira can settle. Lu Ming glared coldly and left Lu Bing with those words, bringing a stunned Xiaoyu with him. Lu Bing was, after all, the son of the 5th branch leader, and if Lu Ming truly did something to him, the 5th branch leader would not let it go. Lu Ming was unafraid, but he could not help but to think of Li Ping and Xiaoyu. Damn it, young Master Bing. That little Lu Ming was so arrogant. Let's go back and tell the branch leader and ask him to give Lu Ming a lesson. One of the young men, who was missing a few teeth, hobbled to Lu Bing's side and heatedly suggested, "You idiot, isn't this humiliating enough? If anyone else were to know that I was defeated by Lu Ming the trash, would I still have my reputation? I warn you too. What happened here today stays here," chided Lu Bing. Yes, young Master Bing, we won't say a word." The two men nodded furiously. Huff. Lu Bing huffed indifferently and said, "The house meeting isn't exactly 1 month. Now that the little Lu Ming can cultivate, he will, without a doubt, go up against Lu Yao for a fight. Then, First Elder and his men will simply take action against Lu Ming. Why do we need to dirty our hands?" "Great idea, young Master Bing," flattered the two sidekicks. Right then, they left the scene quietly. Just as they left, an attractively slender body appeared suddenly in the alley. If it was not Mulan, who else could it be? Haha, interesting. Now I know it's the Lu family's infamous young lord trash. Looks like you've deceived everyone. A hushed voice rang, and in a blip, Mulan disappeared without a trace. Back at home, after giving Xiaoyu the health-replenishing pills, Lu Ming went back to his room and entered the Supreme Shrine. Immediately, Lu Ming started swallowing dragon tiger pills and began his unlocking of the 2nd Divine Meridian. It was way more difficult to unlock the 2nd Divine Meridian than the 1st. This time, it took Lu Ming 45 mediocre 1st-level dragon tiger pills and a total of 5 days to unlock the 2nd Divine Meridian. Once the 2nd Divine Meridian was unlocked, the essential chi within Lu Ming swelled up another notch. I should now pack a bull's strength with the explosion of my essential chi alone, I guess. At 1st grade warrior realm, ordinary martial artists will achieve up to a bull's strength of power with the explosion of their essential chi, and the power of essential chi explosion that Lu Ming now wielded was no less than that of a 1st grade warrior realm martial artist. Now, to continue. Lu Ming went on to unlock the 3rd Divine Meridian. The 3rd Divine Meridian was also the hardest. It took Lu Ming a whole 10 days, and he consumed 70 Dragon Tiger Pill to finally unlock the 3rd Divine Meridian. When the 3rd Divine Meridian was opened up, the light spots on Lu Ming's body lit up one by one, and when all 108 acupuncture points were lit up, it was like the stars in the sky, shining and shimmering brightly. 108 big acupuncture points and the Tolavir meridians formed a perfect loop. Continuous waves of thickened, elevated essential chi soared within Lu Ming's meridians. So powerful, 3 unlocked Divine Meridian is so much more powerful when compared to 2 unlocked Divine Meridians. Analyzing the energy coursing within him, Lu Ming was delighted. 3 unlocked Divine Meridians and 2 unlocked Divine Meridians. Even if it was just 1 meridian apart, The vast difference between the two was as different as heaven and earth. 3 divine meridians represented perfection. 2 divine meridians would still be flawed. Lu Ming felt that he could currently gather an essential qi whirl in his dantian and leap into the warrior's realm at any given time. Not yet. I've not gotten the second stage of the true war dragon technique. Lu Ming forcefully suppressed his desire to leap into warrior realm, set his gaze upon the second platform beyond the 99 steps. This time, I should be able to go up now, right? Lu Ming got up and walked toward the second platform. Instantaneously, he was on the 99th step. He was hindered here the last time. This time, there was no hindrance at all. In a step, Lu Ming ascended onto the second platform. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Completed Meridian. There was also a chest on the second platform, although it was made of bronze instead. Lu Ming opened the box. There were 2 manuals and a jade box inside. One of the manuals was made of something suspiciously similar to gold instead of paper. It was probably over 100 pages long, but it seemed like it was weightless when held in hand, as if he was holding a cloud. There were 4 words written on top. True War Dragon Technique. Lu Ming frantically flipped its pages to read it in detail. So it seems that this isn't the just second stage of the True War Dragon Technique. It's the entire technique. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. As he continued flipping through the pages, his smile grew wider and wider. Based on what was recorded, the True War Dragon Technique on the first platform was not technically a first stage, but rather the introduction of the technique. It was mainly utilized to build a foundation and open up the 3 divine meridians more easily. From here on out was the real start of the True War Dragon Technique. The technique was layered into 9 stages. The dragon-shaped, essential qi condensed from the True War Dragon Technique was more viscous compared to the essential qi from normal cultivation. For what the record said, as long as the first stage of the technique was achieved, the essential qi that was condensed would be twice as viscous as normal qi. Achieving the second stage would produce 3 times the viscosity. Based on that logic, if the 9th stage was achieved, the viscosity of the condensed qi would be 10 times that of normal qi. Lu Ming was ecstatic. 10 times? What was this concept? It was comparing steel with deadwood. A single strike of steel would shatter the deadwood into 1,000,000 pieces. It was horrifying. Truly, a divine-level technique. But the difficulties of cultivating it successfully could not be slighted as well. Putting the 9th stage aside, the conditions of achieving the first stage was to open up the 3 divine meridians, or successfully cultivating it would be impossible. It was no wonder that the introduction to the True War Dragon Technique on the first platform stated that the 3 divine meridians had to be open for the user to cultivate the technique that followed. That was merely the first stage. A plethora of materials were required to assist in the cultivation of the second stage. They were all extremely rare materials, some which Lu Ming had never even heard of. I'll deal with that when I get to it. To be able to cultivate the first stage and achieve essential qi with twice the viscosity of normal qi would be a terrifying feat in itself. Excitement sparked in Lu Ming's eyes. He carefully read the True War Dragon Technique once and picked up the other book. The Luster Sword Technique was a superior yellow-level sword technique. If successfully cultivated, a sword would seem like a never-ending stream of light that was as swift as lightning. This was actually a superior yellow-level martial technique. Even the most precious martial technique of the Lu family only was of superior yellow level. There was also a jade box with the word Spirit Soul Pill written on it. The Spirit Soul Pill was a 3rd-level medicine pill that was worth at least tens of thousands of Asilavir taels. There was a demand for it, but no supply, as it could rapidly advance one's cultivation, making it extremely useful for people in the Master Realm, let alone the Warrior Realm. First, it was the Marrow Cleansing Pill, and now it's the Spirit Soul Pill. They're all useful for me. Lu Ming suppressed the joy in his head as his expression changed into one of contemplation. He had a feeling that this was arranged by someone. How else could he explain how everything was useful to him? How peculiar. When he could not come to a conclusion, he shook his head. There was no point in thinking over it if he could not figure it out. Instead, he cast his gaze towards a third platform. If the first and second platforms carried such treasures, what would he discover on the third platform? There were still 99 steps to the third platform. As expected, there was a force blocking Lu Ming's way when he reached the 99th step. Unlike what he thought, there were no chests on the third platform. It was empty, except for a stone stand in the middle of the platform. He could not make out its use. I'm looking forward to it. Lu Ming's had a burning curiosity for the third platform and the others that followed. However, there was nothing he could do as he was unable to ascend. Lu Ming shook his head and returned to the second platform, where he started circulating the true war dragon technique. It was time for him to step into warrior realm. Essential Qi was circulating in all Tulivir meridians. His 108 acupuncture points lit up as the surging essential Qi finally gathered in his dantian. Whoosh, whoosh. A cyclone suddenly formed in his dantian, spinning at a rapid speed. The essential Qi in his meridians gravitated towards the cyclone. The cycle started out big, but hazy like a mist. As time passed, the Qi cyclone shrunk in size as it became more dense. In the end, it was like a solid object that was clear and visible. Woo! A sound akin to dragons rang out. Inside Lu Ming's body, his essential Qi were like small miniature dragons that swam in a vortex and his meridians. Lu Ming's aura had strengthened considerably. He had stepped into warrior realm. Lu Ming had finally entered warrior realm. The true war dragon technique had been naturally cultivated to the first stage. Whoosh! Lu Ming opened his eyes and let out a long breath. The breath was like a pillar of gas, shooting out for meters before it dispersed. Rumble! Lu Ming suddenly stood up. He struck the air with his fists, which suddenly exploded like a bomb, ringing nonstop. Such a strong power. How strong am I right now? The second grade warrior realm? Or is it the third grade? Lu Ming had already surpassed human limits after he opened up the 3 divine meridians, but his Qi was twice as viscous compared to normal Qi after cultivating the first stage of the true war dragon technique. Lu Ming had no idea how strong his explosive power now was. Lu Ming then cast his gaze towards the spirit soul pill. At the moment, my rate of cultivation has been too fast and needs consolidation, so it isn't suitable for me to consume the spirit soul pill. There's still 18 days before the house meeting. It should be enough. I'll wait until the house meeting is right around the corner before I take the spirit soul pill. I'll have a better chance at the house meeting that way. Lu Ming clenched his fists. He was brimming with confidence as he felt the immense power within his body. In the days that came, Lu Ming consolidated his cultivation as he cultivated several martial skills, especially the lustrous sword technique. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed by. There were only 3 days left before the house meeting. Within that time period, though Lu Ming's blood meridian had not grown, its rate of absorbing any surrounding spirit energy had increased. Now it could actually go toe-to-toe with a 3rd level blood meridian. Along with the true war dragon technique, if Lu Ming had cultivated normally, his absorption rate could be compared to a 4th level blood meridian. In the span of half a month, not only had Lu Ming's cultivation solidified, but was also advancing at a stable pace. He had already reached the top of 1st grade warrior realm. In terms of martial techniques, the Flame Dragon Fist was still on the 4th stage, the Mastery of Technique stage. The farther one advanced in martial skills, the harder it would be to improve. There were people who were unable to advance to the Mastery of Technique stage for inferior yellow-level martial arts techniques. However, the Dragon Serpent Steps had improved, advancing to the 4th stage, the Mastery of Technique stage. The lustrous sword technique, which was of superior yellow level, was even harder to cultivate. In half a month's time, Lu Ming had only cultivated it to the 2nd stage with the help of the chanting. It was a small accomplishment. Lu Ming was seated on a stone stool in the center of the courtyard. He brewed a cup of tea, which he was leisurely sipping. After cultivating for so long, Lu Ming wanted to relax a little before making a final push. Young master, I bear good news. The moment she finished her sentence, an adorable and pleasant maiden appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. It was Qiu Yu. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. Lu Ming's shock. However, Qiu Yu had changed quite a bit compared to how she looked half a month ago. She had been consuming the health-replenishing pill for the past half-month and was no longer skinny and weak like before. Qiu Yu's face was clear and pretty like a blooming flower, complementing her rosy complexion. She looked absolutely beautiful and charming. She appeared graceful and pleasant and was certainly born to be a beauty. What's the good news? Lu Ming asked with a smile. Young master, you've only been focusing on your cultivation without ever bothering to check on me. Allow me to tell you that I've opened up 4 meridians. 1. Qiu Yu leaned towards Lu Ming's ear and murmured. A faint fragrance wafted into Lu Ming's nose. It was a pleasant smell. However, Lu Ming was not in the right mood to enjoy it. His eyes nearly popped out as he spat a mouthful of tea. He looked at Qiu Yu incredulously and asked, Qiu Yu, what did you say? You've already opened up 4 meridians? Yep. Is it that weird, young master? It didn't take much effort for the meridians to open up. Qiu Yu asked curiously as she blinked her eyes. The corners of Lu Ming's lips started to tremble ever so slightly. He clearly remembered when Qiu Yu was nursing her health around 10 days ago. It was only 3 days before Lu Ming passed the qi condensation art down to Qiu Yu and taught her how to open her meridians. It had only been 3 days, but Qiu Yu had already opened up 4 meridians. Her blood meridian was not awakened yet, and she was even using the useless qi condensation art. It was truly inconceivable. For, moreover, what it didn't take much effort even mean? Was she trying to drive him mad? Was it possible that Qiu Yu was actually a prodigy in cultivating martial arts? Lu Ming's heart started to burn. It was nothing. Can you feel the energy from your blood meridian, Qiu Yu? Lu Ming coughed and asked. The power of my blood meridian. I can't feel it. I wonder why? Qiu Yu was a little confused herself. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Qiu Yu, come to my room. I'll check it out for you, he said. Sure. Qiu Yu nodded. The two of them entered Lu Ming's room and sat on the bed. All right, let's start. Lu Ming smiled as he stretched out his palms and placed it on Qiu Yu's back, then gradually infused essential qi into her spine. He slowly shifted his palm up Qiu Yu's back in order to stimulate her blood meridian and check its condition. It was at this moment that Lu Ming's expression changed. He felt a huge resistance in Qiu Yu's spine that was stopping him from circulating his essential qi. What's happening? Lu Ming furrowed his brows and increased the amount of essential qi being infused. Something strange occurred right at that moment. A blinding flash of blood red suddenly burst from Qiu Yu's spine. A strong force came surging out from her spine, shooting towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming was unable to resist this force. With a thunderous boom, he was thrown to the wall by the force. At that instant, the red flash from Qiu Yu's spine disappeared as if nothing had ever happened. Young master, Qiu Yu was startled. She quickly got off the bed and went to lift Lu Ming up. I'm fine. Lu Ming stood up. Except for his bubbling qi and blood, he was fine. Although the force that surged from her spine was strong, it was not fatal. As long as you're fine, young master. You almost scared me to death, Qiu Yu said as she gave herself a pat. However, Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows. He was sure that there was a blood meridian present in Qiu Yu, but it was unusual that it would generate a surge of power to blast him away. Definitely unheard of. Seeing Lu Ming furrowing his eyebrows, she knew that he was fretting over her blood meridian. Young master, if I'm unable to awaken my blood meridian, so be it. All right, I'll prepare food for you and the lady, Xiaoyu said gently. Xiaoyu opened the door and left after she finished talking. Lu Ming pondered for a while after Xiaoyu left. He had no choice but to push it aside as he could not figure it out. He could only read up on some ancient journals to check if there were similar records when he had the time. 1. He returned to his room after the meal and returned to the Supreme Shrine once again. There were only 2 days left before the house meeting. Lu Ming planned to consume the Spirit Soul Pill to make the final push. The Spirit Soul Pill was a third-level medicine pill. It was impossible for a normal person to completely refine it, as all medicine contained poison and impurities. It would take time to refine the toxin within one's body. However, it was not a problem for Lu Ming. He started circulating the true war dragon technique after consuming the Spirit Soul Pill. A strong gravitation from his spine absorbed the Spirit Soul Pill's effects, and refined energy gushed out. The Qi cyclone in his dantian started turning rapidly and absorbed the energy. Lu Ming's cultivation was increasing rapidly. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The house meeting had finally come. Lu Yao, first branch elder, I will shock all of you. Lu Ming stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. He felt the essential qi surging within his body as he sneered ever so slightly. He left the Supreme Shrine and headed towards the courtyard. Why aren't Mother and Xiaoyu around? He looked around and realized Li Ping and Xiaoyu were not there. It was impossible. Today was the house meeting. Li Ping and Xiaoyu would definitely have been waiting for him there. Hurry up. Wash quickly. Clean the toilet too after you finished washing all these clothes. At that moment, a sharp sound that sounded like a duck sounded from next door. Lu Ming's current residence was originally for servants. Hence, it was natural that the next room was where servants lived and worked. You guys are stepping over the line. It's one thing for you to make us wash clothes, but for you to ask to clean the toilets. My lady is the spouse of the Lord. This is too much. I'm reporting you guys to the Elder Council. At that moment, a yell rang out. Boom! The yell sounded like a thunder crash right next to Lu Ming's ears. His eyes instantly went red as anger shot to the top of his head. As the scream was from Xiaoyu, then the lady that she referred to must have been his mother, Li Ping. These servants dared to make Li Ping and Xiaoyu wash their clothes, and to make it worse, clean the toilet. They deserve to die. Lu Ming twisted his body and rushed towards the next door. Chapter 13. Chapter 13, Raging Fury. At that moment, Li Ping and Xiaoyu were washing clothes at the side of the courtyard next to their residence. There was a huge pile of clothes worn by the Lu family in front of them. A fat middle-aged man who fashioned a mustache on his face had 2 strong and buff men standing behind him. The fat man, Duan San, was the housekeeper to the first branch elder. At that moment, Duan San was in stitches. He fixed his gaze on Xiaoyu and Li Ping. Oh my, you guys are thinking of reporting me to the Elder Council? Such wishful thinking. Spouse of the Lord? Bullshit. Once the day is over, Lady Lu Yao will succeed as the Lord. You guys will be nothing then. 1. Let me tell you both, you'll be soon dealing with this kind of work every day, so you'd best practice right now. Didn't even think about it. My young master won't let you have your way. Xiaoyu's face was flushed with anger and shouted as she pointed at Duan San. That piece of trash, Lu Ming? Ha ha, you're actually still expecting that trash to save both of you? Don't even dream about it. Were it not because I couldn't find him today, he'd be the one cleaning the toilets right now. Duan San let out an unpleasant sharp laugh. His beady eyes flashed lustfully as he scanned Xiaoyu's body. I never thought that you would become so pretty after missing you for some time. How about this? You can come in my room and serve me. If I'm satisfied with your service, I might consider letting you 2 off on cleaning the toilets. Don't even think about it. Xiaoyu's face turned pale. She subconsciously took 2 steps back. Duan San's face turned cold. Don't even think about it, but I want to do it. Take this girl and bring her to my room. Roger. The 2 muscular men behind Duan San responded. No, don't. I beg you. Housekeeper Duan. Let Xiu go. I will do any chore you ask me to. Please just let Xiu go. Li Ping stood in front of Xiu to protect her as she looked at Duan Sin pleadingly. Scram! The two muscular men shouted. One of them swung his palm towards Li Ping. Right at that moment, bam! The courtyard's door suddenly burst open, sending with shrapnel flying everywhere. It happened so suddenly that the two muscular men stopped their actions. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the door. A young figure stepped into the courtyard. Lu Ming, it's you? You came at the right time. Go clean the toilets now. Duan San let out a breath and sneered the moment he saw Lu Ming. The youth was indeed Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not even glance at Duan San. He walked towards Li Ping in a few steps and asked, Mother, are you all right? Mother is fine, Mingo. Why did you come? We can handle this. You should leave quickly, Li Ping said anxiously. Lu Ming shook his head and said, Mother, I was late. I will never let you experience any unfairness from now on. Lu Ming, I'm talking to you, trash. Do you hear me? Duan San sounded behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming slowly turned and glared at Duan San with a gaze that was as cool as ice, as if his eyes were that of a demon from hell. The current situation sparked an incomparable fury inside Lu Ming. It filled his chest and was about to explode at any given time. The burning fury turned into chilling, murderous intent. An emotionless sentence parted Lu Ming's lips. Duan San, you deserve to die. The cold look in Lu Ming's eyes chilled Duan San's heart. However, as soon as he remembered that Lu Ming was merely trash, he picked up his courage and glared fiercely. Lu Ming, how dare you threaten me? You're courting death. Break his limbs, he shouted. Roger. That two muscular men glared ferociously and made a move, grabbing Lu Ming by his arms. The two strong men were at the peak of mid-novice realm. Minger, Li Ping was frightened. Duan San could not stop sneering. Snap! Snap! The sound of bones snapping rang out twice, followed by two piercing screams. Duan San froze, and it startled Li Ping. This was because the screaming came from the muscular men. All it took was for Lu Ming to hold on to their wrists, and the bones were ground into powder. My hand! The two muscular men could not stop screaming from the pain. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming's essential chi spewed out and surged into the bodies of the two muscular men. They mumbled for a moment before being sent flying and crashing onto the ground before they even took their last breaths. Their organs were severely damaged by Lu Ming. Only at that moment did Duan San react to the situation. Lu Ming, how dare you? They were under the first branch elder, and you dare to kill them. You're courting death. You're the one who'll die. Lu Ming scoffed. He took a step forward and threw a punch at Duan San. The moment he threw the punch, a wild jet of essential chi spurted out and enveloped Duan San. The essential chi was so strong, Duan San felt as if he was plunged into an icy chasm. Bam! As he finished his sentence, Lu Ming's fist landed squarely on Duan San's belly. Duan San cried out in pain. His stout body landed heavily on the ground like a carcass of a pig being thrown out, forming a cloud of dust. Lu Ming, if you cripple my cultivation, Miss Lu Yao and the first branch elder will never forgive you. Duan San yelped desperately. Is that so? Lu Ming walked towards Duan San and violently stomped on his leg. Snap! Duan San's foot instantly snapped from a stomp. He let out a miserable howl akin to the sound of slaughtered pig. There were tears and snot flowing down his face. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he gazed at Duan San. You said you wanted my limbs broken a moment ago. Now, I'm going to break yours. The moment he finished talking, he stomped on Duan San's other foot and broke its bones as well. My leg. Lu Ming, no. Young Master Ming, I beg of you to spare me. The first branch elder and Lu Chuan order me to do all of this. How would I dare to disobey them? Duan San howled miserably. The first branch elder and Lu Chuan. Lu Ming's glare was icy cold. He then consecutively stomped his foot on Duan San's arms and instantly broke them. then turned around and walked towards Li Ping and Xiaoyu. "Ming'er, is that your cultivation?" Right at that moment, Li Ping stared at Lu Ming excitedly as tears welled in her eyes. "Mother, your son has experienced a miracle in this period of time. I'll go into details later. Let's head to the training field now," Lu Ming said. Li Ping's expression changed. "Ming'er, the training field? The first branch elder and Lu Yao are over there. You'd best be not too impulsive." 2. Although Lu Ming's cultivation had improved tremendously over this period of time, was he strong enough to go against Lu Yao? Not only did Lu Yao awaken a 5th-level blood meridian, but she also had marital ties with the mystical sword sex Duanmu family. Li Ping heard that during that period, the Duanmu family delivered a slew of valuable pills to her while she concentrated on cultivating behind closed doors. 1. Naturally, she was worried about Lu Ming. A gentle yet confident smile formed on Lu Ming's lips. "Fret not, mother. Lu Yao will not take the title of Lu family's lord, nor will anyone else. The title belongs to father. If anyone tries to lay a finger on it, I'll chop that finger off." "My lady, don't worry, young master can do it." Xiaoyu agreed. The 3 of them headed towards the Lu family's training field. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. House meeting commences. The Lu family's training field was located on the eastern side of the Lu family residence. It was extremely spacious and had no trouble accommodating 100,000 people. In the middle of the training field, there was an enormous platform that was made from stainless steel rocks that spanned 200 meters in width and length. There were majestic grandstands built on the northern, eastern, and western sides of the training field. The northern grandstand was the main grandstand, reserved for the Lu family. The eastern and western grandstands were for influential families within Fiery Wind City. At that moment, 7 gray-haired elders sat on the very top of the grandstand. These elders were the 7 elders at the core of the Lu family's Elder Council. The core elders in the Lu family's Elder Council were all handpicked by the family themselves as the most qualified and renowned members. They were all working for the sake of the Lu family, which was why they were the most appropriate and would not be biased towards a particular branch, ultimately having the Lu family's best interest at heart. Lu Yunxiong, the Lu family's first branch elder, was seated slightly further down below. At his side, a maiden around the age of 15 was seated as well. Dressed in a snow-white dress, her beauty was simply indescribable. It was Lu Yao. "First branch elder Lu, congratulations. I heard your daughter has unparalleled talent, awakening a 5th-level blood meridian. Her future is limitless." The Li family's lord, Li Fu, congratulated the first branch elder with flattery. "Thank you," the first branch elder replied simply. All other families and renowned figures in the Fiery Wind City then approached the first branch elder to congratulate him. The first branch elder simply nodded in acknowledgement. Roar! Roar! At that moment, the roars of wild beasts rang from a distant street. The sound pierced the skies as if there were tens of thousands of demons charging in. After a moment, over 10 giant blood-red tigers appeared in front of the audience. They were 2 meters tall and spanned a width over 4 meters. A silhouette donned in a fiery red garb was seated on each giant tiger, and fierce aura along with scorching breath permeated the entire area. Flame tigers. They're from the White Tiger Hall, one of the 5 halls of the mystical sword sect. Could they be from the Duanmu family's lord? 1. There were exclamations coming from the crowd. For the White Tiger Hall to take the initiative in sending someone over, could they be aiming to recruit Lu Yao as a disciple? Someone guessed. The first branch elder stood up with a whoosh and descended the grandstand, his face filled with excitement. For the mystical sword sect's White Tiger Hall to pay a visit, it is my fault for not welcoming you outside the gates. Please forgive me. He clasped his fists. Haha, you're too courteous, first branch elder. I am Duanmu Qing, who works for the mystical sword sect's White Tiger Hall. I am here today to congratulate Lu Yao on the accession as the Lu family's lord, and also to officially recruit Lu Yao as a disciple of the White Tiger Hall, said a middle-aged man in a fiery red garb who was seated on the largest flame tiger. You are too polite, envoy. Please, take a seat, the first branch elder replied with a smile on his face. Duamu Qing smiled. He and another two men dismounted from their flame tigers and arrived at the main grandstand. The other people directed their flame tigers to the side. It seems that Lu Yao does have terrifying talents. There's still another 2 months before the mystical sword sect officially recruits disciples, and people would normally be the ones to approach them. They would have to go through strict tests, and only the ones who passed would be able to join. It's truly a rare sight for the mystical sword sect to personally come and recruit someone. Indeed, they say that Lu Yao has attracted the attention of a genius from the Duanmu family of the mystical sword sect. Her future looks really promising. The Lu family really got themselves an extraordinary genius this time, one that outshines even Lu Yuntian. The people all around were discussing heatedly. Shriek! At that moment, a loud, sharp cry resounded through the sky. Even if it was from a great distance, it could still be heard. The crowd's eyes involuntarily darted in that direction. Then, their eyes widened in awe. There was a gigantic snow-white goshawk with a wingspan of 50 meters. It had talons as pointed as blades, and its eyes were extremely sharp. The crowd shivered and broke into a sweat as the goshawk scanned its eyes across the people. Several figures stood atop the goshawk. A silent snow goshawk. It's a silent snow goshawk from the mystical sword sect's Vermilion Bird Hall. Even the Vermilion Bird Hall has arrived. The crowd exclaimed. I am Lu Qian from the mystical sword sect's Vermilion Bird Hall. I have come today, representing the Vermilion Bird Hall, to recruit Lu Yao as a disciple, said a lady around the age of 30, gracefully perched atop the silent snow goshawk. 1. SSDT. At that moment, an immense flying snake soared over from a distance. It had a fierce aura that seeped through the entire place. Haha, Duamu Qing, Lu Qian, your halls are pretty quick to take action. I am Tai Zhong from the Mystical Sword Sect's Azure Dragon Hall, representing my hall to recruit Miss Lu Yao as a disciple. I am Gao Shi from the Onyx Tortoise Hall, representing my hall to recruit Miss Lu Yao as a disciple. Another voice followed. The Empire Lu Ming was named the Blazing Sun Empire. The Blazing Sun Empire occupied a vast amount of land. Fiery Wind City was but a mere town in comparison to the Empire. The total cities that the Empire governed amounted to at least 10,000. There were 5 sects in the entire Blazing Sun Empire. They were predominant forces that were at the top of the ladder. Conveniently situated at the center of the Blazing Sun Empire, they were the ones governing the Empire. The Mystical Sword Sect occupied a vast amount of territory within the Blazing Sun Empire. Fiery Wind City was situated in the easternmost spot of the Empire, which was within the jurisdiction of the Mystical Sword Sect. The Mystical Sword Sect was divided into 5 halls, namely the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Onyx Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, and Qilin. The Duanmu family was the main family from the White Tiger Hall of the Mystical Sword Sect. Although the 5 halls were from the same sect, there was bound to be an open competition and covert struggles. As such, each hall would naturally want to recruit a genius into their own ranks when one appeared. The successive arrival of 4 halls caused a din. Goodness! Out of the 5 halls of the Mystical Sword Sect, there were 4 that came. All of them are looking to take Miss Lu Yao in as a disciple. Unbelievable! I know, right? The Mystical Sword Sect oversees nearly 2,000 cities. The 5 halls stand high above the masses. It's rare of them to send a representative to recruit a disciple. But there's 4 this time. Amazing, truly amazing. The surrounding crowd was discussing heatedly. It was reasonable for the White Tiger Hall to send a representative to recruit Lu Yao as a disciple, as she had marital ties with the Duanmu family from the White Tiger Hall. However, there were 3 other halls who also sent someone over with the aim of recruiting Lu Yao as their disciple. It was a testament to Lu Yao's impressive talent that had shocked even the other halls. As 4 halls of the mystical sword sect wanted to take Lu Yao as their disciple, the glow around her intensified. "The 3 envoys, please take a seat." The first branch elder hurriedly invited the guests from the 3 halls to be seated. He could hardly contain his happiness. He was brimming with happiness and had already predicted the arrival of the White Tiger Hall, but the arrival of 3 other halls was out of his expectations. This increased his reputation. "Yaoer, this was all because of you." The first branch elder murmured as he clenched his fists. His emotions were surging. He knew that the reason why 4 of the 5 halls would send someone right to their doorstep was all because of Lu Yao, his own daughter. At that moment, he sighed emotionally. The 3 years of effort was not in vain. It was worth it. Vermilion Bird Hall, Azure Dragon Hall, and the Onyx Tortoise Hall, why are you here? Lu Yao belongs to us, White Tiger Hall. Are you planning to snatch her away from us? Duan Muqing was looking at the messengers from the other 3 halls. His expression seemed sour. Haha, Duan Muqing. I know that Lu Yao already has marital ties with White Tiger Hall's Duan Mulin, but Miss Lu Yao might not want to choose the White Tiger Hall. We all belong to the mystical sword sect. There isn't any difference in choosing another hall. It all depends on adaptability. Azure Dragon Hall's Tai Zhong laughed. From how I see it, your efforts are in vain. Duan Muqing snorted. The first branch elder, who was seated beside, was even more excited. The Lu family's house meeting had not even started yet, but the 4 halls were already fighting over Lu Yao. His face flushed at the thought of that. At that moment, a scent of fragrance wafted over. A graceful figure approached, instantly attracting the attention of everyone. Hall owner Mu, I did not think you would come. Please take a seat. The first branch elder quickly welcomed her. She was the hall owner of the Elixir Hall, Mulan. The Elixir Hall was backed by the mystical sword sect. The first branch elder dared not to neglect her. Marshal Aunt Mu, you've come as well. The Vermilion Hall's Lu Qian hurriedly stepped forward for a salute, which startled many people as they started speculating. Mulan had quite the position in the Vermilion Bird Hall. Lu Qian was already over 30 years in age, but was still addressing Mulan as her martial aunt. 2. Yes, I came to watch the fun. Why is she here? The expression of the lot from the 3 other halls changed. At that moment, Lu Ming, Li Ping, and Xiao Yu arrived among the crowd. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Farewell, Lu Yao. At that moment, a scholarly gentleman around the age of 40 ascended the platform in the middle of the training field. He was the leader of the 2nd branch, as well as the Lu family's 2nd branch elder, Lu Yunfeng. In today's house meeting, it is an immense honor for the Lu family to have envoys of the mystical sword sect present. Lu Yunfeng started off with conventional ceremonies, but he followed up with a sharp turn in topic. So, young juniors of the Lu family, you must do your best and give it your all. You might just catch the envoy's attention and get recruited into the mystical sword sect. As Lu Yunfeng finished his sentence, the breathing of the Lu family's youngsters quickened. They were getting worked up, preparing themselves for a fight. In normal circumstances, the mystical sword sect would only be open for recruits in 2 months, but when that happened, it would be a competition amongst nearly 2,000 cities within the Blazing Sun Empire. The chances of winning were too small. However, if they caught the interest of any envoys from the mystical sword sect, they would instantly be recommended into the sect. It would be smooth sailing from then on. The envoys on the main grandstand smiled. Making no retorts meant that they were in silent agreement. The eyes of the Lu family's youngsters shined brightly. Lu Yunfeng saw that he had achieved his goals. A joyful look formed on his face as he announced, "All right, the house meeting officially starts now. This meeting will be divided into 3 sections. A test of Wrestle-A-Veer in the first, a test of Meridians on the second, and a tournament for the last section. As everybody knows, the road of a martial artist is filled with difficulties and challenges. One has to take a single step at a time. Without a strong will, It is impossible to go far on this road. For those who want to participate in the house meeting, step up and ascend the flaming steps. At the end of the speech, young boys and girls of the Liu family approached the platform from the sides. They were all the new youngsters of the Liu family. The genders were mixed, but none of them were above the age of 18. At that moment, Liu Yao's figure rose on the main grandstand. Instantaneously, the entire crowd's gaze focused on her. Liu Yao was in a snow-white dress. She had a slim figure with desirable curves. Along with fair skin that was as smooth as jade and her perfect face, it was as if she was a fairy who walked out from a picture. A gossiper had once said that Liu Yao was the fairest maiden in Fiery Wind City. It was truly not an exaggeration. She walked towards the platform in the middle of the training field with soft, graceful steps. Absolutely stunning. Many people exclaimed in their hearts. Not only did Liu Yao stand out amongst the crowd, but she was also blessed with unparalleled talent. I heard that Liu Yao had already opened up 9 meridians before awakening her blood meridian. The moment she awakened the 5th level meridian, she followed it up with a divine meridian. She should be even better now. There would really be no regrets left in life if anyone could be able to marry such a blessed girl. I heard that Liu Yao has marital ties with the prodigy of the Duanmu family, Duanmu Lin, from the White Tiger Hall. Perhaps only someone on Duanmu Lin's level would be a match for her. I heard that Liu Yao and Lu Ming from the main branch were close. I thought they were a thing. That piece of trash? How could he ever be worthy of her? It would have been sticking a fresh flower on cow dung. Thank God they didn't end up together, or he would have been awfully unfair. Everyone was in discussion. Amidst the crowd, Lu Ming heard the speculations and gently smiled. He would soon shut them up. In a while, Liu Yao stepped onto the stage. Her juniors of the same family that were beside her were eclipsed by Liu Yao's mere presence. The envoys from the main grandstand had their eyes fixed on her. After all, they did come for her. At that moment, there were over 30 youngsters of mixed genders from the Liu family on stage. Is there anyone who is yet to come? The second elder asked loudly. In that instant, a figure walked out from the crowd and slowly approached the stage. Lu Ming. Seeing the figure shocked many people. Isn't that the piece of trash from the main branch, Lu Ming? What? Does he want to participate in the house meetings test? Many people were perplexed. On the grandstand, the first branch elder's eyes dimmed. He never expected that Lu Ming would dare to come. Liu family's 7 core elders who sat atop, everyone were also curious and puzzled. Minger. In the crowd, Li Ping and Xiao Yu's hands were tightly linked together. On the stage, Liu Yao furrowed her brows when she saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming, why did you come up? You don't belong here, get down. Lu Ming did not respond. He only stared at her. It was the first time that Lu Ming met Liu Yao after his blood meridian was stripped away from him. The figure in front of him that he used to love could no longer give him the slightest sense of warmth. Now, all that was left in his eyes was coldness. Seeing Lu Ming's looks, Liu Yao shook her head. Lu Ming, I know that you're upset over me succeeding in the Lord's position even though you're the descendant of the main branch. But you should be clear about your current condition. The position of the Lord belongs to the capable. There's too great of a distance between you and me, a massive channel that's difficult to cross. The two of us are destined in different worlds. My world has only begun, while yours is fated to be ordinary. It's the end of the line for you. Is that so? You're pretty confident, but you got one thing right. We do belong in different worlds. Lu Ming smiled. He then stood at one side, ignoring Liu Yao. He did not come today to waste words, but rather to let his actions speak for themselves. Lu Ming, the first branch elder, shouted coolly from the main stage. Lu Ming turned around and looked at the first branch elder. He wanted to hear what the old fogey had to say. Lu Ming, you can't condense essential qi as you were born frail and weak. Seeing how you were the descendant of the main branch of our family, Liu Yao was kind enough to keep you company and motivate you with encouragement. If you were able to awake a blood meridian like your father's, you would be able to succeed in the Lord's position. Nothing can be done if you can't even awaken a blood meridian. Naturally, you won't be able to succeed in the Lord's position. Coincidentally, Yaoer awakened a 5th-level blood meridian and acquired the favor of the Duanmu family's prodigy, who is asking for her hand. You took it to heart. Not only did you forget how well Yaoer treated you, but you've also fantasized about her and planned to make a move. You even tried to break the marital ties between Yaoer and the Duanmu family. Absolutely offensive. However, seeing how you're the descendant of the main branch and the only son of Brother Yuntian, I'm willing to let bygones be bygones. Now get off the stage. The first branch elder's voice echoed dully. What? Lu Ming was so detestable. Miss Lu Yao kept him company for so many years to take care of him, but he was that delirious and would bite the hand that fed him? How detestable. No wonder he's a piece of trash. The moment the crowd heard the first branch elder's speech, they all glared at Lu Ming. Lu Yunxiong, don't blabber nonsense. Amidst the crowd, Lu Ping shouted as she pointed at the first branch elder. Her entire body was shaking. Mother, there is no need to argue with someone like him, Lu Ming told Li Ping. The first branch elder was the lowest of low. It was them who were the despicable ones that planned for 3 years to bring Lu Ming down and snatch his blood meridian away from him. But they were twisting the facts, even accusing him of attempted rape, and accusing him of ruining the marital ties between Lu Yao and the Duanmu family. Lu Yao could not be bothered to talk to someone like him. The truth would soon be revealed. There's actually someone like that? Absolutely abominable. Not only is he someone like that, but he's also a piece of trash that can't even awaken a blood meridian. What's the point of staying on the stage? Hurry up and scram. The White Tiger Hall's envoy, Duanmu Qing, sneered. Who the fuck are you? This is my family's house meeting. Who are you to butt in? Lu Ming cast a sidelong glance at Duanmu Qing. He was not giving him any face. The audacity! How dare you? Do you know who I am? Duanmu Qing stood up in a rage as he bellowed. He was laced with killing intent. Lu Ming, you piece of trash. How dare you offend the envoy of the mystical sword sex, White Tiger Hall? The first branch elder pointed at Lu Ming and yelled. I don't care who he is. Also, Lu Yunxiong, today is our family's house meeting. You're planning to deal with the descendant of the main branch with outsiders? Do you think the core elders are just for show? Lu Ming cast a sidelong glance at Duanmu Qing and the first branch elder. His words were clear and concise as it echoed across the entire venue. The surrounding crowd was dumbfounded. Lu Ming was too daring, to the point where he would dare to offend the envoy of the mystical sword sect. Ew. The first branch elder's face was flushed. All right, Yunxiong, as well as Duanmu Qing. Please let this slide under the account of Lu Ming's youthful arrogance. As expected, one of the core elders of the Elder Council spoke up. They would not favor a side, choosing to protect the Lu family's best interests and would even protect the rights of the main branch. Or they would not have spent the resources to awaken Lu Ming's blood meridian through an altar ritual. That's right, Duanmu Qing. Why are you bickering with a junior? Aren't you embarrassed? Mulan said as she glanced at Duanmu Lin. Duanmu Qing sneered. However, he seemed to be wary of Mulan. He remained silent as he sat down with a sour expression on his face. The first elder seated himself as well. His face was ghastly pale. Lu Ming, once Yaoer takes control over the family, let's see how you'll fare. The first elder's eyes were dark. All right. The house meeting doesn't have any rules where anyone without an awakened blood meridian can't participate. Lu Ming is eligible to join. Let's start now, a core elder announced. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Enveloped in flames, yet a walk in the park for me. All right, it's time for the test of Wrestle-A-Veer, Lu Yunfeng announced. There was a set of stairs made of jade to the left of the platform. It was the flaming steps consisting of 9 steps. It was produced by a master craftsman whom the Lu family spent a fortune to hire. It was a peculiar device, with intricate inscriptions etched onto the surface. The inscriptions on the steps would activate when someone stepped on it. It would begin to emit scorching heat that would surround the challenger who attempted to ascend the stairs. Similar to being enveloped in a blazing fire, the person would have to bear the pain and torture of being enveloped in flames. Although the flames were not real, the sensation was no different from being within an actual fire. Furthermore, the scorching heat grew stronger with each step. For this test, it was a competition between who could stay on top for the longest time and who could climb to the highest step. Naturally, the longer and higher the step one could stay on indicated stronger willpower. Allow me to go first. A junior of the Lu family around the age of 16 walked towards the flaming steps. Upon his first step onto the stairs, a large ray of light instantly erupted from it, emitting a fiery red radiance. The expression on the youth's face changed drastically. He seemed to be in pain, but he immediately grit his teeth and took another step to the second level, which was closely followed by yet another step to the third level. At that point, he stopped and started to struggle against the pain of being enveloped in flames. However, his body started to shake in only 10 breaths. His face was ghastly pale and contorted. It was obvious that he was bearing an intense amount of torture. Yet another 10 breaths passed. No longer able to withstand the heat, he yelped and jumped off the flaming steps. Lu Li, third step, 20 breaths, Lu Yinfeng announced. Then, the juniors of the Lu family stepped up one by one to take the test. However, most of them lingered around the third and fourth steps and only lasted around 20 to 30 breaths. Allow me to try. Lu Chuan walked up. He glanced at Lu Ming and sneered before he ascended the steps. His pace was rapid as he reached the fifth step without any signs of stopping. Then he stopped on the fifth step and stood there for as long as 52 breaths. This shocked the crowd. As expected from Lu Yao's elder brother. While the sister has paralleled talent, the brother doesn't pale in comparison either. To actually be able to stay in the fifth step for 52 breaths. Duanmu Qing praised. Haha, Envoy Duanmu likes to overpraise, the first branch elder bellowed. Lu Chuan smiled smugly. Then, the test continued. There were quite a few people who possessed a strong will, two which did not pale in comparison to Lu Chuan. One stayed on the fifth step for 52 breaths, while another survived for 55 breaths. However, nobody dared to challenge the sixth step. Soon, only Lu Yao and Lu Ming were left on the platform. Lu Yao glanced at Lu Ming and approached the flaming steps. At that moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Lu Yao. There was a huge amount of expectation placed upon Lu Yao. Everyone wanted to see how strong her willpower was. Those with amazing talents may not have a strong will. Lu Yao delicately stepped onto the first step and quickly ascended to the second step. Step by step, she ascended to the sixth step in one go, without any signs of stopping. Reaching the sixth step meant that she had already surpassed everyone else. Everyone held their breaths and focused on her. However, Lu Yao did not stop. She took another step and ascended to the seventh level. Lu Yao actually ascended to the seventh step. Truly impressive. Let's see how long she can last. The crowd started to make predictions. However, the answer came to them very soon. 86 breaths. Lu Yao lingered on the seventh step for 86 breaths before she hopped off the stairs. Impressive, truly impressive. Not only is Lu Yao gifted with extraordinary talents, but she also has a strong will. She is truly a girl gifted by the gods. Indeed. That was the seventh step, which is incomparable to the steps below. People in the crowd were discussing intensely. Lu Yao was expressionless as she turned and walked away, as if what she had just achieved was insignificant. When she passed by Lu Ming, there was a look of disdain in her eyes. Did you see that? That's the difference between us. Her soft voice echoed in Lu Ming's ears. Is that so? You'd best remember those words. Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer as he walked towards the flaming steps. He's over his own head. The first branch elder sneered on the main grandstand. How many steps do you think that Lu Ming will be able to ascend? Lu Chuan asked the other young people with a smile on the platform. From how I see it, it'll be the second step at most. Less than 10 breaths on the second step, in my opinion. A few other youths laughed. As the words left their mouths, their smiles were frozen in place as their eyes involuntarily widened. At that moment, Lu Ming had already ascended the second step. He walked up to the third step but seemed to have no intention to stop as he ascended yet another step to the fourth step. The fifth step followed, and the sixth step next. Lu Ming did not stop after he reached the seventh step. He lifted his legs and ended up on the eighth step. However, that was not Lu Ming's destination. At that moment, he lifted his foot and took another step. In the crowd, everyone's hearts rose in tandem with Lu Ming's foot. Then, it fell in sync with Lu Ming's foot as he reached the ninth level. What followed was a thunderous uproar. Goodness! Lu Ming ascended to the ninth step. How could this be possible? So what if he could get there? The point is to see how long he can endure. It would be even more embarrassing if he couldn't handle it and left in a single breath. Such overconfidence. It shall be a sight to behold when he turns into an oaf because his mind collapsed from being unable to bear the torture, the first branch elder said coolly. Minger, young master. Li Ping and Xiao Yu's hands were locked in sweat below the platform. Their eyes were filled with worry. However, the din from the crowd slowly lessened. It was because 10 breaths had already passed. Lu Ming had actually lingered on the ninth step for 10 breaths without coming down. Obviously, the 10 breaths were just the beginning. Time was slowly ticking. 20 breaths, 30 breaths. 100 breaths had quickly passed, but Lu Ming still remained on top. His slender figure stood tall on the ninth step, like a sharp blade. The crowd was dead silent. I bet his mind had already collapsed. Could he have died standing? The first branch elder sneered. However, at that moment, Lu Ming smiled. Lu Yao, what you said was correct. This is the difference between you and I. His voice echoed from afar. Not only were his words like a slap across the first branch elder's cheek, but it was also a slap on Lu Yao's cheek as well. Those words were from Lu Yao to Lu Ming. At that point, Lu Ming had reflected it straight back at her with the hard truth. Lu Yao's beautiful eyes were flickering as she gazed at Lu Yao, who was atop the flaming steps. However, she quickly calmed herself. Lu Ming, you've been a piece of trash for your entire life. Suffering humiliation from others, that's quite a strong will that you've achieved. However, it is merely a base. What matters most is the talent. I will show you next the true difference between you and me. The crowd suddenly saw the light after her speech. After thinking about it, it was natural that Lu Ming, a piece of trash, would have a stable mind after suffering through endless humiliation after all these years. So that's how it is. Duan Muqing smiled. Is that so? A vague smile formed on Mulan's face. She was looking forward to Duan Muqing and the first branch elder's reactions after they witnessed Lu Ming's performance later on. Lu Ming's eyes were calm as he smiled feebly on the steps. As if he was taking a stroll through a park, he slowly walked down the steps. All right, the first round has ended. On to the second round, meridian testing. Prepare the meridian testing altar. The second branch elder announced. Around 10 muscular men then hoisted an altar that was around 150 centimeters high onto the platform. There were dense inscriptions etched onto the altar. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. How about this? The meridian test was simple. All they had to do was to place their palm on the altar and circulate some essential qi, and the altar would react to it. The altar would take the martial artist's rate of condensation for essential qi, the rate of condensation of the main acupuncture points, as well as the toughness of the meridians into account. It would predict one's potential, and the corresponding number of stars would light up. The stronger the potential was, the more stars would light up. 9 stars were the highest amount of stars one could get. However, there was a rainbow on top of it. The rainbow would only appear if a divine meridian was opened up. All right, let the testing commence, the second branch elder announced. Then, the juniors approached. Most of them had 4 stars and 5 stars. It was only when Lu Chuan approached that the altar lit up with 7 stars. Potential worth 7 stars. It's quite admirable. He's eligible to join the mystical sword sect. Duanmu Qi nodded. Not bad. With that talent, even if it was the mystical sword sect, he would be able to pass the strict tests and become a disciple of our sect, the Azure Dragon Hall's Taizhong said. The meridian test continued on. There were other appearances of 7 stars. There was even one who achieved 8 stars, which caused a commotion. When someone had reached the potential of 7 stars, it was not just a simple matter of opening up all 9 meridians. They had already opened up a few main acupuncture's points for the first divine meridian. It did not take a long time, nor was it too difficult for many talented individuals to reach the peak of top novice realm. However, they would stay at the peak of top novice realm for a long time after reaching it in order to open up a divine meridian. Many people that were unable to completely open up a divine meridian, but yet able to open up a few main acupuncture points on a divine meridian could feel their potential rise. For every main acupuncture point that was opened up, one's potential would rise. However, among the Lu family's juniors, there was none who could open up a complete divine meridian. Soon, Lu Yao and Lu Ming were the only ones left yet again. Lu Ming, open your eyes wide and observe the difference in potential between you and me. How wide will it be? Lu Yao dismissively glanced at Lu Ming and approached the altar. All eyes in the area were once again on Lu Yao. The blood meridian that Lu Yao awakened was a 5th-level blood meridian. It was said that she had already opened up a divine meridian and closed herself in cultivation for 2 months. What level would she be in right now? Everyone looked forward to it. As for Lu Ming, he was merely a piece of trash with a strong will. Everyone had already dismissed him. 1. Lu Yao outstretched her jade-like hands and placed them on the altar. The altar was injected with fiery red, essential qi. Buzz! The altar rumbled, and one by one, stars formed in the air. 1 star, 2 stars. Soon there were 6 stars formed on top of the altar. However, it did not stop there. A 7th star immediately appeared, followed by the 8th star, the 9th star. When the 9 stars formed together, it became a rainbow and shot up into the sky. It was a rainbow. It represented a complete divine meridian. However, it did not end there. A second rainbow followed and shot up high into the air as well. At that instant, numerous dots of light radiated from Lu Yao's figure. They were the acupuncture points that she had opened up. 81 main acupuncture points lit up, then followed by the 82nd star, the 83rd star. In the end, a total of 99 stars were shining brightly. The 99 stars meant that Lu Yao had opened up 99 main acupuncture points and 2 divine meridians. The surrounding spectators all stood and stared at Lu Yao in shock. This included the 7 core elders, as well as the envoys of the 4 halls from the mystical sword sect. Even Mulan had a stunned look in her eyes. Donned in a snow-white dress, Lu Yao stood in front of the altar. Her body was illuminated by the 99 stars, and there were 2 rainbows above the altar. It was as if an angel had descended to the mortal realm. She was otherworldly, elegant, and saintly. Lu Ming, who was close in proximity, seemed so tiny. Ha ha ha! The first branch elder could not hold his laughter. A monster, truly a monster. With Lu Yao and the Lu family, they will be sure to prosper. None in Fiery Wind City will be able to compare to the Lu family's power. Indeed, such a monster. It's no wonder that Duanmu family's prodigy is engaged to Lu Yao. They say that Duanmu Lin has also opened up 2 divine meridians. With the 2 of them working together, it's a perfect combination. Fiery Wind City will have another prosperous tale in the pages of its history that will be sung for centuries. It's no wonder that the 7 core elders would allow Lu Yao to succeed as the lord of the Lu family. It would be a pity not to let such a genius be the lord. If it were up to me, the lord position would have been given to her a long time ago. Of course, they say that a person with 2 divine meridians opened up has the potential to reach King Realm. Will Fiery Wind City give birth to the next martial king in the future? On all 4 sides, small families and factions of Fiery Wind City started to discuss heatedly. Miss Lu Yao, if you were to join the Onyx Tortoise Hall, we would be willing to provide you with land-level martial arts and techniques for you to cultivate and immediately promote you to a Sealavir apprentice. The Onyx Tortoise Hall's Gausher stood up excitedly as he extended his invitation to gain her favor. Miss Lu Yao, if you join the Azure Dragon Hall, not only will we provide you with land-level martial arts and techniques, as well as promote you as a Sealavir apprentice, we will also specially hire a Sealavir robed elder as your master, who will specifically teach only you in cultivation. The Azure Dragon Hall's Tai Zhong did not lag behind and presented her with even more alluring conditions. What are you guys doing? Miss Lu Yao already has marital ties with the White Tiger Hall. She ought to join us instead. Furthermore, the attractions that the White Tiger provides are definitely more alluring than yours, Duan Muqing said loudly as he glared at Gao Shi and Tai Zhong. With a 5th-level blood meridian and 2 divine meridians opened up, there was the hope of reaching King Realm in the future. Although it was merely a desire, it was already well worth a particular cultivation of such a talent. Naturally, they all wanted to recruit her into their respective halls. Miss Lu Yao. The Vermilion Bird Hall's Lu Qian was about to state her terms, but was interrupted by Mulan. Give it a moment, we'll make a decision then. A vague smile hung on Mulan's face. Marshal Aunt Mu. Lu Qian was slightly anxious. If she did not speak up and state her offers now, the chances of Lu Yao picking the Vermilion Bird Hall would be slim. She did not understand why Mulan stopped her, but Mulan was not a small influence. Since she had already spoken, Lu Qian had no choice but to look on anxiously. The surrounding crowd took in a huge breath as an envious expression formed on their faces. 4 halls to fight over 1 person, and issuing such attractive rewards, such an honorable feat. If it were them, even if they were asleep, they would wake from laughter. At that moment, Lu Yao reseated her essential qi. The 2 rainbows disappeared along with the dots of light on her body. She daintily walked towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming, can you see it now? The difference between us is like heaven and earth. We will never meet. Do you still have the guts to challenge me now? Lu Yao stepped off the stage after she finished her sentence. You just opened up 2 divine meridians. What's so amazing about that? Lu Ming sounded slightly disdainful as his voice rang out. What? Lu Yao suddenly turned around. Lu Ming walked towards the altar with big strides. Haha, Lu Ming, you were born with a weak and frail body, and your meridians were blocked. For you to take the meridian test, aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself? Lu Chuan yelled tauntingly. Lu Chuan is right. Lu Ming, you should back down. It's enough that you participated in the first test. There's no need for you to join the next tests, or it won't be your own pride you're throwing, but rather the entire Lu family's. The first branch elder bellowed from the main grandstand. Lu Yunxiong, you're the first branch elder, yet you're repeatedly stopping a junior from taking the test. I think you're the one who's throwing the Lu family's pride away, Lu Ming instantly retorted. How dare you, Lu Ming? Speaking to me in this manner is an offense. The first branch elder scolded him angrily, enraged by Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming merely turned around without even glancing at him. Then, Lu Ming's hand pressed on the altar as he injected his essential qi into it. The air above the altar simmered as a star lit up. That piece of trash, Lu Ming, actually managed to condense essential qi? He actually managed to get a star to show up? Lu Chuan's eyes widened in shock. Lu Yao's eyes flashed in surprise as well. That guy could knock me out in one hit. I don't think it's going to be that simple. Lu Bing was standing beside Lu Chuan as he gazed on with a grave look in his eyes. At that moment, there was another flash above the altar. Another star had lit up. However, it was merely the beginning. The stars above the altar continuously lit up in quick succession. 2 of them, 3 of them, 8 of them, 9 of them. 9 stars swiftly appeared above the altar. How was this happening? Wasn't Lu Ming a piece of trash with blocked meridians? How could he actually cultivate essential qi? Goodness, he could really cultivate, and even achieved 9 stars. Getting 9 stars is already shocking. In the Lu family, nobody has the potential of 9 stars except for Lu Yao. Lu Yao squinted her eyes. An inconceivable expression formed on her face as she stood beneath the stage. She had definitely snatched Lu Ming's blood meridian from him. How could he be able to cultivate essential qi to the point of having 9 stars worth of potential? She could not come up with a reason. You can't think of a reason, can you, Lu Yao? Speaking of which, it was all thanks to you, Lu Ming said to Lu Yao. You only have 9 stars. What does that amount to in front of an actual genius? Lu Yao scorned as she quickly calmed herself. Is that so? What about this? A smile hung on Lu Ming's face. Following a flash of qi from his hand, the altar was continuously injected with boundless, essential qi. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. A prodigy is born. The 9 stars above the altar linked together, and a rainbow shot into the sky. A rainbow. Another rainbow had appeared. Every single person in the area stood up involuntarily. Ming'er, Ming'er. Amid the crowd, Li Ping and Xiaoyu held each other's hands tightly. They were shaking uncontrollably, with tears welling in their eyes. Prior to this, Li Ping knew that Lu Ming was able to cultivate essential qi, but she never expected that he would have such great potential. At that moment, she felt that all the hardships and strain she had been through over the years were not in vain. Everything was worth it. Impossible. This is impossible. The first branch elder screamed from the main grandstand. How could this be? Seated beside the first branch elder, Li Fu's eyes were about to pop out. This is already impossible? Then let us continue. Lu Ming smiled. Buzz, buzz. The altar groaned twice. 2 rainbows shot into the sky consecutively. Dots of light lit up on Lu Ming's body simultaneously. 81 dots, 90 dots, 99 dots. In the end, there were 108 dots of light. Silence. It was dead silent. The crowd was silent. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. It was as if the people had forgotten how to breathe at that moment. Only the gentle wind carried the slightest bit of sound. Everyone was staring at Lu Ming dumbfoundedly. Their eyes were bursting, with their jaws wide enough to fit an egg. There were 3 rainbows, and all 108 main acupuncture points were opened up. That meant that Lu Ming had opened up 3 divine meridians. There was merely a difference of a single divine meridian between 2 and 3 divine meridians. However, the distance between the 2 stages was like heaven and earth. 3 divine meridians represented perfection. In every generation of the Blazing Sun Empire, there were not many people who could open 2 divine meridians, but there was always 1 or 2. However, the number of people who could open up 3 divine meridians was scarce. Sometimes, there would not be a single individual in a generation. At that moment, compared to Lu Ming's 3 divine meridians, Lu Yao's 2 divine meridians paled in comparison. One was perfect, while the other was not. It was incomparable. Yin Tian, did you see that? Our Ming'er is finally accomplished. Tears flowed down Li Ping's face as she gazed at Lu Ming's unflinching figure. The sleeping lion has awakened from its slumber. A prodigy is born, Mulan murmured. 2. On one side, Lu Qian widened her eyes. At that moment, she finally saw the light. She came to see why Mulan stopped her from inviting Lu Yao. It was because of this person, Lu Ming. The 7 core elders were shaking on the main grandstand as they stared at Lu Ming. The young master actually opened up 3 divine meridians. The gods have finally opened their eyes. One of the white-haired core elders even teared up. No, this is impossible. How could he open up 3 divine meridians without a blood meridian? The first branch elder bellowed, unable to accept the situation. It's impossible, Lu Ming, impossible. You're a piece of trash. How could this be possible? Lu Yao was unable to take it anymore. She screamed with a sharp voice. Lu Ming, can you see it now? The difference between us is like heaven and earth. We will never meet. Do you still have the guts to challenge me now? These were her words to Lu Ming just now. But it seemed like such a joke now. It was like 2 ruthless slaps across her face. Nothing is impossible, Lu Yao. Let me tell you that the talent and reliance that you speak of is nothing but a joke in my eyes. Lu Ming looked at Lu Yao. She was a woman he once loved, but he did not feel a shred of emotion toward her at that point. Lu Ming, what are you so proud of? You're merely a piece of trash that couldn't awaken a blood meridian. I don't know what kind of miracle happened to you to enable you to open 3 divine meridians, but it is a fact that can't be changed that you're unable to awaken a blood meridian. Ha ha! Lu Yao hysterically shrieked. Lu Yao, you look like a madwoman cursing on the streets right now. I'm officially challenging you to a match right now. If you lose, then you'll be exiled from the Lu family. The dots of light on Lu Ming's body were shining radiantly. His voice echoed across the field as his eyes glimmered with the cold intent of war. Lu Ming had shocked everyone in the tests of willpower and meridians. Now, he wanted to shock them even more with a challenge issued to Lu Yao. Lu Yao, do you dare to accept my challenge? Lu Ming's eyes sparkled as he stared at Lu Yao. Very well, Lu Ming, I shall fight with you. I want everyone to understand that you are merely lucky that you managed to open up 3 meridians through some miraculous wonder. However, a martial artist's arts and techniques require talent and comprehension. I shall unmask your original form and let everyone be the witness of how you are still trash when faced against me. Lu Yao seemed to have calmed down and regained her confidence. So what if he had a strong will? So what if he opened up 3 divine meridians? In the end, a martial artist still relied on combat capabilities. She would thoroughly stomp on Lu Ming's dignity through her combat capabilities, knocking all the stuffing out of him. The crowd around them was deep in thought, their eyes sparkling brightly. This was also the reason why the mystical sword sex halls did not openly invite Lu Ming after his terrific display of talent in the 2 tests. First of all, Lu Ming was unable to awaken his blood meridian. Secondly, he could definitely forcefully open up his meridians, but it would not be able to solivere everything. Hence, it was natural for them to prioritize Lu Yao. You blabber too much. Be careful that it doesn't come back to bite you, Lu Ming replied as he stared at Lu Yao. Lu Ming, cease your madness. There's no need for my sister to step up in dealing with you. I'll teach you a lesson. Lu Chuan took big strides on the platform and stood in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming let out a sneer and said, Great timing, Lu Chuan. Even if you didn't come out, I would look for you. Now that I can conveniently deal with you, it makes no difference. Ha ha, Lu Ming, you're riding on a high horse right now. But let me tell you that the tournament is no game. There will be blood, so don't blame me if I accidentally cripple you, or even end your life. Lu Chuan smiled. As he finished his sentence, he shifted his gaze towards Lu Yunfeng, as well as the main grandstand. Chuaner, you are correct. The tournament is no child's play. Since it is a competition, there will naturally be unavoidable casualties. Do not show any mercy. An icy look flashed across the first branch elder's eyes as he bellowed. The 7 core elders glanced at each other and nodded. They did not object. At the sight of that, Lu Yunfeng announced, Very well, now that the 2nd test has ended, it is time for the 3rd round, the tournament. Fight to the best of your abilities, but do not throw your lives away. Lu Chuan smiled haughtily and stated, Lu Ming, you can still change your mind if you're regretting it. Lu Ming smiled expressively. Is that so? He asked. Lu Ming, how many moves coming from me do you think you could survive? 1? Or is it 2? Lu Chuan sneered. 1 move. Lu Ming's voice rang plainly. Ha ha. At least you're self-conscious enough to know that you can only handle 1 move. Lu Chuan cackled. No, what I meant was that I'll defeat you in a single move, Lu Ming said plainly. Defeating Lu Chuan in a single move. The crowd was in an uproar. They stared at Lu Ming as if he was a madman. 1 move. Lu Ming said that he would only use 1 move to defeat Lu Chuan. Was he insane? He had to understand that not only did Lu Chuan awaken a 2nd-level blood meridian, he had also reached a cultivation of 3rd-grade warrior realm. Even if Lu Ming opened up 3 divine meridians, he was no match for Lu Chuan, let alone defeating him in 1 move. Defeat me in 1 move. Lu Ming's face darkened as his eyes gleamed with murderous intent. My name isn't Lu Chuan if I don't cripple you today, Lu Ming, he said. Rumble. Lu Chuan's aura exploded as dots of light illuminated his body. The unquestionable aura of the 3rd-grade warrior realm was released. Die, Lu Ming. Lu Chuan roared. He made the first move as he struck his fist towards Lu Ming. An explosive gust of wind followed his fist. He wanted to cripple Lu Ming in a single move. This would make Lu Ming understand he was merely a piece of trash, and that fighting with him was so laughable and arrogant. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. Are you worthy? Just as Lu Bing approached Lu Ming took a step forward and the floorboard exploded. A formidable presence burst out from within Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch at the same time, but it was faster than Lu Chuan's. It came later, but it reached its target first. It was as fast as lightning. Bam! Lu Ming's fist slammed into Lu Chuan's dantian, exerting tremendous force. Bam! Lu Bing flew back about 4 to 5 meters and crashed heavily on the floor. Blood from his mouth splattered everywhere. 1. My dantian, my cultivation. Lu Ming, you destroyed my cultivation. Immediately, Lu Chuan let out a shrill scream of despair. Silence. There was pin-drop silence. All eyes were fixed at that moment. Lu Ming destroyed Lu Chuan's cultivation in 1 move. Unbelievable. Boom. First branch elder shot up from his seat. Dark, cold, murderous intent erupted from him as he stared at Lu Ming with a ferocious face and roared. Lu Ming, you imbecile spawn. What did you do? How dare you destroy Chuaner's cultivation? I'll turn you into dust. With that said, first branch elder leaped down from his seat and shot out like a bullet toward Lu Ming. Lu Yunxiong, what do you think you're doing? On the platform, Lu Yunfeng's glare turned cold as he thrust his palm out and struck a move against first branch elder. Lu Yunfeng's body quivered from the impact as he took 5 steps back, while first branch elder only took 3 steps. Lu Yunfeng, you dare stop me? The first branch elder roared with rage. Lu Yunxiong, it's house meeting now. What do you think you're doing? Going against house rules? Lu Yunfeng refused to budge. There was never harmony between first branch elder and a second branch elder. The rivalry between the branches was not something that happened over the span of a day or 2, so when he was given a chance to strike against first branch elder, Lu Yunfeng would most definitely not let first branch elder have his way. Back down, Lu Yunxiong. A core elder barked from his seat. First branch elder's face twisted with rage as he faced the core elders and stated, Fellow elders, take a look. This brat, Lu Ming, struck so cruelly and he destroyed Chuaner cultivation. He must be severely punished. Severely punished? Lu Yunxiong, are you for real? Lu Ming smiled coldly and said, Lu Chuan was the one who wanted to destroy my cultivation at first. I'm not allowed to fight back? You're the one who said that casualties are inevitable in a duel. Are you fucking kidding me? What did you say, you little bastard? First branch elder was so mad his face twitched. What's with the UUUs? Hurry up and remove your trash of a son from the stage, Lu Ming reprimanded. What a savage. Such cockiness. Lu Ming actually had the audacity to reprimand First Branch Elder in front of so many. It was done so on purpose. He was counting on the core elders of the Elder Council to make sure First Branch Elder did not get his foolish ways, since there were so many outsiders watching the Lu House meeting. Besides that, his current performance would have caught the eyes of the messengers from the Mystical Sword sect, so even if First Branch Elder wanted to do anything to him, he might not necessarily be allowed to. That was why Lu Ming acted recklessly and cared for nothing. First Branch Elder was so angry he nearly vomited blood, but in the end, he went off stage dejectedly with a ruined Lu Chuan. Little bastard, when house meeting is over, I'll chop you into 10,000 pieces. You and your mother. First Branch Elder bellowed in his heart. The intent to kill gleamed unabashedly in his eyes. Lu Ming turned around and looked at Lu Yao. Now, it's your turn, Lu Ming said faintly. Lu Yao frowned, her eyes darkened, but she did not reply. Lu Ming's combat power exceeded her expectations. Suddenly, she had a feeling that what was going to happen today would be out of her control. Lu Ming's and Lu Yao's eyes met, and a massive war broke out immediately. All around the training field, all eyes were intently fixed on both of them. Lu Yao, with awakened level 5 blood meridian, unlocked 2 divine meridians at the young age of 15, and messengers from all 4 halls of the Mystical Sword sect came for her. She carried too many halos on her, and it was not wrong to say that she was the first of her kind in Fiery Wind City. On the other hand, Lu Ming, formerly deemed useless and the Lu family's trash, blew minds today. The test of willpower on the flaming stairs was a walk in the park for him. He unlocked 3 divine meridians, and it was safe to say that he was the first in Fiery Wind City history to have done so. Lu Ming also dropped jaws by defeating Lu Chuan in one move. These two were finally engaged in battle. Who would win? Everyone, including the 4 halls messengers and 7 core elders of the Lu Elder Council, watched them intently. First Branch Elder glowered watchfully at them. The intent to kill flashed constantly in his eyes. Swoosh! On the platform, Lu Yao struck first. As fast as a deer, Lu Yao dashed towards Lu Ming with a fiery red light on her jade-like hands. Her palms immediately pummeled towards Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming twisted his waist and threw a flame dragon fist. Bam! Powerful jets of wind were released as the fist and palm collided. Lu Ming and Lu Yao quivered upon impact, and both took 3 steps backward. Their first moves carried the same impact. 4th grade novice realm. Looks like Lu Yao's been getting a lot of resources from the Duanmu family. Upon contact, Lu Ming got a read of Lu Yao's cultivation. Lu Yao's cultivation rose to 4th grade novice realm in a mere 2 months. 1. Other than her gift of a 5th level blood meridian, the Duanmu family certainly did not skimp on the resources. At the same time, Lu Yao was horrified because she found out that Lu Ming's cultivation was at 3rd grade novice realm. In a short span of 2 months, Lu Ming rose from a trash with no ability to cultivate essential chi to 3rd grade novice realm. Unbelievable. No, I've got to keep him under my thumb. Lu Yao cried in her heart. Clang! She unsheathed her sword. Its sword light beamed like a dazzling rainbow towards Lu Ming as she attacked. Dazzling rainbow sword technique. Lu family's lower yellow level martial art technique. Lu Yao, you lack practice and cultivation. What a shame, Lu Ming said quietly. Lu Ming took a stride and avoided Lu Yao's sword light. He threw another punch. The punch whistled like the wind as it approached Lu Yao's face. Lu Yao had no choice but to defend herself. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming punched continuously, the flame dragon fist technique fully utilized. His essential chi was 2 times thicker than ordinary when he cultivated or condensed it, so when Lu Ming used the flame dragon fist, it was an indestructible force. In his first move before that, Lu Ming was only using 50% of his power. At this moment, 100%. For a moment, Lu Yao was forced to retreat. Is that all you've got, Lu Yao? I'm disappointed. Weren't you the one who said that you'll force me to show my true colors? Are you just saying it for fun? Give me the best you've got. You want to be the head of the Lu family with such strength? Are you even worthy? Lu Ming scowled at Lu Yao as his voice rang out coldly. The whole place erupted. Lu Yao, the shining star, the chosen one, was at a total disadvantage. She was repeatedly forced to retreat by Lu Ming. If they did not see it with their own eyes, it would be hard for them to believe. Lu Yao bit her lip as her eyes grew colder and barked. Lu Ming, I'll show you what I'm truly capable of. Buzz! A bright red light appeared behind Lu Yao. With a cry, a fiery red lark with 5 blood-red meridian focal points began to take form. It was the 5th level blood meridian. Immediately, the lark descended upon Lu Yao and fused with her. Lu Yao's power instantly increased at an alarming rate. The eruption of blood meridians was a way for a martial artist to increase their power. The higher level of the blood meridian, the more the increase in power. 5th level blood meridians meant a 50% increase in power. Zing! Quick as lightning, Lu Yao advanced towards Lu Ming with her sword aimed to kill. Let's see who wields a better sword technique then. Lu Ming smiled calmly as he drew the black onyx sword from his back. The black onyx sword transformed in streams of light as Lu Ming hacked it at Lu Yao. The lustrous sword technique. Clang! The swords collided. Lu Yao's sword's power was broken right away. Swish! Swish! Lu Yao was completely shrouded by Lu Ming's unending sword light. All Lu Yao could do was to counter them with all her might. It was total oppression. Even with a higher cultivation and erupted blood meridians, Lu Yao's strength was still oppressed by Lu Ming. With 3 unlocked divine meridians and the essential chi from the true war dragon technique, Lu Ming completely overpowered Lu Yao. It was 10 or more moves later. Zing! Lu Ming's sword light pierced through like lightning and went for Lu Yao's throat. Lu Yao paled. She could not dodge it at all. At that point in time, everyone else had their heart in their throats. Was Lu Yao, the shining star, going to die? Swoosh! Abruptly, Lu Ming stopped in his tracks, the cold tip of his sword resting on Lu Yao's throat. The coolness of the sword tip and Lu Ming's intense intent to kill caused Lu Yao's eyes to flash with fear. Lu Yao's mind went blank as she realized that she was defeated. Lu Yao lost. A complete win for Lu Ming. Incredible. That was totally unexpected. We were deceived by the Lu family. I'll fight anyone who calls Lu Ming trash from now on. Chaos erupted everywhere. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. The truth is out. The entire place erupted with disbelief. No one expected Lu Ming, the one Lu family openly labeled useless trash, to defeat the shiny star, Lu Yao, as if it was a piece of cake. Impossible. First Branch Elder bellowed in utter disbelief. He could not take it. He expected Lu Yao to simply just gain victory and take over the Lu family. Never would he have dreamt that the useless trash they robbed 2 months ago would have such strong capabilities to defeat Lu Yao effortlessly. How did that happen? Duan Muqing, too, found it hard to believe. Duan Muqing, as long as you're a genius, nothing is impossible. This Lu Ming had 3 divine meridians unlocked at such a young age, defeated Lu Yao, a 4th-grade novice realm plus exploded blood meridians, with just a 3rd-grade novice realm cultivation. He's most definitely a rare genius, Xianxia commented. That's right, Lu Ming outdid Lu Yao in the test of willpower, meridians, and the duel. Since Lu Yao's betrothed to the White Tiger Hall, I won't fight with you for her. The Azure Dragon Hall will take in Lu Ming. Tai Zhong added with gleaming eyes. What are you talking about, Tai Zhong? What do you mean by Azure Dragon Hall taking in Lu Ming? Lu Ming is coming with me to Onyx Tortoise Hall. Gao Shi glowered at Tai Zhong, turned to Lu Ming, and offered, Lu Ming, we at Onyx Tortoise Hall sincerely welcome you with open arms. I promise, if you join us, we'll offer you 2 land-level martial arts techniques of your choice, and our upper management will personally take you in and train you as an apprentice. Lu Ming, we at Azure Dragon Hall welcome you too. If you join us, you not only just have access to our land-level martial arts techniques, you can also cultivate at our top-secret cultivation spots. Taizhong dropped a bombshell. The words of these 2 hall messengers spread across the field, which caused an uproar yet again. It was obvious that these 2 hall's messengers valued Lu Ming. Even though it was said that Lu Ming could not awaken his blood meridian in the Lu family, it did not mean that he could not awaken it in Mystical Sword Sect. Mystical Sword Sect had been around for ages with numerous classified techniques, which included classified techniques to once again awaken one's meridians. Lu Ming possessed such talents even before his blood meridians were awakened. How crazily talented would he be once he awakened his blood meridians? Besides that, even though blood meridians were important to a martial artist, it was not the only important thing. There were blood meridian martial artists who made history for their remarkable achievements in the path of martial arts without awakened blood meridians. Even if Lu Ming genuinely failed to awaken his blood meridians, his future achievements would not be too bad too. Desire burned in the hearts of the messengers from Azure Dragon Hall and Onyx Tortoise Hall. Frustration flashed in Duanmu Qing's eyes. It was unfortunate that the White Tiger Hall had no chance with Lu Ming at all, since they were undoubtedly on Lu Yao's side. Instead of replying to the 2 hall messengers, Lu Ming looked at Lu Yao indifferently and said, "Lu Yao, I used to think that you and Lu Yunxiong were family. I trusted you. Little did I know, I'm nothing but a valuable piece of junk to you. Not only that, but you also wanted to be lord of the Lu family. You told me 2 months ago that everything hinged on capabilities in this world. You only get a say if you're strong, and the weak will always be trampled on. Now, I shall give these words back to you. You're a loser to me. You're not worthy enough to be my opponent." Lu Ming's clear voice rang across the place. Every word Lu Ming said was like a resounding slap to Lu Yao's face. "Haha, Lu Ming, don't be cocky. Did you really think you could be somebody? I have the Duanmu family backing me up. What do you have against me? I may have lost temporarily, but in a year, no, within half a year, I'll overtake you in every way and completely trample you under my feet." Lu Yao yelled hysterically, her face distorted with rage. Defeated, overtook, and looked down by someone she deemed as a useless piece of trash nearly sent her over the edge. Lu Ming, keep your sword away and get the fuck off the battle stage. First Branch Elder yelled. "Shut up, bitch, and you Lu Yunxiong. Who gave you the right to speak?" Lu Ming snarled at them with an overwhelming intent to kill. With a flick of his sword, he drew a bloody fine line on Lu Yao's neck. Lu Yao's face paled immediately. "How dare you hurt her? Lu Yao is engaged to Duanmu Lin, the genius of White Tiger Hall. Do you have a death wish?" Duanmu Qing yelled. Lu Ming did not spare him a glance, and instead turned to the 7 core elders. "Fellow elders, do you want to know why I can't awaken my blood meridian?" Lu Ming asked. Why can't he awake his blood meridian? Many gawked. If one had failed to awaken their blood meridians, what else could it be? Was it not a personal problem? Was there something they did not know about? "Speak, Lu Ming. Is there anything we should know?" The oldest of the 7 core elders spoke. "Lu Ming, don't talk nonsense." First Branch Elder exclaimed before Lu Ming said anything. "Shut up, Lu Yunxiong," the oldest of the core elders ordered. First Branch Elder stopped talking with a grimace. "That's because this shining star and this First Branch Elder over here pretended to be nice to me and fed Yamapollen for 3 years. He fed my blood meridians with my own blood for 3 years. That's why I failed to awaken my blood meridians. Then, they robbed me of my blood meridians and combined it with Lu Yao's. Why did you think you could awaken a 5th level blood meridian, Lu Yao? What enabled you to do so?" Lu Ming recounted calmly. Whatever Lu Ming said caused a huge uproar, and everyone was shocked beyond words. Many knew that Lu Ming went through a meridians test and was said to have inherited his father's blood meridians, and it could be awakened. It somehow failed to be awakened later on, and something was not quite right about it. The truth was out, and it had cleared up a lot of things. Bastards, filthy animals. How could you do this to Ming? Li Ping was the first to react. She shrieked as she stared deadly at First Branch Elder and Lu Yao with her bloodshot eyes. Her body trembled in fury. Tears flowed freely from Li Ping's eyes. She had no clue that the injuries on Lu Ming 2 months ago were a result of his blood meridians being stripped off him. How agonizing it must have been for Lu Ming to have his blood meridians forcefully taken from him. Is this for real? Storms were brewing in the eyes of all 7 core elders, and their faces darkened. Lu Ming, you liar. You're a piece of useless junk. Don't blame us, you imbecile, shameless fool. Fellow elders, Lu Ming's hopeless. His character is unsalvageable. I suggest having him kicked out of the Lu family. First Branch Elder bellowed. His eyes flickered maliciously. That's right, Lu Ming. Do you think anyone would believe in your lies? Lu Yao added coldly. Haha, a test would immediately reveal if what I said about feeding blood meridians with my blood for 3 years is true. Lu Yao, do you have the guts to be tested? Lu Ming stared intently at Lu Yao. Lu Yao's face paled, and the First Branch Elder's face looked venomous. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Let's meet again in the mystical sword school. At that moment, the gaze of every single person was focused on the First Branch Elder and Lu Yao. Lu Ming was not wrong. It would be a simple task to test whether Lu Yao had really supplied Lu Ming's meridians with blood for 3 years, then stripped it away from him and fused it with her own blood meridians. Lu Ming, who do you think you are? Do you think we'll carry the test out just because you say so? The First Branch Elder quibbled grudgingly. The bystanders were not oblivious fools. Would anyone still be ignorant even after noticing the expressions on Lu Yao and the First Branch Elder's faces? What Lu Ming said was more or less the truth. At that instant, nearly everyone had a different expression in their eyes as they looked at Lu Yao and the First Branch Elder. To supply blood to a meridian and strip it off later was a taboo in the martial arts world, as it was considered completely shameless. Lu Yunxiong. At that moment, the 7 core elders were looking at the First Branch Elder with disappointment in their eyes. The eldest core elder was particularly furious. Lu Yunxiong, as the First Branch Elder, how dare you do something so shameless? How will you be able to face our ancestors? How can we convince the public if you are to continue to hold the position as the First Branch Elder? The Elder Council hereby announces that Lu Yunxiong will be stripped of his position as the First Branch Elder today. The order to name Lu Yao as the Lord of the Lu family will be rescinded as well. What? You want to revoke my position as the First Branch Elder? You'd actually strip me of my status for someone as insignificant as Lu Ming? You must remember that Lu Yao already has marital ties with the Duanmu family. The First Branch Elder bellowed as he mentioned the Duanmu family. Duanmu Qing had an unpleasant expression on his face as he looked at the 7 core elders. It'll be wise for you to think this through. Since Lu Yao has marital ties with the Duanmu family, allowing her to take over the Lu family is the greatest honor you could ever bestow upon your own family. Your family might prosper in the future if you do that, but what you're doing right now is nothing short of digging your own grave. Duanmu Qing's words caused a change in the expressions of the 7 core elders, as well as every other member of the Lu family. They could dismiss Lu Yao and the First Branch Elder, but they had to be mindful of the Duanmu family who was supporting Lu Yao. Since the Duanmu family was so mighty, obliterating the Lu family was as easy as flipping a coin for such a major family in the mystical sword sect. However, in this situation, if they allowed Lu Yao to succeed as the family lord, or even assist Lu Yao in dealing with Lu Ming, the Lu family would definitely be the butt of all jokes in the fiery Wind City, or even every city miles away. How could they choose? Clap, clap, clap. Mulan suddenly stood up as she applauded. How prestigious, Duanmu Qing. Do you think that you can represent the Duanmu family? Or perhaps that the Duanmu family can represent the mystical sword sect? Stop pretending to be something you aren't. I'll have you know that the Lu family is under my watch. I like to see what the Duanmu family is capable of. Mulan, are you sure you want to stick your nose into this? Duanmu Qing's expression changed. I sure am, Mulan shouted powerfully. Senior Duanmu. Before Duanmu Qing could reply, Lu Yao interrupted him. Senior Duanmu, I'm willing to join the White Tiger Hall. There's no use staying in a family like the Lu family, she said. Duanmu Qing's eyes sparkled as he smiled. Not bad. With a family like the Lu's, which is as widespread as a single palm, there's no point in staying. With Miss Lu Yao's talent, you should be aiming for the entire Blazing Sun Empire or an even wider stage than that, he said. 1. Lu Yao nodded and turned to look at Lu Ming, whose voice was icy cold as she said, Lu Yao, if you have the ability to do so, you should kill me today. Otherwise, someday, I'll return the shame you've brought me today by tenfold. 2. The shame that I brought you. Lu Ming started to chuckle. That's hilarious. Everything that happened is because of your own actions. Would today have happened if you hadn't stripped me of my blood meridians? He said. Lu Yao, I won't finish you off. I want you to witness for yourself what you said, that there's an insurmountable difference between you and me. 1. As for Duanmu Lin, who you call a prodigy, there'll be a day when you'll watch with your own eyes as I stomp him into the dirt. Now get lost. Lu Ming sheathed his blade after his confident and firm voice echoed across the entire field. Lu Ming, there's still a long time to go. Wait for me. Father, you should come to the mystical sword sect with me, along with brother. Lu Yao's cold voice rang out. Duanmu Qing had a frosty expression as he looked at Lu Ming with hostility. Just with you, Lu Ming? You can't even compare to a single finger of Duanmu Lin's. I hope that you don't join the mystical sword sect, or you'll understand how foolish and arrogant your words were today. Let's go. Roar. The flame tigers howled. Lu Yao, the first branch elder, and Lu Chuan followed Duanmu Qing and his posse as they mounted the flame tigers and left in humiliation without having even packed anything. With the departure of Lu Yao and the others, the events of the day finally ended. Although the youngsters from the Lu family had not started the tournament yet, nobody was really paying attention. Today's incident was full of twists and turns, and things had turned out completely different from everyone's expectations. Most of the people originally thought that the star of the day would be Lu Yao. They thought that as a genius, she would ascend as the lord of the Lu family with more than enough qualifications and bequeath tales of success. However, things took a completely different turn because of a single person, Lu Ming, who was the actual star of the day. All right, Lu Ming, you're domineering and confident. Why don't you come and join the Vermilion Bird Hall and wipe out the genius they called Duanmu Lin in the future? Mulan suggested as she clapped her hands with unconcealed admiration on her face. She then added, however, I won't agree to any conditions you make. As a martial artist, you have to count on yourself to earn everything. Everyone was speechless. Nobody invited people like that. Would anyone even accept an invitation like that? However, Lu Ming's response made everyone's jaws drop even further. Hall Master Mu, I promise to join the Vermilion Bird Hall, he acquiesced with a nod. 3. The main reason that he promised Mulan was to thank her for the help. Moreover, he wanted to join a powerful sect to cultivate, since there would be even more resources in a sect. The mystical sword sect was where prodigies from around 2,000 cities in the east of the Blazing Sun Empire gathered. Only by racing against other geniuses to be on the very top of such a wide center stage would Lu Ming be able to advance even further on the path of martial arts. After all, hiding in a corner would never result in great achievements. Excellent. Mulan was ecstatic. Everyone else thought that Lu Ming did not possess a blood meridian, but she had already sensed the power of one within him earlier on. Would the Vermilion Bird Hall experience change if a prodigy like him joined the hall? Lu Ming, the only thing that I can assure you after you join the mystical sword sect is that the elders of the Duanmu family won't dare to deal with you overtly. However, as for the younger generation of the Duanmu family, you will have to rely on yourself. With a wave of her hand, a jade credential flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming, proceed to the Vermilion Bird Hall with this jade credential in 2 months. You'll be able to join the Vermilion Bird Hall immediately. There was a realistic vermilion bird etched in the jade plate. Thank you, Hall Master Mu. Lu Ming clasped his fists and kept the jade plate. It was enough. As long as the elders of the Duanmu family did not make a move, it was enough. If he could not even go against the younger bunch of the Duanmu family, what was the point of cultivating martial arts? Haha, I'll be waiting for you in the mystical sword sect, Lu Ming. Mulan smiled daintily as she rose from her seat and left the Lu family's training field. Lu Ming, we welcome you to join the mystical sword sect, and we hope that you will be a powerhouse of your generation. Gao Shi and Tai Zhong rose in succession to congratulate Lu Ming. Thank you, my 2 seniors. I apologize for not choosing the Azure Dragon Hall and the Onyx Tortoise Hall today. Lu Ming saluted. It's fine. Gao Shi smiled. Lu Ming's attitude made them feel comfortable. 1. The two of them had the same thought in their minds. Not only does Lu Ming have an exceptional latent ability, but he's also humble and upright. He'll definitely be successful in the future. See you in the mystical sword sect, Lu Ming. Lu Qian smiled. Gao Shi, Tai Zhong, and Lu Qian proceeded to leave the area with their respective groups as they were no longer in the mood to spectate the other youngsters of the Lu family. The Lus had lost their hype with the departure of the hall envoys, so the ending ceremony was conducted hastily as well. However, today's incident was fated to stir up the entire Fiery Wind City. Lu Ming's reputation would also cause an uproar in the Fiery Wind City. However, it would be the reputation of a prodigy. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Change brought upon by power. The house meeting came to an end. The next day, Lu Ming, Li Ping, and Xiaoyu moved back into the Lord's residence once again. As he was standing in front of the residence gates, his mind was filled with thoughts. All of this was thanks to the change brought by the advancement of his power. If he was still the piece of trash whose blood meridians had been stripped from him, he would be unable to save his own life, let alone move back into the Lord's residence. Besides that, Li Ping and Xiaoyu would also be unable to live a smooth life. However, everything changed because of his sudden rise. Not only did he completely disrupt Lu Yunxiong and Lu Yao's plans, but he also snatched back the Lord's residence. Li Ping was also guaranteed a comfortable life from now on. 1. As the descendant of the Lu family's main bloodline, Lu Ming could succeed as the Lord whenever he wanted as long as he felt like it. However, it was far from enough, as all this was merely the beginning. Lu Ming knew that there were greater challenges awaiting him in the mystical sword sect. He could not slow down for a single moment. Mingna, let's go in. The room has been tidied up. Li Ping smiled as she walked out with a sword in hand. The Elder Council sent 4 young maids over specifically to serve Li Ping and Lu Ming, so the Lord's residence was quickly cleared of Lu Yao and the others' possessions. Ming'er, now that you have a foothold in martial arts, you should use the spiritual weapon that your father sent back. Li Ping handed the sword in her hands over to Lu Ming. This sword, which had been taken by Lu Chuan, was once again back in their hands. Lu Ming nodded and took the sword as he walked into the residence together with Li Ping. After he returned to his room, he started cultivating. Having consumed the Spirit Soul pill a few days ago, his cultivation spiked from top of 1st grade warrior realm to beginner of 3rd grade warrior realm. After ascending 2 grades in one go, It was inevitable that his foundation would be unsteady, thus he needed to consolidate it. After cultivating the true war dragon technique for a few hours, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine and started to cultivate his martial arts skills. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the 8th day, Lu Ming was cultivating in the Supreme Shrine when he sensed a commotion outside, so he proceeded to exit the Supreme Shrine. He heard Xiao Yu's voice coming from outside his room the moment he went out. "Young master, Lu Bing is here to pay his respects." Lu Bing. Startled, Lu Ming opened his door and walked out. Xiao Yu nodded. "Young master, do you wish to see him?" "Sure I do. Why not?" Lu Ming smiled. When he reached the living room, he saw Lu Bing pacing anxiously. Lu Bing smiled the second he saw Lu Ming. "Master Ming, you've finally come." Lu Ming noticed the change in how Lu Bing addressed him. He smiled feebly as he sat on the main seat absent-mindedly. "Why have you come to me?" Lu Bing suddenly clasped his fist at Lu Ming. "Master Ming, I've come to apologize today. I was blind to your talent before and even offended you before. I hope that you'll be gracious enough not to hold a grudge." "Lu Bing, the 5th branch elder asked you to come, didn't he?" Lu Ming asked. "You're right. My father asked me to come, but it is aligned with my aim as well. Master Ming, there are 5,000 silver notes here, which I hope you'll graciously accept." Lu Bing took out a stack of silver notes and handed it over to Lu Ming. "All right, Xiao Yu, help me accept it." Lu Ming smiled. To be frank, he had never once thought about Lu Bing, but since he came to apologize with money in hand, why should he not accept it? Xiao Yu went up to take the silver notes, her small face flushed with excitement. She had never seen so many silver notes before. Although it pained Lu Bing, he forced a smile. "Thank you, Master Ming. I shall take my leave now." Just after Lu Bing had left, another maid walked up to report. "Young master, the Lord of the Leaf family has come to pay his respects." The Lord of the Leaf family, Li Fu. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. He had a terrible impression of Li Fu. "Have you notified your lady?" Lu Ming asked. "Yes, I have," the maid replied. At that moment, Li Ping walked over and said, "Ming-er, since your uncle has arrived, let's just meet him." Lu Ming nodded and ordered the maid to bring Li Fu in. "Haha, little sister, Ming-er, I've come to visit." Li Fu guffawed the moment he came in. His face was plastered with such a wide smile that anyone unaware of the situation would assume that he had a close relationship with Lu Ming and his mother. "Big brother," Li Ping greeted him. However, an icy smile hung on Lu Ming's face as he sat absent-mindedly. "Lord Li, why have you come to the Lu residence today? It can't be because you wanted to meet this piece of trash, right?" Cough, cough. Li Fu coughed as his elderly face turned red. He chuckled wryly and said, "Ming-er, you're such a genius. How could you be a piece of trash? If anyone says that the next time, I'll definitely break his leg." "Ming-er, I believe in those rumors because I'm muddled due to my old age. I hope you won't take it to heart." At that point, Lu Ming realized that yet another person had come to apologize. Lu Ming's outburst this time was definitely startling. Although he had offended the Duanmu family, he had also gained the favor of Mulan from the Elixir Hall. It was hard to tell how successful he would be in the future. Furthermore, it was set in stone that Lu Ming was next in line as the family lord, so anyone who had offended him before, such as Lu Bing and Li Fu, would be in trouble. Therefore, they all stepped up to apologize and reconcile. It was now evidently clear that the strong ruled over the weak in the martial arts world. "Rest assured, big brother, I definitely won't take it to heart," Li Ping said as a joyful smile lit up her face. "That will be great, little sister. I've prepared 10 Qi condensation pills as a token of gratitude. Please accept it," Li Fu said as he produced a jade bottle. The Qi condensation pills were inferior second-level pills. One pill was worth 2,000 silver taels, while 10 would amount to 20,000 silver taels. It seemed that Li Fu had gone to the bank for this one. It should be noted that 20,000 silver taels were equal to the Li family's income for half a year. Even the Lu family, the biggest family in the Fiery Wind City, had an annual income of approximately 200,000 as Salavira tails. Thank you then. Lu Ming quickly accepted it. He had originally planned to ignore Li Fu, but Li Ping was from the Li family after all. Lu Ming could tell that she still cared about the Li family's attitude a lot, and was obviously pleased when Li Fu came to apologize. That was why Lu Ming had to pretend for Li Ping's sake. There was no harm in accepting the 10 qi condensation pills. Li Fu finally relaxed after seeing Lu Ming accept the pills. Even though he was pained over the 20,000 Salavira tails, it was an investment. If Lu Ming really rose in power, the Li family would not have a hard time. If he had known that Lu Ming was so talented, he would have avoided offending him at all costs. After some short banter, Li Fu bade his farewell and left. Xiao Yu, how many meridians have you opened? Lu Ming quickly asked Xiao Yu after Li Fu left. Li Ping stared at her with a curious expression as well. Young master, madam, I just opened the 8th meridian yesterday. Xiao Yu answered cheerfully. What? Lu Ming and Li Ping were shocked to their core as they stared at her incredulously. The first few meridians were relatively easy, but it would get progressively harder. Xiao Yu had already opened 8 meridians after 10 or so days. What was important was that she was cultivating with the qi condensation art, which was a basic art. She had not consumed a single pill at all. This kind of talent was shocking. Can Xiao Yu open a divine meridian without the help of a blood meridian? Lu Ming could not help but wonder. Mother, Xiao Yu, don't tell anyone about this for now. Lu Ming told Li Ping and Xiao Yu, who both nodded. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. Go forth with the dreams of a young man. The next day, Lu Ming went to the Lu family library and picked an inferior yellow level martial arts technique for Xiao Yu. It was the Jade Cloud technique. Lu Ming was not petty enough to be reluctant to share the true war dragon technique with Xiao Yu. Instead, it was because the technique was more suitable for males as it was extremely powerful, so it was not fitting for Xiao Yu to cultivate. If the technique was not suitable, it did not matter how superior it was, because it would sometimes even do more bad than good. 1. The J-Cloud technique was gentle yet firm, so it was very compatible with Xiao Yu. Lu Ming also picked out the graceful light sword technique, which was an inferior yellow level martial arts technique for Xiao Yu. Now, nobody dared to utter a single word when he was picking a martial arts technique. After Lu Ming selected the martial arts techniques, he headed towards the elixir hall to purchase a batch of Dragon Tiger pills to help Xiao Yu's cultivation. While he was purchasing the Dragon Tiger pills, he learned that Mulan was no longer at the elixir hall. According to the staff from the elixir hall, Mulan had returned to the mystical sword sect. Mulan's position as the hall master of the elixir hall was merely a trial. Now that the trial was over, naturally, she returned to the mystical sword sect. After handing the martial arts techniques and pills to Xiao Yu, Lu Ming returned to his room and entered the Supreme Shrine. He consumed a qi condensating pill and started to cultivate. Just like the other pills, after he swallowed the qi condensating pill, a strong force emanated from his spine and started to absorb the medicinal properties of the pill apart from refining the impurities of the pill. Lu Ming then converted the influx of pure energy into essential qi. The qi condensating pill was an inferior second-level pill, which was more potent than the Dragon Tiger pill. However, it paled in comparison to the Spirit Soul pill. Lu Ming's cultivation was advancing without pause. However, his essential qi was twice as dense as normal essential qi. If he wanted to improve it, he would require more energy, to be exact, around 3 times the amount of normal essential qi. It meant that if he wanted to improve his cultivation, he would need to spend 3 times the amount of energy of what a normal person required. There was no way around it. Being strong meant that he had to put in more effort. After all 10 qi condensating pills were refined, Lu Ming's cultivation advanced from beginner of 3rd grade warrior realm to beginner of 4th grade warrior realm. They were worth 20,000 SLVR taels, but Lu Ming had only advanced by a single grade. It was definitely a luxury, one that other people could not afford. Even an elite disciple of the Lu family could only redeem 2 qi condensating pills in a year. Lu Ming was not satisfied with this rate. After he finished the 10 qi condensating pills, he visited the elixir hall again and purchased 30 qi condensating pills in one go. He received a 10% discount, so the total was 54,000 SLVR taels. In one go, there were only around 15,000 taels left from 130,000 SLVRs that he had obtained from the Semophic pirates. Lu Ming continued with his cultivation after purchasing the pills. In the later stages of cultivation, a greater amount of energy was needed. After Lu Ming refined all 30 qi condensating pills, his cultivation advanced to a mere beginner of 6th grade warrior realm. Over a month had passed after he consolidated his foundation. There was only half a month left before the day when the mystical sword sect opened its doors for recruitment. Lu Ming had reaped many benefits over the course of that month and a half. Not only did his cultivation advance at a rapid pace, but his cultivation of martial arts techniques were also progressing swiftly. The Flame Dragon Fist and the Dragon Serpent Steps were cultivated to the 5th stage, which was the perfect divine-like usage stage. The superior yellow level sword technique, the lustrous sword technique, had been cultivated to the 4th stage, which was the mastery of technique stage. Lu Ming's power experienced a substantial rise compared to the house meeting a month and a half ago. However, Xiaoyu was the most shocking. With just the Jade Cloud technique and the Tiger Dragon pills, KU actually managed to open 3 divine meridians over the course of a month and a half. Lu Ming was able to open 3 divine meridians thanks to the help of the divine level martial arts technique, True War Dragon technique, and the peculiar incomplete blood meridian. However, Xiaoyu's blood meridians had yet to awaken. She was also cultivating an inferior yellow level martial arts technique at a terrifying pace. Despite that, Lu Ming and Li Ping were unquestionably happy for her. On that day, Lu Ming was prepared to make a move and set out for the mystical sword sect. "Mother, here's 10,000 SLVR notes. Keep it for future use." He produced a stack of SLVR notes in the courtyard and handed it over to Li Ping. "Minger, what are you doing? You'll be heading to the mystical sword sect, where there'll be plenty of places where you need SLVR to cultivate. Why are you giving it to me? I'll be at the Lu residence, where I'm short of nothing." Li Ping quickly pushed the SLVR notes back to Lu Ming. "Mother, I've encountered a miracle. I don't need any money. You should keep it and take the time to spend it in the future." Seeing how confident and firm Lu Ming was, Li Ping did not reject the notes and kept them away. While she gazed at his sharp gaze, Li Ping felt an incomparable sense of comfort and pride. Her son had finally achieved greatness. "Ming allowed Xiaoyu to accompany you to the mystical sword sect this time." Li Ping smiled gently after a moment of pondering. On the side, Xiaoyu's expression shifted. "Madam, who will take care of you if I'm gone?" "Silly girl, don't I have Chun Tao and the 3 girls now? There's no need to worry that nobody will take care of me. Furthermore, you're gifted in martial arts. It would be a waste if you stayed with me," Li Ping said as she patted Xiaoyu on the head. "Madam," Xiaoyu started to sniffle as tears welled up in her eyes. Lu Ming exclaimed in delight because it was true that Xiaoyu had a talent for martial arts, so staying with the Lu family was truly a waste of talent. Lu Ming shared the same thought of bringing Xiaoyu to the mystical sword sect to see if she could join the school. Perhaps someone in the mystical sword sect could help her awaken her blood meridian. "All right, Minger, it isn't early anymore. You should start moving now," Li Ping reminded. "Then, we'll take our leave now, Mother. Please take care of yourself." Lu Ming felt reluctant to leave. "Off you go. Be careful." Li Ping smiled. "Madam, please take care of yourself. I'll come back to visit you," Xiaoyu said with teary eyes. "Off you go." Li Ping nodded encouragingly. Lu Ming responded with a bob of his head. Without saying much, he turned and left along with Qiu Yu. Some things were best done instead of spoken. As she watched Lu Ming's disappearing figure, Li Ping's eyes started to redden. Ming-er, I believe that you'll truly be a strong person the next time I see you. Just like your father, she murmured to herself. Lu Ming arrived at the Lu family stables with Qiu Yu. Qiu Yu had never learned how to ride a horse, so they just took a green-scaled horse and left the city. Outside the fiery wind city, Lu Ming flicked the reins in his hands. The green-scaled horse galloped like the raging wind, leaving a trail of dust behind. In a vast and boundless land, Qiu Yu was wrapped in Lu Ming's arms. As they galloped into the far distance, he sniffed the faint fragrance coming from her hair. A sudden surge of ambition and pride surged in his heart. To drink and lie upon a beauty's lap, and to travel the world with naught but a sword in hand, to return favors and grudges, and be accompanied by a loved one, these were the dreams of a young man. A young man's dreams would forever be distant. He would grip a bottle of unfiltered wine and write a song about lost love, living life to the fullest. He would be a hero that traveled the land with naught but a sword in hand, with his pride as strong as his blood, spreading through the lands. Since Lu Ming had acquired the supreme shrine in this life and risen from the ashes, he was not going to live a normal life. The Fiery Wind City was merely the start, and the mystical sword sect was not going to be the end. His life was fated to be filled with action. Chapter 24. Chapter 24, Mystical Sword City, Wei Ziming. Just like its name, the green-scaled horse was covered in green scales. It had the blood meridian of a demonic beast and was undoubtedly strong, as it was able to travel 1,500 kilometers in a single day. More than 10 days later, the weary Lu Ming and Qiu Yu arrived at the Mystical Sword City, which was only 25 kilometers away from the Mystical Sword Sect. It was the nearest city to the school and was unbelievably bustling with activity. Both its population and size were over 10 times larger than that of the Fiery Wind City. With merchant groups coming and going from various places in the Blazing Sun Empire, it was a busy area. The main streets were wide enough to fit 10 beast carriages in a row, while the side of the streets was lined with shops. Indeed, it was a lively scene. It was Lu Ming's and Qiu Yu's first time in such a large city. They were scanning all around them with burning curiosity, like two villagers who had just entered the city. After strolling around for half a day, their stomachs started to rumble. The duo found themselves a restaurant and entered the building. The restaurant was 3 stories tall with an elegantly decorated interior. They proceeded to the 3rd floor, where almost half of the tables were already occupied. Everyone's eyes sparkled the moment Lu Ming and Qiu Yu arrived. Lu Ming had a slender build with distinct features. He donned a fitting garb that accentuated his heroic figure. On the other hand, Qiu Yu had a graceful body and a youthful face. They seemed like a perfect couple when walking together. 2 young men were seated at one of the tables. Out of the 2, one of them wore a brocade garb with a jade belt hanging at his waist. He looked like he was around 18 years old, and he carried the air of a young prince. The other person was around the same age, but he was skinny and was dressed like a servant. The moment the youth in the brocade garb laid his eyes on Lu Ming and Qiu Yu, his eyes lit up. To be more precise, he was staring at Qiu Yu with shining eyes. However, his eyes flashed with murderous intent when his eyes shifted to Lu Ming. "A fresh flower on a heap of shit," the young man murmured. Naturally, Lu Ming and Qiu Yu did not pay any attention to the gazes of the people around them. After they found themselves a table beside a window, they ordered a few dishes as well as a jar of wine and started to chow down. "Young master, the mystical sword city sure is crowded," said Qiu Yu as she looked at Lu Ming's misty eyes. Her cheeks were pink as she lifted her cup and took a sip from it. Lu Ming raised his drink and downed it too. "That's right. There are only 2 days left before the Mystical Sword Sect's annual recruitment day. Every young talent in almost 2,000 cities from the eastern side of the blazing Sun City has come. At that moment, the young man in the brocade garb lifted his cup and approached them with the thin youth behind him. "Young lady, my name is Wei Zimming. May I have the honor of knowing your name? I hope that you'll grant me the privilege of drinking with me," he said, raising his cup. However, he did not bother to conceal his gleaming eyes that were scanning every inch of Qiuyu's body while completely ignoring Yuming. Qiuyu instantly felt slightly uncomfortable with the way Wei Zimming was staring at her. She felt a tinge of disgust as she said, "I'm sorry. I just drank a moment ago, so I don't feel like it now." Rejected by Qiuyu right off the bat, Wei Zimming's face immediately darkened. "Wretched girl, what do you mean? My young lord asked you to drink with him because he thinks highly of you. Don't throw away the privilege that's been given to you." The thin youth beside Wei Zimming shouted before he snapped his head towards Lu Ming. "Why are you still sitting there, kid? You'd best scram now." "My young master wants that seat." Lu Ming furrowed his brows. The two men were really on their high horses. He had not even uttered a word, yet they already wanted him gone. Where did these yapping mutts come from? Lu Ming said in an icy tone as he lifted his cup and took another sip. "How dare you speak to me like that, brat? You're courting death." The thin youth yelled with a nasty expression on his face. He lunged towards Lu Ming's throat with his fingers curled like an eagle's claw. His incomparably sharp fingers whistled through the air as he went for a killer move instantly. If he managed to grab Lu Ming's throat, it would definitely be crushed. He was overbearingly high-handed. Despite being merely a servant, he wanted someone dead just because of a single disagreement. "You're merely a second-grade warrior realm. Scram!" Lu Ming shouted with a simple lash of his palm. The palm advanced later than the claws, but it was the first move to connect. It landed squarely on the thin youth's face, and he yelped in pain as he was blasted away. Soon, he landed heavily on the floor. Startled, the other people in the restaurant started to whisper to them Slaviers. "Who's this kid? He has the guts to hit Wei Zimming's henchman. How daring!" Wei Zimming is the eldest son of the Superior City, the Guardian Flame City's lord. This kid is done for. I bet that the kid doesn't even know where Wei Zimming comes from, or he wouldn't have dared to hit Wei Zimming's servant. After all, you have to check it before you wreck it. 1. The discussion around Lu Ming drifted into his ears. He suddenly came to see the light. The duo was from the Guardian Flame City. It was no wonder that they were so arrogant. There were over 10,000 cities in the Blazing Sun Empire that had different levels based on their respective levels of power. The levels were mainly categorized as inferior, mediocre, and superior. The Fiery Wind City was considered as an inferior city, one which most people had probably never heard of. However, the Guardian Fire City was a superior city with massive power whose name was famous across all of the Blazing Sun Empire. How dare you hit me, brat? You're dead, you're dead." The thin youth started to yell in a frenzy. Wei Zimming's face turned another shade darker as his eyes glimmered with the cold intent of murder. "Brat, do you know I'm the young master of the main family in the Guardian Flame City?" he boasted as he glared at Lu Ming. "I just found out," Lu Ming calmly replied. "Oh, so you just found out, but I suppose it's not too late. Now, kneel and apologize to me. After that, slap yourself 30 times, leave this lady behind, and scram. Then, I'll consider letting you off," Wei Zimming said confidently. He believed that Lu Ming would definitely agree to do this after learning who he was. However, he was stunned at the very next moment, because Lu Ming merely glanced at him and said dully, "I thought your mutt was the only dumb one. Turns out you're even duller than he is. Get out of my sight this instant, or I'll send you flying too." Everyone else in the eatery was dead silent. Wei Zimming was a wild one, but who would have thought that Lu Ming was even worse? "Brat, you're courting death for challenging me." Furious, Wei Zimming stretched his palm out to slap Lu Ming's face. His palm contained an immense amount of essential qi, unquestionably bearing the cultivation of 5th-grade warrior realm. However, Lu Ming caught him by the wrist even before his palm could connect. Snap! The sound of bones cracking could then be heard, followed by Wei Ziming letting out a blood-curdling scream in pain. "Ah, my hand! Release my hand, you good for nothing. I'll make sure you have a tombless death." Wei Ziming howled in fury. Two slap. At that second, Lu Ming slapped him square in the face, halting Wei Ziming mid-howl. Wei Ziming stared at him incredulously with wide eyes, as though he had been slapped silly. He never expected that Lu Ming would actually dare to slap him. "I said if you don't scram now, I'll send you flying too." Lu Ming's calm voice repeated then. Slap. Another slap rang out, landing on the other side of Wei Ziming's face. By then, his face was bloated like a pig's. Lu Ming released a surge of essential qi and threw Wei Ziming towards the stairs. "Get lost, or I'll break your limbs," he threatened. Chapter 25. Chapter 25, Assassination, Shadow Dragon Pavilion. The entire place started to ring with the sound of deep breaths being sucked in. Everyone on the third floor was staring at Lu Ming with shocked expressions. They guessed that Lu Ming had dared to send the thin youth flying because he did not know who Wei Ziming was. If he had known about Wei Ziming's identity, Lu Ming would never have dared to make a move. However, they never expected Lu Ming to take even harsher action after finding out who Wei Ziming was. He was simply domineering. "Brat, you got guts. Tell me your name." Wei Ziming rose shakily. He was reining his temper in as he glared at Lu Ming resentfully. "I'm Lu Ming." Lu Ming smiled feebly as he calmly announced his name. He was not even afraid of the Duanmu family, so why should he be scared of the Wei family? "All right, we shall see," Wei Ziming hissed through gritted teeth. He then limped down the stairs with the thin youth. "The way I see it, Wei Ziming will definitely never let it slide. He'll get his vengeance. That's for certain. The Guardian Fire City has always been run under tyranny. Given that Wei Ziming was disgraced in such a manner, there's no way they'll let it slide. Wei Zio, Wei Ziming's little brother, is a rare prodigy in the Wei family. He came to join the mystical sword sect recruitment drive and is considered among the strongest 100 in this batch of newbies. He'll probably look into it now that his elder brother has taken such a humiliating beating." The restaurant was in heated discussion after Wei Ziming left. Meanwhile, Lu Ming merely smiled and continued to enjoy his meal with Xiao Yu. Outside the restaurant, a dark, resentful expression hung on Wei Ziming's face. "Young master, should we look for second young master and let him deal with that rascal?" the thin youth asked. "Of course, we have to tell my little brother, but there's no need to make a move now. The Mystical Sword Sect recruitment drive will start in another 2 days. After the recruitment drive, the new disciples from all 4 halls of the school will go through a trial, except for Qilin Hall. Little brother will kill Lu Ming then. I want him to experience the despair of dying right after joining the Mystical Sword Sect," Wei Ziming said ruthlessly. After Lu Ming and Xiao Yu finished their meal, they spent a little while longer strolling the streets of the mystical Sword City. They then found themselves an inn and booked 2 rooms. Lu Ming sat on his haunches after entering his room. He let out a joyful expression as he felt the faint itch emanating from his spine. After nearly 4 months, he could finally feel that his blood meridian was about to be completely grown. There was just one more step left. Lu Ming could feel that it would take around 3 days to half a month before the blood meridian would complete its growth. His blood meridian had already showcased miraculous effects before it could even finish growing. Lu Ming was excited to see what abilities it would have after completing its growth and what level it would be. After feeling it for a while, Lu Ming started to cultivate by reciting the true war dragon technique. Spiritual energy from all around started to gather towards him. Soon, night arrived. The inn was enveloped in a veil of silence. Shift! Shift! Lu Ming suddenly snapped his eyes wide open when he heard something breaking the silence outside his room. Although it was only a slight rustle, it did not escape Lu Ming's ears. There were 5 figures outside his room. 2 of them were outside the door, while the other 3 were next to the window. Suddenly, the door and window opened simultaneously. The 5 figures darted in like a flash of lightning as the glint of 5 sharp black blades flickered towards Lu Ming with the intent to kill. Their movements were quick, concise, and ruthless. It was clearly the actions of trained assassins. Clink! Lu Ming took action the moment the 5 figures darted into the room. His figure flashed as the onyx blade sword turned into a trail of light and sliced through flesh in one go. Whoosh! Blood splashed everywhere as Lu Ming immediately sliced one of the assassin's throat. Clink! Clink! Another glint from the blade followed closely. Like thunder flashing in the dark, Lu Ming spun around, and another 2 assassins fell by his hand. The 3 assassins instantly went down not because they were weak. In fact, they were far from weak. The trio that Lu Ming had slain had reached 6th grade warrior realm, whereas the remaining 2 had cultivated up to 7th grade warrior realm. With an ambush by such a lineup, even an ace on 8th grade warrior realm would be slain. Lu Ming was alive simply because he was even stronger and had already noticed them. Dang it, the intel about the target's power was inaccurate. Retreat! One of the assassins yelped in surprise and frantically backed away. Since you've already come, you might as well stay. The moment Lu Ming finished his sentence in an icy tone, he used the dragon serpent steps. After he appeared behind the assassin in a single step, he lashed out with his blade, and a dismembered head landed on the floor. He then took a few more steps and caught up with the next person. After he realized that he could not escape, the remaining assassin yelled as he plunged towards Lu Ming without a care for his own life. Die! Rumble! The flame dragon fist erupted, and 2 consecutive hits landed on the assassin's body. Blasted back by the blows, the assassin crashed into the wall and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Speak! Who are you? Who sent you here? Lu Ming demanded in an icy tone. Hee, so what if I told you? We're from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Someone paid to end your life, but as for who it is, you'll never find out. Be prepared for the Shadow Wolf Pavilion's relentless hunt. Lu Ming. 2. After the assassin said that, black blood spewed from his mouth. He had actually committed suicide by poison. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion? Lu Ming furrowed his brows. He had heard of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion before. It was one of the 4 largest assassin groups in the Blazing Sun Empire. They had a large circle of influence and specifically dealt in paid assassinations. However, they were extremely secretive as nobody knew where the headquarters of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion was. Hence, the 4 assassin groups were loathed by many, but there was no way to remove them by the roots. Some even said that these 4 assassin groups were backed and cultivated by the 5 main sects as tools to deal with the rising prodigies. Still, it was nothing but a rumor since nobody knew what the truth was. Who would hire assassins from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion to bring me down? Lu Ming furrowed his brows. The first thing that came to his mind was Lu Yao, Lu Yunxiong, and the Duanmu family. These people were the most susceptible bunch, as well as Wei Ziming. However, the odds of it being Wei Ziming were not high since he already had a gist of how powerful Lu Ming was. The assassin just now had exclaimed that Lu Ming's strength did not add up to the intel they received. If that was the case, it was most likely Lu Yao, Lu Yunxiong, and the Duanmu family. It seems like there are shadows on the prowl in the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming sneered as his eyes flashed with killing intent. Young master, are you all right? Xiaoyu walked out of her room and was shocked when she saw the bodies lying on the ground. The commotion just now had startled the other guests staying at the inn. Xiaoyu, let's go. We're changing inns. Lu Ming grabbed Xiaoyu as he jumped out of the window and sprinted forward. The duo traversed in the dark and stopped at a different inn after half an hour. In the next 2 days, neither of them took a step out of their rooms. Except for food, they spent their time cultivating behind closed doors. 2 days soon passed in the blink of an eye. The Mystical Sword Sect's annual recruitment drive officially started. Chapter 26. Chapter 26, Vermilion Bird Hall. The mystical sword sect was divided into 5 halls, and each hall occupied a majestic mountain. The Qilan Peak was in the middle, the Azure Dragon Peak was on the east, the White Tiger Peak on the west, the Vermilion Bird Peak on the south, and the Onyx Tortoise Peak on the north. The new apprentice enrollment test was held at the mountain before the 5 halls, and that was the main gate of the mystical sword sect. When Lu Ming and Xiao Yu arrived at the gate, the entire area was filled with people hustling and bustling about. There were about tens of thousands of generally young people below their 20s. At the foot of the mountain, 2 broad pathways led towards the center of the mystical sword sect. Those with jade credentials, head towards your right. Those without jade credentials, head towards your left for the enrollment tests. A dashing young man yelled with a sword on his back. Lu Ming was told that those with jade credentials were exempted from the enrollment tests and were allowed to join the mystical sword sect right away. Possessing a 1 in a million jade credential signified that the person had already been tested and was deemed exceptional by an expert from the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming had received the jade credential from Mulan, so he was naturally exempted from the enrollment tests. Xiao Yu, go ahead and take the tests. Lu Ming said to Xiao Yu. Oh, all right, young lord. She nodded. You can do it. He smiled encouragingly at her. The enrollment tests included many sections like a willpower test, meridians check, meridians testing, and many more. There were professional meridian inspectors there to evaluate the blood meridian levels, so it did not matter if one's blood meridians were not awakened yet. This was a good chance for Xiao Yu to find out what kind of blood meridians she had, so she nodded vigorously and made a beeline toward the left. 1. There was a long line of people on the left mountain path. Meanwhile, Lu Ming waited outside patiently for Xiao Yu's results. Sai, why such high standards? I don't think I'll stand a chance to be accepted into the mystical sword sect. Time after time, Lu Ming saw people walk out dejectedly. Some were even sobbing. Those were the people who had obviously failed the enrollment test. Slowly, Xiao Yu disappeared into the mountains as the queue progressed. All of a sudden, 3 rainbows shot up from deep within the left side of the mountain. The rainbows pierced through the clouds and rose above the heavens, shining as brightly as the sun. 3 rainbows signified 3 unlocked divine meridians. Is that Xiao Yu? Lu Ming's eyes gleamed. At the sight of the 3 rainbows, chaos erupted at the main gate of the mystical sword sect. 3 rainbows. This means that someone has unlocked 3 divine meridians. There's actually such a genius in this generation. I've only unlocked 6 acupuncture points from the first divine meridian after stalling at the peak of top novice realm for 2 years. It's impossible to compare one human to another. If that person's willing, he or she could totally enter Qilan Hall. All eyes were fixated at the direction of the rainbows as chatter broke out. Squawk! A gigantic white crane flew out from deep within the mystical sword sect and headed towards the rainbows. A master from the mystical sword sect has appeared. This genius should be heading towards the skies soon. Some people exclaimed with envy in their eyes. It looks like Xiao Yu's been accepted into mystical sword sect without a doubt. Lu Ming smiled as he made his way to the mountain path on the right. There were also mystical sword sect apprentices on guard at the entrance on the right mountain path. Since there were only very few people, Lu Ming entered with ease after flashing his jade credentials. It was a steep incline up, though not for long. Soon, there were rainbows on the left side of the mountain once again. This time, there were 2 rainbows. Right after that, there were another 2 rainbows. It looks like a gathering of geniuses in this batch of new enrollments. Even Lu Ming was shocked to see 2 consecutive geniuses with 2 unlocked divine meridians. Not forgetting those with jade credentials that were exempted from the tests, like him. How many geniuses in this group of people? It was a genius galore. How interesting. Fighting spirit flashed before Lu Ming's eyes. He continued on his journey to the end of the mountain path, and there it was before him, a vast plaza. At that moment, there were thousands of people on that plaza. The plaza led to 4 different pathways, and along each pathway was a 10-meter slab of stone in height with one of the 4 great beasts carved on them. The only pathway missing was the one that led to Qilin Hall. Onyx Tortoise Hall. This way to the Onyx Tortoise Hall. Join us, dear juniors. We guarantee loads of benefits. A few youths hollered at the top of their lungs at Onyx Tortoise Hall's entrance. White Tiger Hall. Joining us at the White Tiger Hall will be the best choice you'll ever make. We're the strongest hall, secondary only to the Qilin Hall. Come, join the Azure Dragon Hall. We're the oldest of them all. Vermilion Bird Hall. We have many beautiful girls here at the Vermilion Bird Hall. One after another, voices rang out as the 4 halls tried their best to attract newcomers. Newcomers represented new blood, and they spoke for the future of the hall, so it was extremely vital, especially given the fierce competition between the 4 halls. Newly enrolled apprentices were given free will to enter into any of the 4 halls. People with jade credentials like Lu Ming were the exception. They belonged to the hall that had issued them their jade pieces. Only Qilin Hall operated differently. Qilin Hall was extremely mysterious and was the most powerful hall among the 5. Qilin Hall apprentices were carefully handpicked, and they were all the cream of the crop. No one knew how many new apprentices Qilin Hall would accept in a year. Furthermore, it was only normal for it to have the least amount of people. Suddenly, something captured Lu Ming's attention from the corner of his eye. Near the entrance of the White Tiger Hall, dressed in a white dress, Lu Yao was the center of attention. That's Lu Yao. I heard she's awakened a 5th-level blood meridian with 2 unlocked divine meridians. She's also engaged to Duanmu family's super genius, Duanmu Lin. What a Cinderella story. I know. I'm so jealous. If it were me, I'd wake up smiling every day. You? Why would Duanmu Lin ever consider you? A few young women whispered enviously near Lu Ming. Lu Yao's gaze swept across the area even as she charmed the crowd around her. When her gaze landed on Lu Ming, her face darkened as anger flashed in her eyes. Then, she looked at the crowd surrounding her and glanced back at Lu Ming with disdain in her eyes. Lu Ming merely smiled. Suddenly, a bird song erupted from above them, and right after that, an enormous white crane descended. It was far bigger than a normal white crane. When extended, the length of its wings was a terrifying 20 meters. There were 2 people on the white crane. One of them was a middle-aged lady with a golden threaded robe, while the other was a beautiful young maiden. Xiao Yu. Lu Ming's heart was filled with glee upon seeing the young maiden. Gold-robed elder. That's a gold-robed elder. It's really a gold-robed elder. Who's that young lady? How did she manage to catch the gold-robed elder's attention? She's a super genius, I reckon. Who are they here for? The young people around clamored in reverence toward the middle-aged lady. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Making Things Hard on Purpose. Elders were divided into ordinary elders, silver-robed elders, and gold-robed elders in the mystical sword sect. Silver-robed elders were the upper management of the mystical sword sect. They were the strong backbone that held the school together. Gold-robed elders were the mystical sword sect's doyens. They existed as the anchors against the other sections. There were only a few of them, and since they were so powerful, they would make an appearance if something important caught their attention. Otherwise, they would be in closed-door meditation and practice of the martial arts. Standing right in front of everyone's eyes was a gold-robed elder. Everyone at the plaza had their eyes on the 2 people on the white crane. Who were they here for? On the white crane, Xiaoyu searched the crowd with her eyes, and her gaze finally found Lu Ming. Young lord. She beamed in delight as the white crane descended near Lu Ming. Then, she leaped off it excitedly and ran to his side. All eyes were on Lu Ming at that instant. Not too far away, Lu Yao clearly recognized Xiao Yu, and her face darkened. Why would that filthy maidservant be with a gold-robed elder? Lu Yao's eyes flashed with annoyance and confusion. Xiao Yu. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face as he asked, Xiao Yu, did you pass the assessment test? I did. This senior here wants me to join her in Qilan Hall, but I don't want to be at Qilan Hall. I want to be with you in the Vermilion Bird Hall, young lord. Xiao Yu chirped. Xiao Yu's actually been invited to join Qilan Hall. Lu Ming's heart leaped with joy, but he hardened his features on purpose and said, Silly girl, some people can't even join Qilan Hall even if they wanted to. And you're just going to turn it down? Listen to your young lord and go to Qilan Hall. But young lord, I hate to part with you. Xiao Yu sniffed while her eyes grew teary. Silly girl, we're both at the mystical sword sect. It's not like we won't be able to see each other ever again. Besides, if you train hard enough in Qilan Hall, there'll be chances for us to meet. Also, Xiao Yu, what's up with your blood meridians? Did they manage to test it? Lu Ming asked as he comforted her. They did, but this senior said that I might have unique blood meridians and told me not to tell anyone else. But, young lord, you aren't just anybody else, Xiao Yu whispered into Lu Ming's ears as she leaned toward him. Unique blood meridians. Her revelation shocked Lu Ming to the core, but he felt intense joy for Xiao Yu right after the initial shock. Human blood meridians were divided into several kinds, although most of the blood meridians took the form of a living being, be it beasts or plants. Humans have been in cohabitation with all the other beings since the beginning of time, so it was only natural for the blood meridians humans awakened to carry these other beings' forms, since human blood was influenced by genetic traits of these other beings. However, some people would awaken blood meridians with peculiar forms, such as a sword-shaped blood meridian, a knife-shaped blood meridian, and many more blood meridians shaped like weapons. There were also some others with element-influenced blood meridians like wind, fire, thunder, water, and many more. These were known as the unique blood meridians. Unique blood meridians were extremely rare and also very, marvelously, unimaginably powerful. For example, those with sword-shaped blood meridians had an innate affinity towards sword-related martial arts and were able to grasp sword-related martial arts teachings a few times faster than ordinary people. Some even inherited an extremely powerful sword art technique through their sword-shaped blood meridians and were unbeatable. All in all, those with unique blood meridians were usually phenomenal geniuses. It all made sense now. No wonder Xiao Yu's blood meridians were so difficult to awaken. She possessed unique blood meridians. Xiao Yu, don't tell anyone else about it from now onwards. Train hard and study well in Qilan Hall, okay? Lu Ming advised as he gently patted her head. Young lord, Xiao Yu's eyes watered. Go on, train well. I'm going to spot check you in the future. Lu Ming chuckled. Got it, young lord, don't worry. I'll work hard. Chapter 24. Chapter 24, Mystical Sword City, Wei Ziming. Just like its name, the green-scaled horse was covered in green scales. It had the blood meridian of a demonic beast and was undoubtedly strong, as it was able to travel 1,500 kilometers in a single day. More than 10 days later, the weary Lu Ming and Xiao Yu arrived at the Mystical Sword City, which was only 25 kilometers away from the Mystical Sword sect. It was the nearest city to the school and was unbelievably bustling with activity. Both its population and size were over 10 times larger than that of the Fiery Wind City. With merchant groups coming and going from various places in the Blazing Sun Empire, it was a busy area. The main streets were wide enough to fit 10 beast carriages in a row, while the side of the streets was lined with shops. Indeed, it was a lively scene. It was Lu Ming's and Xiao Yu's first time in such a large city. They were scanning all around them with burning curiosity, like two villagers who had just entered the city. After strolling around for half a day, their stomachs started to rumble. The duo found themselves a restaurant and entered the building. The restaurant was 3 stories tall with an elegantly decorated interior. They proceeded to the third floor, where almost half of the tables were already occupied. Everyone's eyes sparkled the moment Lu Ming and Xiao Yu arrived. Lu Ming had a slender build with distinct features. He donned a fitting garb that accentuated his heroic figure. On the other hand, Xiao Yu had a graceful body and a youthful face. They seemed like a perfect couple when walking together. Two young men were seated at one of the tables. Out of the two, one of them wore a brocade garb with a jade belt hanging at his waist. He looked like he was around 18 years old, and he carried the air of a young prince. The other person was around the same age, but he was skinny and was dressed like a servant. The moment the youth in the brocade garb laid his eyes on Lu Ming and Xiao Yu, his eyes lit up. To be more precise, he was staring at Xiao Yu with shining eyes. However, his eyes flashed with murderous intent when his eyes shifted to Lu Ming. "A fresh flower on a heap of," the young man murmured. Naturally, Lu Ming and Xiao Yu did not pay any attention to the gazes of the people around them. After they found themselves a table beside a window, they ordered a few dishes as well as a jar of wine and started to chow down. "Young master, the mystical sword city sure is crowded," said Xiao Yu as she looked at Lu Ming's misty eyes. Her cheeks were pink as she lifted her cup and took a sip from it. Lu Ming raised his drink and downed it too. "That's right. There are only 2 days left before the Mystical Sword Sect's annual recruitment day. Every young talent in almost 2,000 cities from the eastern side of the blazing Sun City has come." At that moment, the young man in the brocade garb lifted his cup and approached them with the thin youth behind him. "Young lady, my name is Wei Zimming. May I have the honor of knowing your name? I hope that you'll grant me the privilege of drinking with me," he said, raising his cup. However, he did not bother to conceal his gleaming eyes that were scanning every inch of Qiu Yu's body while completely ignoring Yu Ming. Qiu Yu instantly felt slightly uncomfortable with the way Wei Zimming was staring at her. She felt a tinge of disgust as she said, "I'm sorry. I just drank a moment ago, so I don't feel like it now." Rejected by Qiu Yu right off the bat, Wei Zimming's face immediately darkened. "Wretched girl, what do you mean? My young lord asked you to drink with him because he thinks highly of you. Don't throw away the privilege that's been given to you." The thin youth beside Wei Zimming shouted before he snapped his head towards Lu Ming. "Why are you still sitting there, kid? You'd best scram now. My young master wants that seat." Lu Ming furrowed his brows. The two men were really on their high horses. He had not even uttered a word, yet they already wanted him gone. Where did these yapping mutts come from? Lu Ming said in an icy tone as he lifted his cup and took another sip. "How dare you speak to me like that, brat? You're courting death." The thin youth yelled with a nasty expression on his face. Lu Ming let out a cry, and immediately, red lights flashed from behind his back as he made his blood meridians explode. A glimpse of a worm-like silhouette flashed before the red light disappeared. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. Newbie's Test. Blood meridians? How do you have blood meridians? The blue-robed apprentice cried out in disbelief. According to the news he had gotten, Lu Ming had no blood meridians. "Of course, I have blood meridians. How else would I have passed the test by the Vermilion Bird Hall seniors and get a recommendation? This is something even a pig would understand, but you've made things difficult for me on purpose. Tell me, what's your intention? Are you intentionally oppressing the new apprentices, or are you dumber than a pig?" Lu Ming articulated each word with such clarity while his gaze bore into the blue-robed apprentice like a drill. The new apprentices around Lu Ming glowered gingerly at the blue-robed apprentice after hearing what Lu Ming said. These two questions were impossible to answer. The blue-robed apprentice raged. If he admitted that he made things difficult for Lu Ming on purpose, it meant that he was also oppressing the new apprentices on purpose. Then, if the Vermilion Bird Hall saw a drastic dip in the number of new apprentices because of what had happened, he would be in huge trouble. However, if he did not admit it, he would be deemed dumber than a pig. Lu Ming, you, flushed The blue-robed apprentice was at a loss for words. "Fuck off, you're in the way," Lu Ming reprimanded. The blue-robed apprentice gritted his teeth as he glared at Lu Ming. "Just you wait, Lu Ming. I, Ning Feng, won't be so easily fooled." He stormed away after he was done. Lu Ming snickered and entered the training field. There were about 200 people on the wide and spacious training field. Lu Ming walked to the side of the training hall and sat down as he waited quietly. People were still entering the training field. The sky began to darken as a few hours passed. There were almost 1,000 people in the training field by the time people stopped trickling in. Lu Ming could not help but lament about the high prerequisites to become a mystical sword sect apprentice. There were about 50,000 people at the front gate waiting to be assessed, but only about 1,000 of them were in the Vermilion Bird Hall. For the other halls, even if there were more people in the crowd, it would not make that much of a difference. Lu Ming estimated that there would only be around 5,000 new apprentices amongst the 4 halls combined, and that was the better-case scenario, which meant that only 1 out of 10 applicants were accepted into the mystical sword sect. A full-bearded, burly man entered the training field. He let out a huge lion-like roar that left everyone else's ears ringing. "Gather round." About 1,000 people scurried to assemble around the full-bearded, burly man. With an expressionless face, the burly man introduced himself loudly. "I'm Xie Kuang, and coaching and guidance elder. First of all, welcome to the Vermilion Bird Hall. You should already know that you're just a general apprentice for now." With clenched fists, indeed, all of them knew that when they were first accepted into the mystical sword sect, they would start by just being a general apprentice. However, being associated with the word general did not feel very good. Upon seeing the new apprentice's facial expressions, a satisfied smile appeared on Xie Kuang's face as he continued, "But you'll have a chance to get rid of the word general before your apprentice ranking. 3 days from now, there'll be a test for you together with the new apprentices from the White Tiger Hall, the Azure Dragon Hall, and the Onyx Tortoise Hall. If you pass, you'll be upgraded to become a bronze apprentice, which gives you better treatment, and you'll be able to cultivate at the Vermilion Bird Peak. If you fail, you'll continue to be a general apprentice and suffer in the general living area. Do you have faith in your Slaviers?" Yes. All the new apprentices let out a resounding roar and were filled to the brim with fighting spirit and self-confidence. They were all at most 18 years old, and to be accepted into the mystical sword sect from different cities all over Blazing Sun Empire signified that they were all geniuses. Therefore, they were confident that they were one of kind. "Good. Now we'll assign your dorms to you. Rest up," Xie Kuang said in a loud voice. Surely, where they stayed, then, was a place for general apprentices at the foot of the Vermilion Bird Peak. They were assigned to a small room each. As soon as Lu Ming entered his room, he went to the Supreme Shrine and started his cultivation. For better treatment and for more time to cultivate, it was crucial for him to be upgraded to the bronze rank in the test 3 days from now. No matter which hall in the mystical sword sect they were, apprentices were divided into a few rankings, which were the general, bronze, and silver. General apprentices were at the lowest tier, and they were tasked with generic and miscellaneous tasks. They were only allowed to cultivate after they had finished the tasks set by the management of the sect. They also had the worst treatment amongst the rest. Bronze apprentices were considered as an official apprentice of the mystical sword sect, and the treatment they were given would be undoubtedly better. Silavira apprentices were the elite-level apprentices. They were the cream of the crop, strong, powerful, and recognized. It was said that there was another ranking above Silavira, which were the gold apprentices. However, gold apprentices were another entity of their own, and they were not part of any hall. Each of them was extraordinary geniuses, and they were all allowed to cultivate at the top secret core area of the entire sect. They were so respected that they were comparable to the hall chiefs. As powerful as they may be, there were only a very scarce number of gold apprentices in the entire mystical sword sect. The gold ranking was very far for Lu Ming at the moment, so he did not put much thought into it. It was imperative for him to first upgrade to become a bronze apprentice. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On the morning of the 4th day, more than 1,000 of them gathered once more at the training field. Xianxia was right up front as he roared with blazing eyes. Right, 3 days have passed, so the test is officially starting, and it'll be held in the Midnight Hills 100 kilometers away from here. Let me warn you, the Midnight Hills are filled with demonic beasts, and they're highly dangerous. It's common to die there, so if you want to opt out, stand up now, and I'll proceed with the sec leaving application right away. There was pin-drop silence on the training field as no one stood up. The road of martial arts was not a bed of roses, but was one filled with thorns, trials, and danger. Everyone had come mentally prepared the second they embarked on this journey. Furthermore, to opt out meant to leave the mystical sword sect as well. How could they leave after working so hard to be accepted into the mystical sword sect? If they opted out now, it would make them the laughingstock for the rest of their lives. Xianxia's eyes swept over the entire place, and a smile of approval appeared on his face. He said, "All right, since no one's opting out, now follow me. We'll gather with the other halls and head out to the Midnight Hills." When he was done, Xianxia turned around and started running out with all the new apprentices following suit. In a courtyard in the Vermilion Bird Peak, 2 shadows sat facing each other. One of them was Ningfeng, and the other was a smiling young man. "Have you arranged the necessaries?" Ningfeng, the smiley youth, asked. A chill flashed across Ningfeng's face as he answered, "Don't worry, brother Duanmu. Lu Ming won't walk out of the test alive." "1. That's good. Most of the Duanmu family apprentices taking part in this test have seen his portrait, so when they meet him in the hills, they will kill him. Ningfeng, young Lord Lin pays a lot of attention to Lu Ming, so if you've done your part well, there will be benefits coming your way." The youth from the Duanmu family grinned as he said. 1. Ningfeng was ecstatic. He cupped his hands and replied, "I'll still need a favor for brother Duanmu to compliment me a little in front of young Lord Lin." "Ah, sure thing." Chapter 29. Chapter 29. Attractive Rewards. Lu Ming followed the rest as they made their way out of the sect and headed towards the Midnight Hills. With 1,000 apprentices running on the road at the same time, it caused a constant rumble of dust and dirt along the journey. There was a whopping 100 kilometers between the mystical sword sect and the Midnight Hills. Even though most of them were Blood Meridian's martial artists with a fairly high cultivation level, the 100-kilometer run still got them sweating buckets and panting like dogs. Nevertheless, Lu Ming was still doing okay. Although he was panting a little, he had not reached his limit yet. When the Vermilion Bird Hall apprentices arrived at the Midnight Hills, the people from the White Tiger Hall were already there, and there were 1,500 of them, about 500 more than those from the Vermilion Bird Hall. The White Tiger Hall had grown stronger over the years, and they were unabashedly the strongest of the 4 halls, so they also had the most apprentices who chose to enter the White Tiger Hall. "All right, take a break, everyone," Xianxia hollered. The Vermilion Bird Hall apprentices took their places, sat down, and began their mediation to recover their breath. Rumble. The earth rumbled as the Azure Dragon Hall and the Onyx Turtle Hall arrived soon after. According to Lu Ming's observation, the Azure Dragon Hall had 1,300 people. The Onyx Tortoise Hall had 1,200 people, which left the Vermilion Bird Hall with the least at only 1,000 people. There were 5,000 people combined. Swoosh, swoosh. Air-piercing whistles came from the silhouette of a few people flying towards them at an alarming speed. Yes, they were flying without mounting any flying beasts. "Those are Leader Realm powerhouses." A cry of surprise rang out, and everyone looked enviously towards the sky. Lu Ming also looked at the skies enviously with a tinge of yearning. Who would not yearn to soar like eagles, looking down on mountains and valleys? "I'm going to reach that place one day." Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. 1. 3 white-haired, elderly men in Essilver robes swooped in at groundbreaking speed, and it only took them 3 breaths to reach above everyone's heads where they remained floating in the air, just like that. They were the mystical sword sex, silver-robed elders. Upon his arrival, the silver-robed elder in the middle spoke in a loud voice. Now, I'll announce the rules of the test. This time, we've placed metal pieces on some demonic beasts in the Midnight Hills. These metal pieces will have 1, 2, 5, and 10 points carved on them. There are 5,000 1-point pieces distributed amongst first-grade first-level to 6th-grade first-level beasts. 2,000 2-point pieces on 7th-grade first-level to 9th-grade beasts. 400 5-point pieces and 210 point pieces on the first-grade second-level to 3rd-level beasts. You'll need 10 points to pass the test and be upgraded to be a bronze apprentice. You have 20 days before we return to this place to harvest your results. 10 points to pass. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. 10 points might not seem like a lot, but it was extremely difficult to accumulate since demonic beast had a different strength scale than ordinary beasts. A first-level demonic beast was likened to a warrior realm martial artist, while a second-level demonic beast will be likened to the master realm martial artists. Each level was divided into 9 grades and was no different from the martial artist realm. 5 and 10-point pieces were available from second-level beasts, far beyond the reach of an ordinary newbie. Those with cultivation below the master realm could only get the 1-point and 2-point metal pieces. According to the numbers the silver-robed elder gave, they were all snapped up. In total, 5,000 1-point pieces, 2,000 2-point pieces, and including the 5-point and 10-point pieces only added up to 13,000 points. When 13,000 points were divided by 10, that meant, on average, only at most 1,300 apprentices could pass the test. On average, only 1,300 out of 5,000 on average. The competition was undoubtedly fierce. Also, there's going to be a handsome reward. The first place will get 5,000 SEC contribution points and a spirit condensing fruit. 1. The second place will get 4,000 SEC contribution points. The third place will get 3,000 SEC contribution points. 4th to 10th place will get 1,000 SEC contribution points. 11th to 100th place will be rewarded accordingly. Lastly, I might as well tell you that there's actually a 500-point metal piece on some demonic beast that's for you to find. Right then, that's all for the rules. Take a breather and be on your way. Chaos erupted right after the silver-robed elder finished his announcement. The chatter was mostly about how attractive the rewards were. The mystical sword sect contribution points were used to exchange anything from pills, spiritual weapons, and martial arts techniques to gems, treasures, and many more. 1 sect contribution point was equivalent to 100 taels of Esilavirer. The reward for first place was 5,000 sect contribution points, which was equivalent to 500,000 taels of Esilavirer. Who would not want that? Spirit condensing fruit. The fruit was as attractive to Lu Ming as the sect contribution points. To an ordinary martial artist, the normal use of a spirit condensing fruit was to condense essential qi to raise their cultivation. However, it meant more than that to Lu Ming. To cultivate the second stage of the true war dragon technique to achieve essential qi condensation that was twice as thick, a few rare and precious ingredients were needed. One of the most precious ones was this spirit condensing fruit. 1. I must get that spirit condensing fruit. Lu Ming's eyes shone like the sun. Apart from him, some of the stronger talents amongst the 5,000 also displayed the same burning desire. You're Lu Ming, aren't you? A clear, crisp voice rang out. There was a girl of about 15 or 16 years old with her hair pulled back in a ponytail. She looked dashing with her sword on her back, and she wore a body-hugging fencing uniform that showed off her curves in all the right places. Who are you? Lu Ming frowned at the sight of the girl. He did not know her, although she recognized him. Had she also been sent by the Duanmu family? The young lady smiled as if she sensed his hesitation. Lu Ming, my name is Feng Wu. Big Sis Mulan sent me to look for you. 1. Mulan. Lu Ming's eyes gleamed. He lowered his guard and asked, "How may I help you?" Miss Feng Wu. Big Sis Mulan sent me to team up with you in case the Duanmu family tries anything funny in the test. What do you say? Shall we work together? Feng Wu replied. Lu Ming gave it some thought and nodded. All right. He had complete trust in Mulan. Besides, he was new to the mystical sword sect, so he was not familiar with the things that were happening. Therefore, Lu Ming thought that as he teamed up with someone else, he could find out more. That's great. There are 3 others in our team. I'll introduce you. Feng Wu smiled. She turned around and walked as Lu Ming followed behind her. 3 young men were leaning on a huge rock. Everyone, let me introduce you to our newest member, Lu Ming. Feng Wu pointed at Lu Ming and introduced him to the 3 young men. She then pointed at the 2 lankier ones and said, Lu Ming, this is Zhou Hao and Zhou Su. Both Zhou Hao and Zhou Su nodded nonchalantly as a form of greeting. Lu Ming, this is Yuan Chong. Feng Wu pointed to a rather handsome young man and presented him to Lu Ming. Feng Wu, why did you include just anybody in our team? We don't need a laggard. Yuan Chong jeered as soon as Feng Wu finished. 1. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Feng Wu. Yuan Chong glared at Lu Ming and taunted him. Feng Wu's face darkened as she remarked, Yuan Chong, what's with the attitude? Lu Ming is my friend. Friend? Haha, we have a lot of friends and not everyone can fit into our team. I'd just like to know what level is his cultivation on? Yuan Chong said coldly. 6th grade warrior realm. Lu Ming replied with a sardonic smile. Haha, 6th grade warrior realm? Junior Feng Wu, you'd include a 6th grade warrior realm trash into our group? Even our weakest is a 9th grade warrior realm. That piece of grade 6 trash will definitely hold us back. Yuan Chong laughed scornfully as he mocked Lu Ming. Disdain flashed across the other 2 young men's eyes, but they remained silent. Miss Feng, it looks like I'm not welcomed here. I'll make a move then. Lu Ming cupped his fists towards Feng Wu and walked away. Wait up, Lu Ming. Feng Wu cried as she grasped his hand hurriedly. She glowered at Yuan Chong, her eyes filled with fury as she growled. Yuan Chong, that's too much. I'll warn you, if you ever say something like that again, we'll go our separate ways. Feng Wu. Yuan Chong's face dripped with malice. He did not expect Feng Wu to speak to him like this because of Lu Ming. He looked at Lu Ming with resentment in his eyes, but he did not say anything else. Right after, Feng Wu looked at Lu Ming pleadingly and whispered, Lu Ming, I promised Big Sis Mulan to bring you along. If you leave, how am I going to face Big Sis Mulan? Speechless, Lu Ming looked at Miss Pretty Girl Feng Wu, who wanted him to stay because she was afraid of Mulan. Let's follow them for the time being, gather some news, and we'll look for opportunities to leave. Lu Ming thought about it and nodded. Okay then, we'll team up. That's great. Happiness was evident on Feng Wu's face. Yuan Chong's face darkened further as he saw Feng Wu and Lu Ming whispering amongst themselves ears. There were already people who went into the Midnight Hills. Some formed groups of 3s, while some were in groups of 5s. There were also some solo rangers who disappeared into the Midnight Hills. Let's go too then, Feng Wu announced. She was clearly the pack leader. The 5 of them hurried into the Midnight Hills. The Midnight Hills had a perimeter range of thousands of kilometers. It was a forest filled with sky-high trees and demonic beasts, as beastly roars could be heard regularly. The outer 15 kilometers of the Midnight Hills are filled with ordinary beasts instead of demonic beasts. If we want points, we've got to go and beyond the 15-kilometer range, Feng Wu said to them. Everyone nodded and made their way fleetingly into the deeper parts of the Midnight Hills. Yuan Chong sprinted at full speed with a taunting smile on his face as he thought, Let's see how you catch up with me, you trash. His smirk was wiped off his expression right away as soon as he saw Lu Ming cover a 0.6-meter distance in a single step. Lu Ming ran beside Zhou Hao and Zhou Su without breaking a sweat. This trash has pretty good techniques. Yuan Chong thought to himself foully. In their pack, Yuan Chong and Feng Wu both were in first-grade Master Realm, while Zhou Hao and Zhou Su were in ninth-grade Warrior Realm. Yuan Chong could have gone faster, but Zhou Hao and Zhou Su would have been left behind. What he did not know was that Lu Ming was only at 50% of his speed. At the fifth stage of comprehension and practice, perfect divine-like usage of dragon, serpent steps meant that each step Lu Ming took could cover a distance of 5 meters. 1. After an hour, the 5 of them were 15 kilometers deep into the midnight hills, and they slowed down to watch out for the appearance of demonic beasts. Roar! A ferocious black panther leaped towards Zhou Hao from within the bushes with its claws gleamingly sharp like knives, ready to kill. Wrong target! Zhou Hao bellowed as he threw a punch that collided with the black panther's claws. Boom! The black panther flew backward and slammed heavily on the ground. It rolled for several rounds before it ran away as fast as it could. Metal Black Panther, a mere 6th-grade, first-level demonic beast. Let it go, Zhou Hao. It has no metal pieces on it, Feng Wu cried. Zhou Hao wanted to go for it, but stopped after he heard what Feng Wu said. Our mission is to earn points, so we'll avoid those without metal pieces to save time and energy, Feng Wu continued. The rest nodded and continued on their journey, only to stop after a short while. Feng Wu frowned as her gaze swept the area and commented, "Someone's following us." "I've realized that too," said Yuan Chong. Lu Ming frowned because he felt a looming intent to kill him from the beginning. "Who is it? Come out now," Feng Wu ordered. "Haha, junior sister Feng, you have such sharp senses." A humorless laugh rang from the left as 2 young men appeared. Wei Ziming. Recognition flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he recognized Wei Ziming, the person he had slapped at the restaurant in the mystical Sword City. Wei Ziming stared venomously at Lu Ming, and beside him was someone that looked like Wei Ziming but younger. "Was it you, Wei Zio? Why were you following us?" Feng Wu snapped. He was Wei Zio, Wei Ziming's younger brother. It was common for the more famous geniuses to know each other. "Junior sister Feng, senior brother Yuan Chong, this is none of your business. I'm only here for him, Lu Ming." Wei Zio smiled and pointed. Feng Wu's face darkened. "What do you want with Lu Ming?" "Nothing much. He just slapped my brother twice a few days ago, so I'm just here to destroy both his hands." "You better not get yourself invul-levered, Junior Feng," Wei Zio replied. "1. But I will get myself invul-levered because Lu Ming's my teammate now," Feng Wu insisted. "Feng Wu, I'd say, you'd better mind your own business." At that moment, a voice rang from the right side, and another 2 young men appeared. They did not hide their cultivation level, as they both released the energy from the 9th-grade warrior realm. Even if it was just the 9th-grade warrior realm, it caused a drastic change in Feng Wu's expression. "You're from the Duanmu clan. What are you guys doing here?" she shrieked. It was easy to recognize people from the Duanmu clan since all of them had a tree symbol sewn on their sleeves. "We're here for Lu Ming, of course. His life is ours now," one of the Duanmus replied with a faint smile. "Are you going to kill Lu Ming?" Feng Wu's complexion paled. How many people had Lu Ming offended? It was no wonder that Mulan wanted her to protect Lu Ming. At the side, Yuan Chong smiled gleefully. Lu Ming really had a death wish when he offended the Duanmu clan. "Duanmu clan, Wei Zio, you both came like the rushing wind indeed." Lu Ming surveyed his surroundings, looking for a place to break out. He refused to sit around and wait for them to kill him. Chapter 31. Chapter 31, Ambush. "Haha, it seems there's no need for me to make a move, Lu Ming." Wei Zio snorted. "That won't do. Nobody will be taking Lu Ming away today," Feng Wu said resolutely. Her announcement shocked everyone around her. The faces of the 2 youths from the Duanmu family darkened. "Feng Wu, do you really want to go against the Duanmu family?" Our age isn't something that you can handle. Junior sister Feng Wu, it isn't sensible to cross the Duanmu family and the Wei brothers just for the mere Lu Ming. I think we should keep our hands to our slaviers. Yuan Chong quickly chimed in from the side. Silence. Anyone who wants to go for Lu Ming will have to go through my blade first. Clink. A swathe of razor-sharp sword chi shot out from Feng Wu's sword as she unsheathed her blade. Immediately, a boulder that was around the size of a man was sliced in half. She emanated the aura of Master Realm. The faces of Wei Ziming, Wei Zio, and the two youths from the Duanmu family, as well as Yuan Chong, darkened. Yuan Chong, in particular, was greatly affected. He was gritting his teeth together. The eyes of Wei Zio and the two Duanmu family members lit up. While Lu Ming was an easy target for them, it would be difficult to deal with Feng Wu. Although Wei Zio had cultivated to the first-grade Master Realm, the two youths from the Duanmu family were only on the 9th-grade Warrior Realm, so the two youths from the Duanmu family ultimately decided to step down. Feng Wu, do you really think that you'll be able to keep Lu Ming safe? Let's see how you handle yourself when my family sends even stronger people over. Oomph. Wei Zio sneered. With a twist of his body, he retreated together with Wei Ziming. 1. Rest assured, Lu Ming. The Midnight Hills stretches on for over 500 kilometers. The Duanmu family won't be able to find us as long as we're careful, Feng Wu said as she walked up beside Lu Ming. Thank you very much. Lu Ming smiled feebly. To be honest, Lu Ming was confident that he would be able to wriggle out of the crisis even without Feng Wu. He was able to travel over 3 meters in a single step using the Dragon Serpent Steps. He believed that even an ace in first-grade Master Realm would not be able to catch up. 1. However, Lu Ming was still thankful that Feng Wu stood firmly on his side despite the current situation. There's no need to be courteous with me. Let's continue the journey, Feng Wu said as she turned around. She shot a glare at Yuan Chong and walked forwards with large strides. Wu Feng then proceeded to take the lead. She changed directions after a certain distance to stop the Duanmu family and Wei Ziming from catching up. They had traveled over 50 kilometers in the woods by the evening. During their journey, they encountered a few demonic beasts that had several metal plates with points on them, and they successfully obtained a few pieces of metal tablets. The metal tablets were light and thin. 2 of the tables were etched with the number 1 on top, while the other had the number 2 etched on it. They had 2 plates worth a point and another worth 2. The night quickly arrived. They started a fire and caught a demonic beast to cook as food. The Midnight Hills was even more precarious during the night. The demonic beasts that appeared were even more ferocious, so they decided to rest for the night and continue the search for metal tablets during the day. After they finished their meals and extinguished the fire, they found a secluded corner and meditated while resting respectively. The night passed without a single word being uttered. On the second day, they continued their search for demonic beasts with metal tablets on them. However, within the Midnight Hills territory, which spanned over 500 kilometers, there were countless demonic beasts while there were only around 7,000 demonic beasts that held metal tablets. It was hard to find them within the vast confines of the forest. 3 days soon passed just like that. In those 3 days, the 5 of them had managed to find 6 tablets worth 1 point and 3 tablets worth 2 points. The points totaled to Tulivir, which was only enough for 1 person to pass. As the sky was nearly plunged into darkness on the 3rd day, they found a silent shadow wolf. Lu Ming, keep your sword away and get the fuck off the battle stage. First Branch Elder yelled. Shut up, bitch, and you Lu Yunxiao. Who gave you the right to speak? Lu Ming snarled at them with an overwhelming intent to kill. With a flick of his sword, he drew a bloody fine line on Lu Yao's neck. Lu Yao's face paled immediately. How dare you hurt her? Lu Yao is engaged to Duanmu Lin, the genius of White Tiger Hall. Do you have a death wish? Duanmu Qing yelled. Lu Ming did not spare him a glance, and instead turned to the 7 core elders. "Fellow elders, do you want to know why I can't awaken my blood meridian?" Lu Ming asked. Why can't he awake his blood meridian? Many gawked. If one had failed to awaken their blood meridians, what else could it be? Was it not a personal problem? Was there something they did not know about? "Speak, Lu Ming. Is there anything we should know?" The oldest of the 7 core elders spoke. "Lu Ming, don't talk nonsense," First Branch Elder exclaimed before Lu Ming said anything. "Shut up," Lu Yunxiong, the oldest of the core elders ordered. First Branch Elder stopped talking with a grimace. "That's because this shining star and this First Branch Elder over here pretended to be nice to me and fed Yamapalin for 3 years. He fed my blood meridians with my own blood for 3 years. That's why I failed to awaken my blood meridians. Then, they robbed me of my blood meridians and combined it with Lu Yao's. Why did you think you could awaken a 5th level blood meridian, Lu Yao? What enabled you to do so?" Lu Ming recounted calmly. Whatever Lu Ming said caused a huge uproar, and everyone was shocked beyond words. Many knew that Lu Ming went through a meridians test and was said to have inherited his father's blood meridians, and it could be awakened. It somehow failed to be awakened later on, and something was not quite right about it. The truth was out, and it had cleared up a lot of things. "Bastards, filthy animals. How could you do this to Ming?" Li Ping was the first to react. She shrieked as she stared deadly at First Branch Elder and Lu Yao with her bloodshot eyes. Her body trembled in fury. Tears flowed freely from Li Ping's eyes. She had no clue that the injuries on Lu Ming 2 months ago were a result of his blood meridians being stripped off him. How agonizing it must have been for Lu Ming to have his blood meridians forcefully taken from him. Is this for real? Storms were brewing in the eyes of all 7 core elders, and their faces darkened. "Lu Ming, you liar. You're a piece of useless junk. Don't blame us, you imbecile, shameless fool." "Fellow elders, Lu Ming's hopeless. His character is unsalvageable. I suggest having him kicked out of the Lu family." First Branch Elder bellowed. His eyes flickered maliciously. "That's right. Lu Ming, do you think anyone would believe in your lies?" Lu Yao added coldly. "Haha, a test would immediately reveal if what I said about feeding blood meridians with my blood for 3 years is true. Lu Yao, do you have the guts to be tested?" Lu Ming stared intently at Lu Yao. Lu Yao's face paled, and the First Branch Elder's face looked venomous. Chapter 32. Chapter 32, Completed Blood Meridian. In an instant, the 3 of them clashed against each other. Ding! Ding! The blades glimmered in the air as they crossed against each other. Sparks were flying everywhere amidst the intense sounds. Both of the youths from the Duanmu family cultivated inferior yellow-level sword techniques. They had only cultivated to the outstanding dexterity stage and were far below Lu Ming's proficiency in sword arts. However, their individual cultivation was higher than Lu Ming's by a whole 3 grades. They had the upper hand for a moment as they teamed up together. "I'll end the injured one first." Lu Ming's eyes flashed like lightning, and an endless stream of the lustrous sword technique swarmed the injured youth. How can he be so strong? He boasts such combat power, even though he's merely on the 6th grade warrior realm. Such a person cannot live. He must be killed. The 2 youths from the Duanmu family were astonished as Lu Ming's power exceeded their expectations. Roar! Roar! The roars of 2 beasts rang out. A bloody red glow emanated from the backs of the Duanmu family's 2 youths as 2 black panthers appeared. There were 3 red-colored meridian focal points on the bodies of the black panthers. It was evident that the youths' blood meridians were 3rd-level blood meridians. The 2 black panthers then pounced on the respective youths' bodies. In that instant, black glows drifted out from their body as their chi increased dramatically. It was an eruption of the blood meridian. The eruption of their blood meridians increased the 2 youths' speed by 30%. Blood meridians always had an affinity towards a certain attribute. Some blood meridians would have a higher affinity to defense, while others would have a higher affinity to offend, as well as increased speed. The attribute that had the affinity would get a boost when a blood meridian erupted. Normally, a first-level blood meridian's eruption would boost an attribute by 1/10. A second-level blood meridian's eruption would boost an attribute by 2/10. With that logic, an attribute would increase by 90% when a ninth-level blood meridian erupted, which was nearly twofold. The blood meridians of the Duanmu family's youth were partial to speed, which increased by 3/10 after their blood meridians erupted. No matter which attribute was boosted, it also implied the increase in combat power. Naturally, some higher-grade blood meridians would have an affinity for several attributes, which would also mean that those attributes would be boosted in tandem with each other. Several attributes being boosted at one time would signify an even more terrifying increase in combat power. After their blood meridians erupted, the combat power of the Duanmu family's youths increased significantly as they started to crush Lu Ming. That's a pity. I can't make my blood meridian erupt because it hasn't completely grown yet. I guess that's my weakness. Lu Ming pondered as he battled against the duo with all his might. Swoosh! Swoosh! In that instant, someone arrived with a swooshing sound once again. Ah, Tamadai Lu Ming. It was Wei Ziming and Wei Zio. Swish! Wei Zio swung his sword before he even arrived. A flash of green sword chi burst out from his blade. It was a remote manifestation of sword chi, which was unbelievably sharp as it was aimed at Lu Ming with the intention to maim. Danger! In that instant, Lu Ming was enveloped with an urgent sense of danger as every strand of hair on him stood on their ends. The sword chi of a master realm was not something that he could withstand right now. He wanted to dodge it, but was firmly stopped by the Duanmu family's youths. Zing! At that moment, a sharp sound sounded from the opposite direction. There was another slash of sword chi flying towards Lu Ming. There was another Master Realm martial artist who wanted Lu Ming dead. Two Master Realm martial artists were teaming up together, and two youths in 9th grade warrior realm were blocking Lu Ming's way. They were driving him into a corner, putting him in a precarious situation. I'll enter the Supreme Shrine. If he was not able to withstand it, he could only take shelter in the Supreme Shrine. Although it may ultimately result in the Supreme Shrine being exposed, it was better than getting killed. However, his expression immediately changed as he realized that he could no longer enter the Supreme Shrine as it did not react to him in his mind. Could it be that I can't enter the Supreme Shrine while in battle? Am I going to die here? No, I can't let myself die. Lu Ming screamed in his mind. In that instant, his mind was hyper-focused as his blood boiled. He wanted to find a Silavira lining in that hopeless situation. Suddenly, an intense itch spread as a red beam shot up from his spine. At the same time, a peculiar whoosh of energy surged from his spine into his entire body. This is the power of a blood meridian. My blood meridian has finally finished growing. Blood meridian eruption. 2. Without any time to think things through, Lu Ming immediately made his blood meridian erupt. A black glow started to spread across his body. Zing! Zing! It was at that moment that the two sword chi slashed across Lu Ming's body. Two sharp energies penetrated his body the moment the sword chi hit him. An intense round of pain spread all over him as a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. The sword chi's power seemed to have diminished by half. Lu Ming could instantly sense that the power of the sword chi that landed on him was high-levered. If it were in full power, there was no chance that he could have handled it. Could it be because of my blood meridian? He racked his brains for a second, but there was no time for second thoughts. Lu Ming took a step forward and darted towards the wounded youth from the Duanmu family like a gust of wind. The youth from the Duanmu family did not expect Lu Ming to be still alive after being hit by the sword chi from the two Master Realm martial artists. He wanted to defend himself, but it was too late. Poof! A A sword slid across the youth's throat like a bolt of light as blood squirted everywhere. Lu Ming's figure darted ahead in a flash as he used the dragon serpent steps. Lu Ming, how dare you kill a disciple from the Duanmu family? You're courting death. Someone screamed in a frenzy. Lu Ming took a hurried glance and saw who the furious yell came from. It was one of the master realm martial artists that had made a move. With rosewood patterns sewn onto the hems of his sleeves, he was evidently a young disciple of the Duanmu family. Duanmu family, I swear that I will eventually raze you to the ground. The murderous impulse within Lu Ming was thick as he flitted onwards while forcefully bracing against his own injuries. Follow him. Behind Lu Ming, Wei Zio and the martial master from the Duanmu family were in hot pursuit. However, Lu Ming had cultivated the dragon serpent steps to the 5th stage, so he could traverse over 3 meters in a single step at a speed that outmatched even a first-grade master realm. Wei Zio and the other person had no chance of catching up with Lu Ming. After half an hour, Lu Ming managed to throw them off his scent. Then, he found a cave and darted into it. Huff, huff. He gasped for air as he sat in the cave. His body was pulsing with pain. Although he had blocked the sword chi from the 2 master realm martial artists, the injuries that he had sustained were not light. Let's see if I can enter the Supreme Shrine now. At the thought of that, Lu Ming's body disappeared and reappeared in the Supreme Shrine. Could it be that I can't enter the Supreme Shrine when in battle or in danger? Why is that? Unable to figure it out, Lu Ming was rendered speechless. It seemed that it would be impossible to hide from danger in the Supreme Shrine. He needed to rely on himself. Let's focus on nursing my injuries. Lu Ming started to nurse his wounds as he sat on his knees and started to recite the true war dragon technique. Soon, he recovered from his injuries after 3 days. Buzz! Lu Ming's mind entered his spine. There was a radiant beam of red with a black worm the size of a finger that manifested within the light. The worm was limbless, but it shone with a brilliant black as if it was made from powdered black jade. Is this my blood meridian? Why isn't there even a single meridian focal point? Lu Ming was speechless. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. Unbelievable Blood Meridian Ability. Blood meridians were categorized into 9 levels, and each level had its own number of meridian focal points. A first-level blood meridian would have a single meridian focal points, while a second-level blood meridian would have 2. The amount would increase based on the level. However, there was not even a single meridian focal point on Lu Ming's blood meridian. Could it be a 0-level blood meridian? Nobody had ever heard of such a thing before. Furthermore, Lu Ming had tested it before. His blood meridian's absorption rate of the spirit energy around him was comparable to that of a 4th-level blood meridian. I also shaved off half of the sword chi when my blood meridian erupted. Could my blood meridian have a special skill? Lu Ming pondered as his eyes flashed with excitement. This skill was truly terrifying if it could really block half of someone's attack. Lu Ming could not wait to test it out. At that moment, he exited the Supreme Shrine and entered the woods in search of demonic beasts. It was not long before he found one. The Flame Wolf was a demonic beast on 7th grade, 1st level. With the ability to spit fireballs, it boasted great strength. Roar! The Flame Wolf opened its gaping mouth and roared when it noticed Lu Ming. A fireball gathered and flew towards Lu Ming. It's time to test the power of my blood meridian when it erupts. At the thought of that, a fountain of power surged from Lu Ming's spine into his body. His body started to shine a brilliant dark hue that emanated a devouring aura. Lu Ming did not dodge, but allowed the fireball to land on him instead. In that instant, he could clearly feel the power of the fireball being continuously consumed by the dark shine of his body until only half of its power remained. He took a step back and avoided the remaining half of the fireball. So apparently, the attack wasn't blocked, but rather it was devoured. Half of its power was devoured. Shock flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. At that instant, the power from the blood meridian within Lu Ming's body disappeared without a trace. For real? It's only been a single breath. It deactivated too quickly. He was speechless. It was then that the flame wolf shot another ball of flame out. However, Lu Ming was unable to make his blood meridian erupt another time despite trying to do so. He understood that it was because the strength of his blood meridian was depleted and needed time to slowly recover. However, wasn't the duration too short? He was aware that the average warrior realm martial artist could hold an erupted blood meridian for approximately 1 minute. The strength of the blood meridian would be depleted after approximately a minute and required time to recover. The power of the blood meridian would increase in Master Realm, allowing it to erupt for approximately 2 minutes. The duration would increase with the growth of cultivation from there on. However, Lu Ming could only erupt his blood meridian for the span of a single breath. An average breath would only take 2 seconds. That was a whopping 30-fold difference compared to others. It seemed that although the ability to block half of an attack's power was seemingly overpowered, it could only be used at a crucial moment. Also, how strong of an attack would it be able to withstand? Everything had its limits, and Lu Ming did not believe that his blood meridian would be able to withstand an attack from someone several leagues above him. He needed to find out about all this. No matter what the outcome was, Lu Ming was still satisfied. This skill would be able to turn the tables in a crucial moment, so it could definitely be used as a trump card. Bam! He took a step with the dragon serpent steps and evaded the flame wolf's attack before retaliating with one attack himself. Poof! A blade pierced the flame wolf's heart, and it thrashed around as it took its last breath. I wonder how long it'll take before my blood meridian fully recovers. His black worm-shaped blood meridian manifested as he thought about it, but Lu Ming wanted to observe a little while longer. It was at that moment that something peculiar happened. The black worm-shaped blood meridian suddenly widened its mouth towards the flame wolf's corpse and created a strong suction. 9 droplets of blood essence darted out from the flame wolf's wound and were swallowed by the worm-shaped blood meridian in one go. At the very next moment, an immense power surged from Lu Ming's spine. The power melded together with Lu Ming's essential qi, causing his cultivation to spike erratically. He instantly ascended from beginner of 6th grade warrior realm to peak beginner of 6th grade warrior realm. One buzz. A pale red meridian focal point then appeared on the black worm-shaped blood meridian. It shone ever so brilliantly in Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming was stunned. He took a moment before he reacted. My blood meridian can devour the blood essence of demonic beasts and convert it into essential qi? And on top of that, my blood meridian can increase in levels? Lu Ming was murmuring to himself as his eyes shone brilliantly. His heart was wild with joy. It was already unbelievable that blood essence could be devoured and converted into essential qi. However, level advancement was unheard of. Everyone knew that a blood meridian's level was fixed. Bar the exceptions of peculiar cases, a blood meridian was normally unable to advance levels. However, his blood meridian had broken all the rules by being able to advance levels. Lu Ming could distinctly sense that the blood essence he consumed from the flame wolf just now was divided into 2. One half was converted into essential qi, while the other half was absorbed by his blood meridian. It was because of that caused an improvement in both essential qi and blood meridian. If he continued on with devouring blood essence from demonic beasts, would the level of his blood meridian continuously advance? Advancement to the 5th level, the 6th level, the 8th level and 9th level, or even surpassing that. It was not impossible. Lu Yao's 5th level blood meridian was nothing. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming broke into a loud guffaw. Time to hunt some demonic beasts. Lu Ming could not wait to hunt for some demonic beasts and begin testing. It was not long before Lu Ming found another demonic beast in the 8th grade first level. Furthermore, there was a metal tablet worth 2 points on the demonic beast. Lu Ming defeated the beast and kept the metal tablet. He circulated his blood meridian and once again extracted 9 droplets of blood essence from the demonic beast. Blood essence was the soul's accumulation of a living being and contained a massive amount of energy. Legends told that no matter human or beast, there were only 9 drops of blood essence in a single body. The blood essence was once again divided into 2 after it being consumed by the dark worm-shaped blood meridian. One half was converted to Lu Ming's essential qi. In that instant, Lu Ming made a breakthrough in his cultivation and reached mid-6th grade warrior realm. 1. As for the blood-red meridian focal points on the blood meridian, although it did not level up, its color was a shade deeper. Surely enough, the blood essence of a demonic beast on the 8th grade first level had a stronger effect than that of a demonic beast on the 7th grade. Let's call you the spirit-devouring worm. I'm coming after you, Duanmu family. Time to continue. Lu Ming dubbed the dark worm-shaped blood meridian the spirit-devouring worm. Then, he proceeded to hunt down demonic beasts within the Midnight Hills in a frenzy and absorb their blood essence. His cultivation increased at an insane pace. In just over 1 day, his cultivation ascended to the 7th grade warrior realm, successfully breaking through to the peak top of 8th grade warrior realm after 3 days. Surely enough, the level of his blood meridian had increased during that moment. Another meridian focal point appeared as it turned into a 2nd level blood meridian. After relentlessly hunting demonic beasts for 3 days, Lu Ming finally figured out a part of the countless mysteries his blood meridians held. The first thing was that there was a cap for the blood meridian skill to absorb half the power of an attack. He discovered that it only worked against demonic beasts that were 5 grades above him, at most. It was ineffective against anything more than 5 grades. For example, if Lu Ming was in 1st grade warrior realm, it would only work against someone below the 6th grade warrior realm. It would be rendered completely useless if he met someone on the 7th grade warrior realm or above. The eruption of the blood meridian initially only lasted for the span of a single breath. It would take 3 hours after erupting before it could be used again. However, there was a change after the blood meridian advanced by a level. For every level that the blood meridian advanced, the duration of its eruption would increase by another breath span. The duration of Lu Ming's blood meridian eruption had increased to 3 breath spans when his blood meridian advanced to the 2nd level. Similarly, the time that was required for the strength of his blood meridian to recover was reduced slightly. All this motivated Lu Ming even more. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. Successive Breakthroughs and a Comeback. While Lu Ming was traversing through the woods, there was a sudden change in his expression as he murmured, "It's like we're 2 bad pennies, but you've come at the right time." Swoosh! Swoosh! At that moment, several sounds pierced the silence around Lu Ming as figures appeared from the sides, his front, back, and left flank. Wei Zio and Wei Ziming stood in front of Lu Ming, while there were 4 members of the Duanmu family behind him. Apart from the young martial artist of Master Realm, there were another 3 youths. To his left, there was a youth don in a brocade garb who was emanating a strong aura. He was a Master Realm expert. The moment they spotted Lu Ming, the people from these 3 sides formed a circle with him in the middle. 3 of them were in 1st grade Master Realm, while the other 3 were on the 9th grade Warrior Realm. Wei Ziming could be dismissed as a non-factor. "Let's see where you can run to now, Lu Ming," Wei Ziming said as he glared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming casually glanced at Wei Ziming. "You piece of trash. Have a duel with me if you've got what it takes." He laughed. "You're a dead man walking, Lu Ming. I shan't bother to have a dispute with a dead man." Wei Ziming snarled. "Lu Ming, you dare to kill a disciple of my family, the Duanmu family?" You're courting death. The young master realm martial artist from the Duanmu family insulted. I'm courting death? Your family wanted me dead first. The way you put it, I guess I can only die without retaliating, huh? Lu Ming said. That's right. My Duanmu family wants you dead, so there's nothing you can do except to accept your fate. How could a lowly scum like you compare to the lives of the Duanmu family's disciples? The Duanmu family's youth scoffed. He was confident, arrogant, and unreasonable. Lu Ming smiled. He did not bother to squabble with someone like him. And what about you? I don't think I know you. Are you someone from the Duanmu family as well? He said as he shifted his gaze towards a youth in the brocade garb. Haha, Lu Ming, since you're about to meet your end, I'll let you in on this. Senior brother Ning Feng sent me. You're as bold as brass to offend senior brother Ning Feng when you've just joined. Are you tired of living? The youth in the brocade garb smiled. All right, stop spouting nonsense with him. Let's kill him now. I don't have the time to squabble with him. He was Duanmu Fei. As he finished speaking in an icy tone, he charged towards Lu Ming in a frenzy. A green sword chi pierced through the air with a sharp whistle. Wei Zio and the youth in the brocade garb did not make a move, as they thought that one person was enough to deal with Lu Ming. Lu Ming stomped his feet on the group as Duanmu Fei's sword chi was about to land on him. He used the dragon serpent steps and dodged the sword chi before darting away like a bolt of lightning. His target was the youth of the Duanmu family who was in 9th grade warrior realm. Clang! His blade whistled as a beam of sword chi was sent flying. With Lu Ming's cultivation at top 8th grade warrior realm, the youth in the Duanmu family was unable to avoid Lu Ming's sword chi even if he was on full alert. Poof! The blade directly pierced the youth's heart. It was a kill in a single blow. Devour. With a single thought from Lu Ming's mind, a strong pull gravitated from his palms, pulling out 9 droplets of blood essence from his opponent's wound. It traveled across Lu Ming's arm and was devoured by the spirit-devouring worm. This was the method of using the spirit-devouring worm that Lu Ming had figured out over these few days. He could apply the devouring aura on his hands and silently absorb the blood essence of others. Lu Ming, you're looking for death. Duanmu Fei bellowed furiously as he charged towards Lu Ming. An icy smile formed on Lu Ming's lips. He did not go head-on against Duanmu Fei, and he used the dragon serpent steps to charge towards another youth who was in 9th grade warrior realm. With the spirit-devouring worm continuously refining the blood essence at the same time, a surge of energy poured into Lu Ming's body. The energy contained within the blood essence of someone in 9th grade warrior realm was immense, allowing Lu Ming to increase his cultivation at a mind-boggling speed. His cultivation was already at top 8th grade warrior realm, but it constantly closed the distance to 9th grade warrior realm. Swoosh! Although the youth from the Duanmu family tried his best to avoid it, his speed was incomparable to Lu Ming's. He was instantly killed with a flash of the blade. Lu Ming absorbed his blood essence at the same time. Crash! With the surging essential chi from the blood essence of the 2 9th grade warrior realm experts, Lu Ming finally broke free from his shackles and made another breakthrough. His cultivation reached the 9th grade warrior realm instantly. Damn it! What are you two waiting for? Start making a move together and destroy Lu Ming. Duanmu Fei howled. Within these few days, a total of 3 people on the 9th grade warrior realm from the Duanmu family had fallen to the hands of Lu Ming. Youngsters who were in the 9th grade warrior realm below the age of 18 were considered elites, even in the Duanmu family. After the 3 of them died in one go, he had no idea how to explain it to the seniors of the Duanmu family when he returned. That was why he loathed Lu Ming from the bottom of his heart. Kill him. End him. Wei Zio and the youth in brocade screamed as they charged towards Lu Ming. Since Lu Ming killed 2 experts on the 9th grade warrior realm in one go, his prowess had exceeded their expectations. Their dignity was the last thing on their minds as they formed an alliance. Duanmu Fei and Wei Zio sent a flash of sword chi flying while youth in the brocade garb unleashed a golden palm. A sharp whistling sound could be heard as they teamed up and charged towards Lu Ming. Haha, brilliant move. Let's see how strong Master Realm is. Lu Ming chuckled. His confidence skyrocketed as his cultivation broke through to the 9th grade warrior realm. Bam! Lu Ming darted towards Duanmu Fei with a twist of his body without caring about the attacks from Wei Zio and the youth in the brocade garb coming from behind him. Dying! The trio's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Blood Meridian Eruption. At that moment, Lu Ming's blood meridian erupted as a layer of dark light glistened brilliantly. It was also the same moment that the attacks from Wei Zio and the others landed on Lu Ming's body. However, they were bewildered when they did not see Lu Ming die. His body merely swayed for a moment, but the sword in his hand did not stop. It darted out like a surge of lightning and pierced through Duanmu Fei's heart. Not even in his wildest dreams did Duanmu Fei expect Lu Ming to survive attacks from 3 people and even manage to make a counterattack. He was unable to dodge in time, even if he wanted to. Lu Ming pierced his heart in a poof. His sight turned black as he fell heavily onto the floor. Duanmu Fei died. 1. There's still 2 breaths left. Lu Ming's mind was spinning as he sliced his sword towards the youth in the brocade garb. Die. The youth in the brocade garb almost lost his nerves when he witnessed Duanmu Fei's death. He then unleashed 2 consecutive strikes from his palm. However, Lu Ming recklessly allowed the strikes to land on his body. Without even pausing for a moment, the blade in his hand sliced through the throat of the youth in the brocade garb. Blood went spurting everywhere from the clean slice across the youth's throat. His hands grasped at his neck as his eyes were wide with mixed emotions, including dissatisfaction, pleading, and hate. Retreat. Hurry. Wei Zio howled in terror from the side. When Lu Ming successively killed 2 experts in Master Realm, Wei Zio lost his courage and fled in horror. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? An icy smile hung on Lu Ming's face as he pursued Wei Zio with a twist of his body. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. Ascension to 3rd level Blood Meridian. As Lu Ming traversed over 16 meters in a single step using the Dragon Serpent Steps, Wei Zio had no chance of escaping. Hardly had over 10 breaths passed before Lu Ming was right behind Wei Zio. I'm going all out, Wei Zio yelled. His blood meridian erupted as he turned around and charged towards Lu Ming. He understood that begging for his life or even throwing threats was useless. He could tell that Lu Ming's moves were cruel, firm, and concise from the way he made a move just now. Even a talented disciple from the Duanmu family had been killed just like that. He was unbelievably bold and would definitely not fear the Wei family. Clang! Clang! Their blades clashed against each other as they faced each other in a magnificent battle. The eruption of Lu Ming's blood meridian had ended well before that moment. However, with the help of the true war dragon technique and the 4th stage of the lustrous sword art, he towered over Wei Zio. Wei Zio's sword technique was merely an inferior yellow level sword technique that was in the 4th stage. Their blades clashed as they waged war for over tens of moves. Lu Ming's sword technique grew in speed until he finally pierced Wei Zio's heart with a stab. Wei Zio lost in a head-on battle, and losing spelled his death. 1. Lu Ming then looked somewhere else with a sneer and went in pursuit of that direction. Fleeing for his life, Wei Ziming wanted nothing more than to grow another pair of legs at that moment. How can he be so strong? How? He even butchered Master Realm martial artists. Little brother is no match for him, even if he was stronger. I must flee and ask father to send powerhouses to kill Lu Ming. Wei Ziming growled as he was making a run for it. Are you still thinking about killing me at a time like this? Suddenly, a voice rang out beside Wei Ziming. Ah! Wei Ziming screamed in fright. He turned his head around to see Lu Ming leering at him, and he felt chilled to the bone. Wei Ziming dared not continue his escape. He stopped in his tracks and kneeled in a heartbeat as he began to plead, "Lu Ming, spare me. I'm begging you." This gave Lu Ming a slight surprise. It turned out that Wei Ziming was weak-willed, a completely different person from Wei Ziyo. "I've already killed Wei Ziyo. Do you think I'll let you off?" Lu Ming smiled feebly. "Lu Ming, no. Brother Ming, don't worry. I won't utter a word about what happened today. Also, you've killed Wei Ziyo, so that's great. He was more talented than I am. I lived in his shadow and always wanted him dead. Now that he's gone, nobody will contest my position as the Lord of the Guardian Fire City." Wei Ziming begged pleadingly as tears and snot slid down his face. 2. However, his mind was a howling fury. If he lived to tell the tale, he would definitely return Lu Ming the favor back by tenfold or even 100-fold. "If I don't kill you, aren't I just waiting for your revenge? Do you think I'm that stupid?" Lu Ming smiled. "No," Wei Ziming yelped. He tried to get up and take off, but his head flew into the distance at the flash of a blade. "One of them got away. What a pity," Lu Ming murmured. There was still a youth from the Duanmu family who was in the 9th grade warrior realm. He turned around with all his might and was so quick that it was impossible to catch up with him. PFFF. Lu Ming's body swayed as a mouthful of fresh blood suddenly spurted out from his mouth. The attacks of martial realm are really strong. He sighed. He had erupted his blood meridian and blocked the attacks of Duanmu Fei and others just now. Although he was protected from half the power of those attacks, and another portion with the protection from the 9th grade warrior realm, he was still injured. However, it was worth the injury in exchange for the lives of 3 Master Realm experts. From the perspective of combat power, Lu Ming might not have been able to handle 3 of them, even if he had the Spirit-Devouring Worm. Lu Ming had used the peculiar skill of the Spirit-Devouring Worm to surprise them just now and defeat them in one go. So Duanmu Fei and the youth in the brocade garb did not even get the chance to erupt their blood meridians. Lu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and returned to the battlefield. He consumed the blood essence of Wei Ziyo, Duanmu Fei, and the youth in the brocade garb. After that, he left the area and found himself a secluded spot to begin refining the blood essence. The blood essences of the 3 Master Realm experts held immeasurable energy. Even if only half of it was converted into essential qi, it would significantly accelerate Lu Ming's journey in his cultivation. At the same time, the injuries that he sustained were rapidly recovering. After the blood essences of the 3 Master Realm martial artists were fully refined, another pale red meridian focal point appeared beside the 2 red meridian focal points on the Spirit-Devouring Worm. It was a 3rd-level blood meridian. Lu Ming's blood meridian had ascended to another level, reaching the 3rd level. At the same time, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak top of 9th grade warrior realm. He was just shy of breaking into Master Realm. However, it was that small gap that was blocking Lu Ming's journey. "I've been improving too rapidly in this period of time. My essential qi is too impure, and my foundation isn't solid enough. It's no wonder I can't make the breakthrough." With the increased amount of blood essence devoured came the drawbacks. After all, the improvement did not come from his own cultivation, so his foundation was not solid and his essential qi was impure. Were it not for that, he would have been able to step into Master Realm with the blood essence from the 3 Master Realm experts. "I'll have to stop devouring blood essences and spend some time consolidating my foundation." Lu Ming believed that his essential qi would once again be pure and viscous after spending some time consolidating his foundation, which would naturally lead to him breaking through the Master Realm. Lu Ming then found another spot to move to. He did not continue to hunt for demonic beasts, but concentrated on cultivating the true war dragon technique and other martial arts skills instead. He spent a total of 9 days cultivating. After 9 days of grueling cultivation, Lu Ming's essential qi was no longer impure. It had returned to being pure and viscous while his foundation was solid. Naturally, it led to Lu Ming's cultivation breaking through into the master realm. Swish! A black sword qi shot out when Lu Ming slashed his sword, chopping a tree that was as thick as a human waist. Essential qi was able to physically manifest in the master realm. It was unbelievably strong and was able to form sword qi and qi strikes. My essential qi is several times thicker now. If I were to battle against master realm martial artists like Wei Ziyou and Duanmu Fei, I'd be able to end them in one move. Lu Ming's eyes glimmered brightly. Let's try out the dragon serpent steps. Over that period of time, his other martial arts skills did not improve. However, the dragon serpent steps made another breakthrough, reaching the 6th stage called the one with martial arts stage. It was the highest stage of a martial arts skill. Bam! In an explosion of essential qi and the vibrations of his muscles, Lu Ming's figure darted around like the wind. The leaves that had fallen onto the ground were dancing in the air while his figure was already 23 meters away. Make no mistake, it was 23 meters. The supposed distance traversed in the one with martial arts stage was a little over 12 meters. However, his breakthrough to the master realm allowed him to achieve his current distance. A higher level of cultivation would naturally lead to a greater effect when using the same martial arts skill. There are still 4 days left from the end of the trial. I'll have to do my best to find those point-worthy metal pieces. Lu Ming darted away and disappeared into the woods. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. Saving the damsel in distress. 1. Lu Ming had killed at least 10 6th-grade first-level demonic beasts before this, and there were point-worthy metal pieces on some of them. He had 5 2-point metal pieces and 3 1-point metal pieces, totaling up to 13 points. He has also gotten a total of 12 points from Wei Ziyou and the rest. Lu Ming now had 25 points, which were enough for him to be upgraded to be a bronze apprentice. With a 100-to-1 shot of getting first place, merely being upgraded was not enough for him. The first-place winner would be rewarded with a spirit-condensing fruit. He would fight for it with all his might, even if he was currently far behind in terms of points. Lu Ming put his dragon serpent steps to full use and zipped through the woods. He went straight for demonic beasts with point-worthy metal pieces on them, skipping all the ordinary demonic beasts. By nightfall, he had gotten another 1-point metal piece and a 2-point metal piece, which brought him to a total of 28 points. Clang! Suddenly, Lu Ming heard fighting sounds near where he was. Someone's there. Lu Ming could vaguely see firelight flickering up ahead through the canopy of trees from where the sound came from. Let's take a look. He moved towards the bonfire up ahead and saw 4 people by the bonfire: Feng Wu, Yuan Chong, Zhou Hao, and Zhou Su. However, things were not as he would have expected. Zhou Hao and Zhou Su lay limply on the ground, their faces a sickly pale color. Feng Wu had her sword drawn, but her body was shaking. Her face held the same shade of white while her eyes filled with rage as she glowered at Yuan Chong. Yuan Chong, why did you poison the meat? She snarled. With his sword drawn and a warped expression, Yuan Chong snickered. Why? Feng Wu, you bitch, I've pursued you endlessly for the past 2 years. Why didn't you accept me? You even yelled at me because of that bastard Lu Ming before this. I've had enough. You've now been poisoned by my unscented tissue-paralyzing drug. Let's see how you'll fight it. I'll make you my woman today, ha. Feng Wu's face was distorted with rage as she yelled. How dare you? Yuan Chong. Big Sis Mulan will make you pay for this when the test is over. Mulan? Haha, that bitch will become the Duanmu family's play toy sooner or later. Also, did you think you were going to leave this place alive? Yuan Chong jeered. Are you going to kill us? Feng Wu sputtered. She could barely stand upright as she struggled to maintain her balance. Haha, Feng Wu, I'll take care of you personally after I take care of you. So you'll only belong to me, Yuan Chong taunted. You pervert. Feng Wu's face was as pale as death. With a shiver, she collapsed onto the ground. Senior brother Yuan, don't kill me. Have your way. Take your time with Feng Wu. I promise not to breathe a word of whatever happened today. Zhou Hao cried. Me too, senior brother Yuan. I swear I'll die a painful death if I say anything at all. Zhou Su added. Unfortunately, I believe that dead people are the best secret keepers. Yuan Chong walked towards Zhou Hao and Zhou Su with a sinister smile on his face. No, no, have mercy on me. The two of them cried out in extreme terror. Slash! Slash! Yuan Chong's sword gleamed as it slit open Zhou Hao and Zhou Su's throats. Now it's just you and I. He then turned and sauntered towards Feng Wu. You know, Feng Wu's face was deathly pale as she fearfully tried to scuttle backward. Unfortunately, she could barely move a limb after being poisoned by the unscented tissue-paralyzing drug. Glee filled Yuan Chong's heart upon the sight of a paralyzed Feng Wu. He walked to her side and grabbed her by the arm. Ryup! Debris of cloth flew everywhere. Died a horrific death. You filthy animal. Feng Wu cried out in despair. At that moment, she gave up all hope. She treated Yuan Chong like a friend, so she certainly did not expect him to be such a monster. She was supposed to enjoy life, especially her youth, but she was going to die here. In addition to that, she would be defiled before she died. Feng wanted to end it there and then. This place is so secluded. Did you think that someone would rescue you? Yuan Chong mocked Feng Wu as he leaped towards her. Just then, a voice rang out. Excuse me, my apologies. Alarmed, Yuan Chong turned upon hearing that voice. Feng Wu was ecstatic as hope glimmered in her eyes. Both looked pointedly to where the voice came from. Lu Ming, it's you. Yuan Chong and Feng Wu exclaimed at the same time. With his arms folded, Lu Ming strode towards them with a faint smile on his face and said to Yuan Chong, What? Disappointed to see me alive? I'm a little disappointed indeed. You survived the Duanmu family and Wei Ziyou. Too bad you're a foolish one. Since you ran away, you should have found yourself a corner and hid like a dog till the test is over. Instead, you're right here. Why? Are you going to play hero and save the damsel in distress? You piece of trash? Ha ha ha. Yuan Chong chuckled scornfully as killing intent flashed through his eyes. Lu Ming, why are you here? Hurry, go now. You're no match for Yuan Chong. Feng Wu had hope when she saw that someone found them, but that hope turned to despair when she realized that it was Lu Ming. Senior sister Feng Wu, I'm distinctly firm with my gratitude and grudges. I'll repay them accordingly. You've helped me with Wei Ziyou once, so I'll repay the kindness now by saving your life. Lu Ming smiled. 1. Save her? Lu Ming, you piece of trash. How are you going to save her? Yuan Chong laughed. With my fist, of course. Lu Ming's face hardened as he swung his fist towards Yuan Chong. Do you want to die? Yuan Chong thrust his palm and attacked Lu Ming. He was going to increase Feng Wu's despair by destroying Lu Ming's cultivation. Only that would elevate his joy. Unfortunately, ideals were not reality. When his palm collided with Lu Ming's fist, he felt a gush of immense, essential qi from the latter that dislevered his essential qi immediately. A bone-breaking pain erupted in his arm. Yuan Chong yelped as he was forced backward. Master Realm? Impossible. How are you already in Master Realm? Lu Ming. He cried out in disbelief. Master Realm? Feng Wu's eyes shone with hope upon witnessing what had happened. Yuan Chong, I told you I'd defeat you in 2 months. Well, it looks like I only needed half a month. Lu Ming smirked coldly. Want to defeat me? Don't even think about it. Go to hell. Yuan Chong bellowed furiously as immense intent to kill gleamed in his eyes. He took his sword up and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming and Feng Wu had to die. If not, when the test was over, his journey in the mystical sword sect would end too. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. Killing Yuan Chong. Lu Ming swung his sword nonchalantly, and his sword light shot out like lightning. The sword light pierced through Yuan Chong's wrist, completely severing his tendons. Ah! Yuan Chong howled in pain as he retreated in a frenzy. How did it end up like this? It's only been about 10 days. How did Lu Ming become so strong? How? No, I refuse to accept it. I can't die. I must run away and report this to the Duanmu family and their experts, so they can kill Lu Ming once and for all. Then, I'll get my hands on Feng Wu. I still have hope. Various thoughts spewed out within Yuan Chong's mind. You've run out of chances, Lu Ming stated as the light from his sword pierced through Yuan Chong's heart. That was all it took to put an end to Yuan Chong's thoughts for good. Curse you, Lu Ming! Yuan Chong roared with regret. Lu Ming was so firm that he did not give him any chance at all. Almost immediately, Yuan Chong's life flowed out of him, and Lu Ming soundlessly devoured his essence. From the side, Feng Wu gawked at Lu Ming. She was blown away. When Lu Ming disappeared about 10 days ago, she thought that something bad had happened to him. She looked for him for a few days, but to no avail. Lu Ming shockingly appeared out of thin air just moments before and displayed such an overpowering advantage over Yuan Chong and killed him in the process. This was all too bewildering for her. Had Lu Ming been suppressing his abilities before this? It was possible. Are you okay, senior sister Feng Wu? Lu Ming walked towards Feng Wu, grabbed her, and ran as fast as he could. The wind roared in their ears as the night breeze slapped their faces continuously. Feng Wu peeled her eyes open and found Lu Ming speeding through the woods with her in his arms. He glanced at her and smiled. It was a genuine, pure, platonic smile with no ulterior motives. The smell of blood would have attracted beasts. We need to move. Lu Ming dashed through the woods. In no time, they found a quiet cave 5 kilometers away. Lu Ming placed Feng Wu down and draped his coat over her. Then he sat in lotus position, closed his eyes, and meditated. Feng Wu glanced at him deeply and proceeded to forcefully expel the drug from her system. At the break of dawn, she managed to expel all the drugs from her system and recovered from the paralysis. Lu Ming opened his eyes. "Why'd you disappear, Lu Ming?" she asked without warning. Yuan Chong. There and then, Lu Ming told Feng Wu everything that happened the past 10 days since Yuan Chong blocked his way. However, he kept mum about his blood meridians, of course. That Yuan Chong is really a monster. How could he also gang up with the Duanmu family? Feng Wu gritted her teeth. "All right, now that you have all the poison expelled, I'll be on my way," he said. "Why don't we work together, Lu Ming? Experts from different halls have started a band up. From what I know, there's a super genius in the Duanmu family by the name of Duanmu Ju. He's the strongest newbie in the White Tiger Hall. He's teamed up with many experts from Duanmu family and the White Tiger Hall to scavenge for point-worthy metal pieces everywhere because he's aiming to get first place. If you bump into them alone, it's going to be really dangerous, so I think it's best that we both team up. At least, we can watch each other's backs," she explained as she held him back. "The Duanmu family? Do you know where they are?" Lu Ming's eyes shone as he asked. "I don't know where they are, but what are you planning?" "To grab their point-worthy metal pieces, of course." A cold smile was etched on Lu Ming's face as he added in his heart, "I'll take it as a small part of their interest repayment." "You want to rob the Duanmu family? It's too dangerous." Feng Wu paled. "I'm not going to face them head-on, so what's there to fear?" he answered. "All right, we'll go together then." She swung her fists in the air, her ponytail swish-swashing as a glint of excitement grew in her eyes. Feng was a mischievous one, too. Let's team up then." Lu Ming laughed. "Wait." Feng Wu yelped and scurried towards the bushes. In a short moment, when she walked out, she had changed into a different set of clothes. Storage rings. Lu Ming was slightly moved. Storage rings were rings made by powerful inscribers that gave its bearer space to store things. It was extremely expensive and scarce. Even families as huge as the Lu family could not afford one. There was more than what met the eyes when it came to Fengwu. Thanks for your coat. She tossed the coat back to Lu Ming and led the way as the pair made their way toward the deeper parts of the Midnight Hills. Chapter 38. Chapter 38, Collecting Interest. Lu Ming and Feng Wu hid in a humongous tree beyond 25 kilometers. Two young men were eating roasted meat near that tree. Let's quickly finish up and proceed so we don't get in the way of what the Duanmu family's planned. Got it. It's a big thing to help the Duanmu family capture a lightning leopard cub. Of course, the cub was to be presented to young Lord Duanmu Lin. The two newbies of the White Tiger Hall ate as they spoke. A lightning leopard cub. Lu Ming and Feng Wu were shocked. The lightning leopard was one of the few exquisite demonic beasts that carried lightning in its blood and was as fast as the wind. A full-grown lightning leopard was at least a fourth-level demonic beast, which was equivalent to a leader realm martial artist. Lu Ming was especially intrigued as his eyes glowed with excitement. The lightning leopard's blood was one of the 3 important ingredients to cultivate the second stage of the true war dragon technique. One of them was the spirit-condensing fruit, and the other 2 were the lightning leopard's blood and the blood mist rocks. 1. Lu Ming definitely needed to obtain the lightning leopard's blood. Soon, the 2 White Tiger Hall apprentices got up and journeyed ahead after they were done eating. Let's follow them, Lu Ming said to Feng Wu, who nodded and snuck behind the 2 White Tiger Hall's apprentices with him. A few kilometers into the journey, the 2 White Tiger Hall apprentices lit a handful of dry grass, and billows of white smoke spread into the woods. At the same time, the same white smoke appeared from a few other directions. Only the north side was clear from the white smoke. Swoosh! Not long after that, a silvery white shadow darted out from the woods and dashed northwards. It really is a lightning leopard, Lu Ming thought. Clearly, the lightning leopard was afraid of the white smoke, so it ran towards the area that was clear of smoke. The lightning leopard is out. Let's corner it towards that canyon over there. A loud voice rang out as silhouettes headed towards the leopard's direction. The 2 White Tiger Hall's apprentices followed suit with Lu Ming and Feng Wu close on their tail. After a while, a canyon was in sight. For people were guarding the entrance of the canyon, while the lightning leopard and the rest of the people were nowhere to be seen. They might have entered the canyon earlier on. Let's check it out. Lu Ming grinned and made his way towards the canyon. Stop. The Duanmu family has business here. Get the fuck out of here. One of the 4 Duanmu disciples ordered as Lu Ming and Feng Wu came near. Last I recall, the Midnight Hills don't belong to the Duanmu family. Who are you to tell me where I should go? A cold smile hung on Lu Ming's face as he took long strides towards the canyon. How dare you, you brat? Are you looking for trouble? The same Duanmu disciple roared. He looked carefully at Lu Ming as recognition flashed through his eyes, and he cried out, I remember. You're Lu Ming. Haha, of all the places you choose to go, you had to come here. Now then, leave your head here. He unsheathed his sword and attacked Lu Ming right away. In a flash, Lu Ming's sword was faster as it went through the Duanmu disciple's chest in a poof. That Duanmu disciple was only in 9th grade warrior realm and was no match for him at all. You killed a Duanmu disciple. That's it. You're finished. The other 3 guarding the canyon paled and cried out in disbelief. They were not disciples of the Duanmu family. They were one of White Tiger Hall's new apprentices with much lower cultivation levels at only the 7th and 8th grade warrior realm. Swoosh swoosh. Another beam of sword light shone and sliced through their throats. It was Feng Wu. The 3 White Tiger Hall's disciples fell to the ground, their eyes bulging without any breath left in their bodies. Lu Ming looked at Feng Wu in surprise, as he did not expect her to also kill without hesitation. 1. Let's see if they have point-worthy metal pieces on them. Carefully devouring their essence in concealment, Lu Ming searched all 4 bodies. However, essence from a warrior realm martial artist was of little use to him. Alas, Lu Ming and Feng Wu found a total of 26 points on them, so they divvied them up to 13 points each. They continued to make way towards the canyon. The canyon was at least 1,000 meters tall, with smooth, marble-like rock linings on both sides. No wonder the Duanmu disciples had chased the lightning leopard here. In this canyon, no matter how fast the lightning leopard was, it could not escape. At the end of the 1,000-meter canyon, smooth, marble-like rock linings surrounded the space too. 5 people were surrounding a white fur ball in the middle. The white fur ball was a lightning leopard cub, which was as small as a dog. Its fur was as white as snow, with strands of lightning buzzing through its body. Blood soaked the leopard cub's fur. It laid on the ground, wounded, while it observed its surroundings with sad, helpless eyes. "Be careful. We need it alive. Just injuring it will do." This lightning leopard's meant to be given to young Master Lin as a pet, so he can extract the leopard's blood for cultivation every month, a young man instructed. Judging by his clothing, he was undoubtedly a Duanmu disciple, and he was the only one out of the 5. "Don't worry, Brother Duanmu. What matters to young Master Lin is my topmost priority." "That's right," the other 4 chimed in agreement. Suddenly, they heard footsteps approaching, and when they turned around and found Lu Ming and Feng Wu, their expressions changed. "Lu Ming, what are you doing here?" The Duanmu disciple cried out in bewilderment. "Why can't I be here?" Lu Ming answered with a faint smile. "The people at the canyon's entrance, what did you do to them?" The Duanmu disciple questioned sternly. "Kill them, of course," Lu Ming answered nonchalantly. "What? You killed them? You bastard. Everyone, he's wronged the Duanmu family. Let's kill him," the Duanmu disciple bellowed. "I'll slaughter him." A gray-robed young man flew out as he pummeled his fist towards Lu Ming's head, intending to make Lu Ming's head explode with a punch. The wind whistled as the gray-robed young man's fist cut through the air, accompanied by the explosion of his first-grade Master Realm's essential chi. Boom! With one foot stomping heavily on the ground, Lu Ming shot out like an arrow. His sword flashed as quickly as a shooting star. PFFF. The gray-robed young man had a deep laceration across his chest as Lu Ming's sword punctured his heart, slicing it into half. That was all the young man could utter before he collapsed and died. Lu Ming killed a first-grade Master Realm expert in just one move. The other 4 of them could not believe their eyes. "Guys, let's slaughter him all together," the Duanmu disciple exploded. Boom! Boom! All 4 of them made their blood meridians explode. The Duanmu disciple had a 4th-level blood meridian, while the other 3 had 3rd-level blood meridians. They were all in 1st-grade Master Realm. Creator's Thoughts. Reese. From February 15th, 2020, coins spent on books that aren't selected will be refunded within 30 days. However, Fast Passes will not be refunded. The selected book will have a mark on the corner of the book cover in 30 days to indicate continuation. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. Lightning Leopard's Blood. The Duanmu family was indeed powerful to have gathered so many experts together, since there were only 100 people amongst the new apprentices to have cultivated to the level of Master Realm. All 4 of the White Tiger Hall apprentices attacked Lu Ming and Feng Wu with all of their might. Chirp! A chirp was heard as Feng Wu unleashed her blood meridians. Her 5th-level blood meridians were in the form of an ice soul bird. 5th-level blood meridians were considered one of the top meridians amongst the new apprentices. "Slay!" Feng Wu cried out as she attacked. Lu Ming moved in quickly as he started his assault. Clang! Clang! A symphony of weapons clashing and essential chi exploding could be heard as they fought. There was only one person from the opposing party fighting Feng Wu. The other 3 were going against Lu Ming. Nevertheless, Lu Ming fought swiftly, and his essential chi and swordsmanship were undefeatable. Lu Ming cut one of his three opponents in half after a few mere moves. Blood was spilled yet again as Lu Ming's sword stabbed another opponent in the heart. The three Master Realm martial artists were as fragile as babies in front of Lu Ming. They did not even stand a chance. Finally, only the Duanmu disciple remained. How is Lu Ming so strong? Didn't that old geyser Lu Yunxiong say that he's only a low-level martial artist? He lied to us. The Duanmu disciple roared in his heart. He could not care less about the lightning leopard anymore as he tried to run for his life. 1. From behind, Lu Ming pierced his heart with his sword immediately. It was impossible to run away from him. At the same time, a desperate cry was heard on the other side of the battlefield as Feng Wu killed the other White Tiger Hall apprentice. A 5th-level Blood Meridian carried more destruction than a 3rd-level Blood Meridian. Her eyes flickered as she gaped at Lu Ming. The three martial artists that were on the same level as he was were no match against him at all, and all that happened even before he unleashed his Blood Meridians. That's crazy. No wonder Big Sis Mulan had such high hopes of him. Feng Wu pondered. Lu Ming walked towards the lightning leopard. "Ho!" whimpered the lightning leopard. It lay on the ground with severe injuries on its body as it looked at Lu Ming with eyes filled with despair. Lu Ming's heart went out for it as he was reminded about the time when Lu Yao and Lu Yunxiong had stripped him of his blood meridians. If this lightning leopard ended up in the Duanmu family's hands, it would not end well. "What are you going to do with this lightning leopard cub, Lu Ming?" "I think you should carry it out because a lightning leopard cub's really precious out there," Feng Wu suggested. Lu Ming asked with a laugh, "Do you have an empty jade bottle and some healing medicine with you, Senior Feng Wu?" "Yeah." Feng Wu nodded as she conjured 2 jade bottles out of thin air. One of them was empty, while the other one contained a healing medicine to aid muscle repair and stop bleeding. "Thanks, Senior Feng." Lu Ming thanked Feng Wu as he approached the lightning leopard with the jade bottles in his hands. "Roar!" The lightning leopard growled and bared its fangs as Lu Ming went near it. "Don't worry, lil fella. I won't kill you. I won't take you away. I just need a little bit of your blood, then I'll help you heal." Lu Ming smiled as he promptly seized the cub by its neck. Since the cub was already hurt and there was blood oozing out of its wounds, Lu Ming filled the empty jade bottle with about half a bottle of its blood, kept it, and poured the muscle-repairing, bleed-stopping medicine onto the lightning leopard's wounds. The muscle-repairing, bleed-stopping medicine was a top-notch medicine. Within seconds, the cub's wounds stopped bleeding. "Go on." "Find a place to heal yourself, lil fella. Don't get captured again now," Lu Ming said as he patted the cub's head. The lightning leopard cub whimpered as it stared at Lu Ming with puppy eyes, surprised about why Lu Ming would let it go. On the side, Feng Wu was caught by surprise too. "Are you really letting it go, Lu Ming? Lightning leopard cubs fetch a hefty price out there, you know." "We're going to take more point-worthy metal pieces from the Duanmu family in a while. I sure won't have the time to babysit it." Lu Ming laughed. "Hoo-hoo." The lightning leopard cub ran to Lu Ming and rubbed its head against his leg. Then, it ran to Feng Wu's leg and did the same. What a clever little fella. It's so cute." Feng Wu praised as her eyes sparkled. The lightning leopard whimpered as it looked deeply at Lu Ming. Then it turned and ran out of the canyon at lightning speed. Lu Ming chuckled before searching for point-worthy metal pieces on the corpses, conveniently devouring their blood essence. The blood essence of 5 first-grade Master Realm martial artists was beneficial to Lu Ming. They are indeed Master Realm geniuses. They have 30 points each. The point-worthy metal pieces made Lu Ming and Feng Wu thrilled. There were a total of 153 points from the 5 of them combined. Feng Wu only took 50 points and gave the rest to Lu Ming, since if it was not for him, she would not have won against the 5 other first-grade Master Realm. Lu Ming's goal was to be the first, so he unabashedly kept the rest of the 83 points. He now had 124 points now. "Give me a moment, please, Senior Sister Feng." Lu Ming sat down in lotus position and started to cultivate the blood essence he devoured. The blood essence of the 5 first-grade Master Realm martial artists was very condensed, and as it continued to be converted to essential qi, Lu Ming's cultivation rose at an alarming rate. A short while later, Lu Ming shuddered. 2nd grade Master Realm. His eyes glinted. Yuan Chong, 6 first-grade Master Realm martial artists, and a few Warrior Realm martial artist essence contributed to Lu Ming's breakthrough in cultivation. However, his blood meridians were still on the 3rd level. Let's go, senior sister Feng. Lu Ming got up and said to Feng Wu. She looked at Lu Ming curiously. His breakthrough was so subtle that she did not even notice it. She was just intrigued about why Lu Ming had sat down to cultivate, then got up after a short time. Feng Wu did not pry into his reasons. After all, everyone had their secrets, didn't they? Both of them exited the canyon and continued their journey towards the inner parts of the Midnight Hills. Most of the Duanmu family's teams were deeper in the woods. An hour later, Lu Ming and Feng Wu noticed a pattern carved on a tree, so they stopped. It was the carving of a very lifelike vermilion bird on the tree bark. What does this mean? Lu Ming asked. That was the 3rd time they were seeing a similar carving on the trees in the past hour. This is a sign specific to the Vermilion Bird Hall. Someone's calling out for the Vermilion Bird Hall apprentices. You see, the bird's head points in that direction. That's where the gathering's at. Oh, I see. Lu Ming was new to the Vermilion Bird Hall, so he knew nothing about that. He was not like the other geniuses in the bigger cities who had done their research about the mystical sword school before enrolling. They normally wouldn't gather apprentices like this. What could have happened? Let's take a look, shall we? Feng Wu suggested, slightly confused. Sure, Lu Ming nodded. Then, he and Feng Wu walked towards the direction that the vermilion bird pointed in. Creator's thoughts. Reese. From February 15th, 2020, coins spent on books that aren't selected will be refunded within 30 days. However, fast passes will not be refunded. The selected book will have a mark on the corner of the book cover in 30 days to indicate continuation. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. The Vermilion Bird Hall's #1 expert. Night fell as Lu Ming and Feng Wu followed the trail of the vermilion bird pattern for another 10 kilometers. They were greeted with a huge bunch of bonfires as the flames leaped and danced in the night. Swoosh, swoosh. A few shadows appeared out of nowhere and stopped them from going further. Who are you? This is a Vermilion Bird Hall gathering. Are you the Vermilion Bird Hall apprentices? One of the shadows asked. That's right. We're the Vermilion Bird Hall apprentices. My name's Feng Wu. Feng Wu replied. Haha. Oh, it's you, junior sister Feng. This way. A burst of laughter rang out near the bonfire area as a young man walked toward Feng Wu. This young man was tall and lean. His arms were lanky and his eyes glinted, emitting a dangerous aura. Inkai, it's you. Feng Wu was stunned as she laid eyes on the young man. So this is Inkai? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Before the test started, Lu Ming had gathered some information from Feng Wu. The famous Inkai was known as the #1 expert among all of Vermilion Bird Hall's new apprentices. Legends had it that he had only been 17 when he awakened a 5th-level blood meridian and achieved a cultivation of 4th grade Master Realm. Inkai's gaze swept past Lu Ming without lingering and landed on Feng Wu as he invited her. Junior sister Feng Wu, let's talk over there. Inkai led them to one of the bonfires. There were about 5 bonfires where nearly 50 Vermilion Bird Hall apprentices were gathered. The bonfire they were led to had 8 people seated around it. All 8 of them had great presence and were Master Realm experts. A few of them had such an abnormally strong presence that they seemed like they were far beyond being in 1st grade Master Realm. They nodded when they saw Feng Wu. Since no one knew Lu Ming or had heard his name before, he was automatically disregarded. Senior brother Inkai, did you guys carve all those vermilion bird patterns? Feng Wu asked. That's right. I ordered someone else to do it. Junior sister Feng Wu, I suppose you guys followed the carvings here, am I right? Inkai replied with a faint smile. Yep, we're here only because of the vermilion bird carvings, and we wanted to know what's up. Senior brother Ian, why have you gathered the vermilion bird hall apprentices with the vermilion bird carvings? Junior sister Feng, I'm sure you already knew that there was a 500-point metal piece this time around. Ian Kai's eyes sparkled as he replied. A 500-point metal piece? Did you guys find out where it was? Feng Wu was shocked. Lu Ming was also caught by surprise. The 500-point metal piece. Everyone wanted to get their hands on it because it signified that its owner could get the first place. It was essential. That's right. Inkai nodded and continued, apart from us at the Vermilion Bird Hall, the White Tiger Hall, the Azure Dragon Hall, and the Onyx Tortoise Hall found it too. That's why I'm gathering people, because this 500-point metal piece mustn't fall in the hands of the other 3 halls. We haven't won since 8 years ago. You want to get your hands on this 500-point metal piece so that you'll be the apprentice champion, Senior Ian? Feng Wu's eyes flashed. Of course. From the side, a stony-faced young man said, other than Senior Ian Kai, who else in the Vermilion Bird Hall is worthy of being the apprentice champion? 1. Feng Wu pursed her lips and refused to respond to the stony-faced young man's statement and asked, do you have any idea what kind of demonic beast has the 500-point metal piece? It's on a mutated black-scaled monitor lizard. This black-scaled monitor lizard is a 9th grade 2nd level demonic beast. If we were to combat it head-on, no one in all the 4 halls could take this metal piece away. So, we've come to an agreement. Since the black-scale monitor lizard loves to eat silver-eyed rabbits, as long as we manage to capture and spike these rabbits, the lizard will fall into a deep sleep. By then, all 4 halls will fight for that 500-point metal piece. What do you think, Junior Feng? Stay back and help me, won't you? Inkai coaxed. What do we get after helping you? Lu Ming asked unexpectedly. What will you get? What do you mean? Inkai frowned. The reward for helping you out, of course. Let's make a deal. We'll help you get the 500-point metal piece so that you'll be the apprentice champion, but you'll give us the spirit condensing fruit when you've claimed your first place reward. What do you say? Lu Ming answered. Lu Ming aimed to get the spirit condensing fruit, as long as he could get it. What harm was there in giving Inkai a boost? You want the spirit condensing fruit? Inkai's face darkened. You brat, you really don't know any better. Assisting senior brother Ian, so he becomes the apprentice champion, is a corporate glory for all Vermilion Bird Hall apprentices. As long as you're in the Vermilion Bird Hall, you should just help out unconditionally. Yet, you still want a reward for helping out? Delusional. The stony-faced young man uttered darkly. 1. His name was Yuan Lang, a well-known genius in the current batch of new Vermilion Bird Hall apprentices. He was a 3rd-grade Master Realm. Lu Ming chuckled coldly. He finally understood. Inkai carved the vermilion bird pattern, gathered the Vermilion Bird Hall apprentices, and expected them to help him grab the apprentice champion title for nothing. Lu Ming did not have the habit of blindly helping someone out. Besides that, he was not even close to them in the first place. Corporate glory for all the Vermilion Bird Hall apprentices? What a pompous-sounding phrase. Lu Ming looked at Yuan Lang mockingly and taunted. Since it's for the glory of the Vermilion Bird Hall, sure thing. When we get the 500-point metal piece, give it to me so that I'll be the apprentice champion for the Vermilion Bird Hall's glory. Upon hearing that, Inkai, Yuan Lang, and his followers' faces darkened like an impending thunderstorm. Who the heck do you think you are? You, the apprentice champion? Yuan Lang barked. Oh. Lu Ming's voice dripped with sarcasm. He turned and looked at Feng Wu with such disdain as he asked, Senior brother Feng, are you going to stay? I'm done entertaining them. Nope, not interested. Let's go then. Feng Wu replied and was about to leave with him. You too. Stand right there. Yuan Lang bellowed. Swoosh. His body moved quickly as he prevented Lu Ming and Feng Wu from leaving. What does this mean, Inkai? Feng Wu turned and questioned Inkai in rage. Inkai answered with a malicious smile. This time, I must be the champion, so take out all the metal pieces you have right now. Inkai, Feng Wu was so mad. She did not expect Inkai to be so despicable. It's okay if you don't want to fight with us. Just leave your point-worthy metal pieces with me. Yuan Lang looked at Lu Ming scornfully. Who are you to block my way? Fuck off like the dog that you are. Lu Ming raised his voice. What an arrogant brat. Well, to be this arrogant, you've got to have what it takes. Let's see what you've got. Yuan Lang mocked, forming his hands in the shape of an eagle's claws and assaulting Lu Ming. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. Fighting a third-grade master. Lu Ming, be careful. Feng Wu's expression shifted as she cried out. Yuan Lang's cultivation had reached the third-grade master realm and was not something a first-grade master could compare against. She was afraid that Lu Ming was no match for him. Flame Dragon Fist. Neither did Lu Ming dodge nor back down. He delivered a punch instead. Bam! As Lu Ming's fist and Yuan Lang's clawed hand collided, energy surged in all directions. Both of their figures glowed, and they fell back 3 steps. In that exchange of blows, they were evenly matched. A third-grade master is powerful indeed. Lu Ming's eyes gleamed as he thought to himself. With a massive gap between each level, the master realm was difficult to surmount. It was not something the warrior realm could rival. For instance, back when Lu Ming was on the 6th-grade warrior realm, boosted by 3 divine meridians, his true war dragon chi was twice as condensed as ordinary essential chi in addition to his refined martial arts. He could rise above 3 levels in battle against 9th-grade warriors. However, in the master realm, this was not possible. The additional power of the 3 divine meridians was still rather obvious on the warrior realm. Nonetheless, in the master realm, this power did not appear to be as useful. The main function of a divine meridian was exhibited through one's talent and potential instead of one's direct physical strength. Therefore, now that Lu Ming's cultivation was at 2nd-grade master realm, based on his own essential chi, he could rise above 1 level at most of battle against a 3rd-grade master. With his refined martial arts, suppressing or even killing a 3rd-grade master was not a problem. However, he would be in trouble if he encountered a 4th-grade master. Of course, this was assuming that Lu Ming's blood meridian had not exploded. When both of them drew back, the people around them were startled. Feng Wu was delighted. She never thought that Lu Ming could actually exchange equal blows with Yuan Lang. Just how strong is Lu Ming really? He must have been hiding his strength. Yet Big Sis Mulan asked me to protect him? It's more like he should protect me. Feng Wu thought to herself, somewhat flabbergasted. By one side, Inkai and the rest were gripped by surprise. They had never heard of Lu Ming before. Where did he come from? He had such a formidable cultivation level. Yuan Lang's expression darkened, twisted by a murderous desire. He roared, Lu Ming, take this, 18 hawk claws. Zing zing. Yuan Lang's hands drew something out from his waist. In an instant, he was wearing metal gloves. His clawed hand struck out rapidly and in succession, hitting 9 times in a flash. The 9 claw attacks targeted the 9 vital points of Lu Ming's body. Driven by essential chi, the sharp metal gloves sliced through the air, whistling piercingly as they did so. That's a superior yellow-level martial arts technique. Too bad his cultivation is lackluster. He's barely broken through to the 3rd stage. A cold smile tugged at Lu Ming's lips. Then he unsheathed his long sword and wielded the lustrous sword technique. Zing zing. The blades of sword light whipped through the air as Lu Ming slashed Tulivir times in an instant. Clink, clink. The long sword and the metal gloves collided time and again as the 2 figures crossed each other midair. At last, the sound suddenly stopped as they separated. Suddenly, Yuan Lang's body shuddered and he spat a mouthful of blood out. Defeated, a wound had appeared over his chest, deep enough to reveal his bone. If Lu Ming had not restrained his own strength at that crucial moment, Yuan Lang would have been dead. You can scram now. Lu Ming cast an indifferent look at Yuan Lang, then started to walk forward. Clang! Clang! Weapons were unsheathed successively. Following that, a girl dressed in white cried out, Lu Ming, there are so many of us here with senior brother In Kai. Did you think that you can leave? In Kai, what are you doing? All of you are really going to stop us? Feng Wu said with an unhappy look. In Kai stared at Lu Ming gloomily without speaking. You may try and see if you can stop me, but I guarantee that the subsequent losses aren't something you can endure. Lu Ming lifted the long sword with a placid gaze which contained an unflinching will. His icy voice caused them to shiver involuntarily deep in their hearts. In Kai stared at Lu Ming for a long while. His eyes flashed brightly, and he suddenly laughed. Haha, this is all a misunderstanding. Junior brother Lu Ming, you are impressive indeed. I've learned so much from this. I hope that we can be friends in the future. Senior sister phone, let's go. Lu Ming did not even glance at In Kai as he turned to leave. Lu Ming, I was careless this time. Next time, you'll pay for my disgrace today many times over. Yuan Lang's cold voice rang out from behind them. Next time? You'd better wish that there's no next time, Lu Ming said casually. After that, he and Feng Wu vanished into the mountain woods. After both of them left, the white-clothed girl asked In Kai, Senior brother In, are we letting them go just like that? Lu Ming possesses great fighting powers. Moreover, our main target now is to compete against 3 other halls for the 500-point medal piece. We mustn't lose any manpower. After this test is over, I'll have a plan to deal with him. I'll make him sorry. As In Kai glared at the direction in which Lu Ming and Feng Wu had left, his eyes glittered dangerously. 1,000 meters away. Junior brother Lu Ming, In Kai is a petty person. After you've insulted him like that, he won't forgive you so easily, Feng Wu expressed somewhat worriedly. He'd better not come looking for trouble with me. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He was not fazed about someone like In Kai. Feng Wu's pretty eyes shimmered. Although she had known Lu Ming for quite some time, she realized that she could not figure him out completely. From her point of view, he seemed unfathomable. Lu Ming, what will you do next? She asked. What should I do next? I don't wish to miss out on the 500-point medal piece. A smirk flitted over Lu Ming's lips. Feng Wu widened her eyes as she exclaimed, Are you thinking of snatching it from the jaws of danger? Why not? With a grin, Lu Ming then climbed up a tree that was over 20 meters tall. From this distance, he watched In Kai and the rest. He was going to track In Kai's group and snatch the 500-point medal piece from them. This guy sure is interesting. Feng Wu looked at him, then climbed the tree and sat on the branch as well. The darkness dissipated, and the light of dawn emerged over the horizon. Far away, In Kai and the rest had extinguished their bonfire and were heading into the depths of the midnight hills. Lu Ming and Feng Wu followed them from a distance. They traveled for more than 10 kilometers. After that, In Kai's group stopped below a large mountain. Beneath this peak was a gigantic cave. It was terrifyingly pitch black inside. A crowd of over 100 people had already gathered before the cave. Those from the White Tiger Hall and the Azure Dragon Hall have arrived, Feng Wu said softly to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. Lu Ming, if you fight later, there are a few people you must be wary of. Feng Wu pointed to a youth who was wearing white robes with green embroidered sleeves and a purple jade belt. That guy is Duamu Ju. He's the strongest amongst the new batch in the White Tiger Hall. After that, she pointed at another youth in green robes. That one's called Huang Yu. He's the foremost expert amongst the Azure Dragon's new apprentices. Lu Ming made a soft, affirmative sound again. Feng Wu rolled her eyes. Surely he was being too calm. These were all top geniuses who were strong contenders for this year's apprentice champion. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.